It feels better to me.
With the one ear out?
Yeah.
You're like a real one ear guy?
I'm a one ear dude.
Let me try the one ear. Check. Yeah, I guess
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I kind of like it because it almost reminds me of like being like inside of like, I don't know, like a fucking little chamber. Like,
okay.
Like me and Mark were talking about that when we did this, that like when you're with the headphones on, it like it keeps you very like locked in.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. I think even just sitting here looking at someone from a few feet away without your phone and all that shit.
No, yeah.
That alone is like a
like
unique.
We're here.
Yeah, like it doesn't really happen very, very often now.
No, nobody does that anymore. Everybody's got their headphones in, cell phones on. Like there's some dude that walked in over here and he fell. It's almost slipped and fell on the curb because he was on his phone.
Oh, like that. Yeah. It would be a good time to be like a robber, I feel, because you could just
really would.
Actually, I saw a girl the other day. I was like on 6th Street, 36 over here on like the side street coming out of the comedy club, and she was just on her phone and just like looking down, and there was like 3 homeless guys that were like aggressive looking, like, you know, looking for crack kind of thing, you know,
right,
or money, you know,
yeah.
And she was just standing there like looking at her phone, like daydreaming, like all vulnerable, and like I like was walking by, thank God, and I was like stopped and like kept the distance between me and her and was just like eyed up these guys and was like, I'm watching, you know what I mean? And then they kind of like went away because they saw how like aggressive I was towards like knowing what they were like maybe gonna do.
Yeah,
and then I like said to the girl like, yo, like pick up your head, man.
It's, yeah, it's gotten bad down here. I've noticed it first when I went to like LA. Well, not so much LA. New York was like that. Like nobody talks to nobody in New York.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you know. But here, like especially Austin, Dallas has gotten caught the same way.
Yeah. Well, coming from like a New York, this is like
real laid back.
Well, everything everyone says that like Austin is becoming or whatever.
Right.
For me, it's still like not New York.
It's still way less. I'm assuming.
Like traffic, like I mean, Route 35 is like bizarre. Like there is a lot of traffic on it. Like the fact that I was just late to my own podcast here for you. But you know, there was an accident. Like I accidentally woke up late. No, I'm just kidding.
That's what happened. Stood outside for in the 100-degree
there was
weather.
a fender bender on the highway, so I was 30 minutes late.
You have that saved for all your clients. Like, hey, I'm late. Look, there's a fucking.
I'm late every day, and I always blame it on everything but why I'm actually late.
What were you really late for? I woke up 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, because I went to bed 3 hours ago.
That's how you do it, though, man. You gotta paint a picture for people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in more ways than one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So do you like Austin?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah.
Do you like it more than New York?
Yeah.
Do you really? Okay.
Well, like I think because what we just said, I like that there's like less, you know?
Okay.
I just think in New York people lose like human individual value. Like the nicest thing you can do in New York is leave somebody alone, right?
Okay. Yeah,
like,
makes sense.
Like when you're walking, you know, like don't talk to me because I might miss a bus or a subway or like whatever, you know. Whereas like here, I think like it's more normal to like slow down, you know, like I'll stop and get a coffee in the morning.
Say hi
talk,
to the barista.
Yeah, I talk to them sometimes for 20 minutes. I have to decide like how late I'm going to be. Like I need to have a 20-minute commitment to go there.
Right.
You know, and it's amazing, but like that's what I like, you know, but at the same time, like in New York, that's not the vibe.
Right.
You know, it's more like get in, get out, you know, and that's like respectful. Like leave me the fuck alone. Let me go. Because
I could see that. I see like if you're in New York, everything's super quick. Get in, get out, like you said, but yeah, it's not like that down here. Down here, it's all about. It's a little slower, and it's even slower in some like other different southern states.
I would imagine, yeah. I would imagine even just different parts of Texas, right? Because like Austin is like the New York in Texas, right? Or like the LA, you know.
Any of the 3 hotspots, Dallas, Houston, Austin, they're a little bit more like your bigger cities. Once you get even Fort Worth, where I'm at, it's a little bit more that country, true Texas vibe.
Mm-hmm. Like more so.
It's not crazy. It's getting more like it is here, but it's also gotten a lot more. It still has that, hey, how you doing? Let me shake your hand. What's going on? You know,
right.
Talk to your waitress.
But I find even sprinkles of that here, believe it or not, even though it's like, I know to like a Texan, that would be like, no way. But like, there's still like local businesses of people that grew up here and shit, like sprinkled in, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe it's watered down a little bit, right? But like, I still get it more than you would in the Northeast, you know?
Well, yeah. If you go somewhere out of the way, drive drive west for 2 hours, and I guarantee you'll talk to some people that you didn't realize you were going to talk to, and they're 70 years old, and they'll tell you their entire life story. To me, I like that. I think it's really cool to connect with people on that level, but some people don't like that.
Well, actually, David Vega, he was telling me when I saw him last time that his grandma is actually, her house was like right up the street from here.
Okay.
And it's interesting because this is like a very like kind of like bustling, gentrified area of Austin. And then there's just like a random house over there.
A single house over there.
It's just a single house.
Right.
And he said, dude, that's my grandma's house that she had for years. Like, and she like won't give it up or whatever.
She's the guy from Up.
Yeah.
You ever seen Up?
No, I never seen it, but I know the premise.
Never seen Up.
Well, I don't have kids.
Well, I saw it before I had kids too. Have a big Up on my shirt. I'm that guy.
Oh, a tattoo of him?
No. But that'd be horrible. Just a huge house.
I think I did see that with my wife might have put it on when we first met.
Right.
And I was half paying attention. Just new relationship. Put on the movie.
Like, oh yeah, I'll pay attention for this.
Yeah, I'll pretend to pay attention. I'm just looking to fuck.
Touch you. You went straight to it like, I'm gonna fuck. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, why else am I here? I'm just kidding. I mean, she's still with me, so it worked out.
How long y'all been together?
Like 10, 11 years.
Oh shit,
something like that.
Yeah, same over us. Me and my wife are celebrating 10 years. That's why we're going to on this big trip. 10-year anniversary.
That's it. You was telling me before you're going to Italy.
Yeah.
What part?
Italy. So we're going to Venice. We'll be in Venice for like 3 or 4 days, and then we go down to Naples and Sorrento, and then Isle of Capri, and then we go to Paris. We fly there to Paris for a couple days as well.
So I've been to all those places in Italy. So
is it cool? Is it worth it?
Amazing. The thing about Italy is we were there for like 17 days, and it's not enough. Even 17 days is not enough time.
Right.
Like you can literally stay in. Like I think you can spend your whole life exploring Italy and its history and art.
See, that's why I wanted to go there. My wife, up until about a month ago, had no idea about this trip. I planned it back in like November. Yeah, I was trying to surprise her, for this anniversary.
You're a good guy.
I don't know why I was doing it. But
my wife's always telling me, "Could you help plan?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll do it." And I'm
that's
just like,
normally me.
Here's a few dollars, you plan it here, I'll pay.
Right. That's exactly how I'm like, hey, what are we doing? All right, here's some money. Here you go.
I'm just like, hey, here's a few bucks.
Fellas, like, here's some money.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back upstairs and play video games.
Right.
Yeah.
That's normally how I do it, but for this instance, we were sitting there and I was like, I want to do something special. It's 10 years. It's kind of a big moment, and I planned it, and I don't know how I fucking planned it. I got a whole what is that? Travel agent. Got all that. The only thing that fucked me was that I ordered a plug converter on Amazon, and my son opened the Amazon package and took it to my wife, and it right on course on the front of it said from U.S. to Italy, and I was like, fuck. And I found it on my toilet when I got out of the shower, and I was like, oh, did you find it? She's like, no. I was like, you're full of shit. You saw it, didn't you? And she's like, yeah. I was like, oh, goddamn, dude, I'm sorry. But, she's cool with it.
So you got sold out by the plug.
I did, man. The youngest kid was like, I'm going to show her. I'm telling him, mom knows everything.
Imagine that. Just blow the whole spot with a fucking plug.
And in my head, I knew I should have just ordered it on a different Amazon account or something. I was like, how bad is it going to be? How easy is it going to be to notice? It's just a plug.
Yeah, hon, I accidentally ordered a fucking plug converter. You know what I mean?
But it said, it was 3 inches long, Italy on the front of it.
But I don't think Italy has a specific one, does it? I think it's just the.
Fuck, I don't know.
But you just want to be sure.
I saw U.S. to Italy. I was like, that makes sense.
You're like, this is a plug for Italy. Yeah, this is the Italian plug.
Yeah,
it was the name of the brand was Romanagio. It's
it had mozzarella inside.
Yeah. This is the fucking outlet with a spaghetti coming off it.
Exactly.
That's great. When I plugged one of those things in I guess there's different levels to those things, like grades or whatever. And I had a cheapo one from one of those gift shops or whatever. And I had a couple of them, and I plugged one in Amsterdam, and just boom, the house just turned off. And I was like, well, and it was like an Airbnb. There was no one, it was 1 a.m. or something. There was no one to.
So no one even called.
Yeah. Or as they would say, 13 o'clock. Oh, no, that would be 1.
13 o'clock.
No, I'm just kidding. It was whatever. So the fucking house went out. And me and my wife just looked at each other and we're like, all right, I guess this is how we're doing this.
We're just going to sit in the dark.
Yeah. And so, like, yeah, I've definitely blown a couple of those things out there. And, like, I know the hair dryer is a biggie, you know.
So how long were you out in Amsterdam?
Amsterdam was probably like a week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you travel quite a bit?
We used to.
Yeah.
And I guess we still probably do more than, like, your average person. But we used to travel, like, a lot.
Really?
Yeah. But back to Italy, all those places you're going are amazing. Sorrento is really cool.
That was one of the big ones that I wanted to go to. Yeah.
It's like the Amalfi Coast and all that shit. But and you said you're staying on Capri too?
Yes.
Yeah. You got to take the boat around it.
Yeah.
Bro. I didn't do like the Green Grotto or whatever that one is because it was like a tourist, but there's another one that's like offbeat.
Okay.
It's like the nicest water I literally ever seen.
That's what I want to see. Like I'm used to like Gulf Coast water, and that's no.
It was like I'm gonna show you a video of it.
Okay.
After we're done with this, it's insane. But also Venice, if you're there for 4 or 5 days, take like a day trip. They have like a taxi there, like a water taxi. It's just like it'd be like people that live there use it like legitimately to commute and shit. And it's just like you could buy a day pass.
Okay.
So you could just take advantage of that, and then one of them goes to Murano.
Okay.
So it's a little island off of Venice.
Okay.
And that's where they make all the glass.
Oh, I've heard of this.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I've seen
and it's just
some
you could just
TikToks
do it
and
for.
stuff about
We just went over there for a few hours.
Right.
You know what I mean? We got gelato every day. And so someone gave me a tip about the gelato over there.
Okay.
Whenever you see the gelato overflowing from the thing, it's a tourist trap.
That's fake gelato.
They like fluff it. Like they're not fluff it. Like they're trying to create like a perception. Like, look at this. There's all like fruit on it. Like they put like fucking bananas between everything, you know,
Right.
And it's all like overflowing.
Right.
That's like on the main roads usually. But the real good gelato things, it's flat. It's flush with the container.
Is it still open?
It's
Or-
open.
Okay.
It's like, so think of like the serving fridge.
Okay.
And like, you know, in there are those like things like full of each flavor.
Right. Yeah.
If it's a tourist trap, they fill the gelato 3 times higher than the lip of the container.
Okay.
And it's like flowing out. And then they'll put like decoration, like they'll put like, you know, fucking grapes and all shit like between it.
Right.
It's a tourist trap.
Okay.
The real good gelato shops, it's flat.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
And it's like you'll see what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I'm
look
gonna
for
be like, this is the gelato we got to try.
telling
Bobby
you,
told me.
someone gave me that tip and we had fucking banging gelato. Dude,
So it's
everything.
that big of a difference. Like you can.
Oh yeah,
fully tell
I mean,
the
I'm sure like the other one is like good because it's just like sugar and stuff.
Right.
But we sampled them. Like we found some real like artisanal.
Some real gelato.
Yeah, some guy who fucking over there just like churning gelato.
Churning gelato.
Smells like armpits. You know what I mean? He's like, hey, gelato. And he's fucking. We found the one with the basil.
Is that basil
A
gelato?
basil lemon or some shit like that, bruh.
Really?
Yeah. It was so good that I actually bought lemon gelato in New Jersey. There's like a famous pastry shop that makes Italian ice.
Okay.
Because, you know, New Jersey, it's like U.S. is Italy, right? It's like
it's close.
So, yeah. So basically, I bought the lemon, and then I bought, you know, you ever see in the grocery store, they have the, what is it called? The fucking, they have the basil plants that are like real. Like it's like, like it'll be like growing in a little fucking dirt, like at the produce area. I bought one of those and trimmed off the gelato.
Okay.
I mean, the leaves.
Okay.
And put it in a blender with the lemon Italian ice.
Yeah.
And blended it and made my own.
And was it fucking good?
Dude, so good.
No shit.
And you're welcome for that tip, by the way.
I'm going to do that when I get home tonight.
You got to buy lemon Italian ice and put real basil in it. It turns it neon green. It's insane.
Basil.
And then refreeze it for a little while.
Right.
Off
Fuck
the chain.
Me and the kids are going to do that tomorrow.
Your kids will be
Be like,
"Ew,
Bobby, here you go. Appreciate it, man.
Dad, why are you putting like leaves in the fucking Italian ice?
My kids are wild, man.
Yeah. How old are your kids?
So I have twin 8-year-old girls, and then I have a 4-year-old little boy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was the 4-year-old the one who blew up your spot with the plug?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the one that ruined it all for us.
So your wife, she found out then?
No, yeah, she found out. And I ended up telling her, and it worked out because I had planned on not saying anything until we got on the plane. Like, here, this is where we're going. This is the itinerary.
Mm-hmm.
You know, happy anniversary.
Right. Okay, so she didn't know exactly. The plug didn't give away all the details.
No, but then I went and told her. It was just easier for me to just like, oh, this is what we're doing.
Okay.
You know.
And when was this? Like a month or two ago? Or
Like right at 3 weeks ago.
Okay, so it was like still soon, and it was still like the trip was coming quick enough that it was still like a kind of Like,
it was still very surprising.
You just
she knew we were
surprised her a
going
few
on a
weeks
trip
earlier.
right?
Yeah.
And I had thought about doing that. I thought maybe if I did it earlier, it might be a little bit better for us because then we could both plan, and it's not just me being like, "Hey, let's do this. Do you want to do this?" You know, I'm sure you know. It's like we try to plan some things, and it's like, "Oh, that works," but then the wife's like, "I don't really want to do that," and she really makes the decisions on most things.
Yeah, it probably was like a little bit of a blessing in disguise, honestly.
Yeah.
Because like now, like your wife was involved sooner.
Yeah. And she's sitting at home, she's looking at stuff. She's like, "Oh, we should do this. Let's do that." And I'm like, "Dude, that looks dope as fuck. Let's go do that." So we're actually going to the Dolomite mountain range.
Okay.
I don't know exactly where that's at. Probably by Sweden somewhere. But we're doing that the second day we're there in Venice. And that shit looks dope.
So you're doing some shit that only a wife could figure out.
Yeah. Kinda. Yeah. I would have gotten there and like, "What do you want to do?" Like, "I don't know. That place looks cool.
Yeah,
Let's go see
there's a bar over there. Like,
let's go get drunk on some wine."
That's like whenever I go somewhere, like I always tell my wife, like I just go with the flow. You know what I mean? I land, I figure it out, I use my intuition, and my intuition always just brings me to a bar.
That's exactly what, anytime I go to a convention, me and a couple buddies are like, "All right, what do you want to do?" "We'll go look at this bar. We'll go have a drink. If it's cool, we'll chill for a little bit. If it's not, we'll just hop around." And that's, to me, seems like a really cool way to see the city.
It is. Yeah. One time, it's funny, like the difference between men and women when it comes to like, you know, a night out or like doing something or planning something. Like one time my friend met me at my shop in New York City. He just came from New Jersey and was like, you know, we were like, "Let's go out." You know, and I was like, "Come to the city, meet me. I'll finish around 9 or 10, you know, show up and we'll just go out. We just went to Brooklyn. No idea."
Right.
And we were walking and we heard, and I was like, "Let's go there."
This is the place.
That sounds sick. And we went to like this 80s nightclub where people had like assless chaps. Looked like a Blade movie or something, you know?
It's a Blade. You actually stumbled upon a bunch of vampires.
Yeah. And it was like so cool because like that, you know, just using like the guidance of our intuition, you know?
That's dope.
You know? Whereas like sometimes like, you know, when like with my wife, like, you know, we're reading Yelp reviews, you know, we're looking at the thing, we're on Reddit, you know, this guy said that, or maybe we shouldn't go over here because like, you know, Debbie_23 said like, you know, I went over here and it was like, you know, I don't know, it was loud, you know, whatever. Like sometimes I just like to do that. Like even when that's why I like traveling alone too sometimes. Cause like, you know,
kind of get a feel for yourself. And it's not, you're not having to worry about anybody else's happiness or sadness or anything. Yeah.
Well, actually, I notice when I'm alone too, you invite more people into your bubble. So like if I'm with even just a friend, like you have your own bubble, so you talk, right? Like you're kind of closed in a sense. But when I'm alone, like for example, I was in Miami a few weeks ago and I just met a random couple at the bar, looking a couple from New York. They ironically, and started chatting with them. And like the next night I saw them again. And then we went to a cocktail bar and I'm just hanging out with these random ass people walking around Miami.
See, that's super cool, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Super cool. That, or they were just like swingers and they wanted to
they were trying to get you. They had like watermelon or not watermelon, pineapple apples somewhere.
Yeah. I was like, are they really nice? Or are they just, you know, or is that guy just looking for the BWC?
He wants to touch your butt, man.
Yeah.
That's what happened. How long were you in Miami?
I just for a few days with my friend's bachelor party, and we did a cruise out of there. So they flew down and we boarded and we went from there. But I went like a week early.
Oh, see, okay.
Yeah, it was the luxury of making your own schedule. You know,
of course, yeah.
I was like, I'm not gonna fly to Miami and board a cruise. I'm gonna fly to Miami a week before, then board the cruise.
Go fucking do what I want.
Yeah.
I'm just now getting to that level where I'm like taking time to actually do vacations.
Mm-hmm.
I've always planned vacations throughout the year, but you know, I book out. I don't close my book, so I book out forever.
Yeah, I'm like that too.
I like that, but like right now, I'm like, well, fuck. I want to go to this convention. I can't because I'm booked out for 9 months, and
just skip a month. That's like I started doing shit like that. Leave 2 weeks open.
Right.
Maybe you'll go away. Maybe not. If not, you'll fill it.
Right.
Or bump people up or something like that.
That's right. Yeah.
Leave gaps and shit. Or like I've been doing now, like booking less days a week.
Right.
Knowing I could kind of fill them if I need to, or just be like, it's a light week because I've been grinding.
Right. That's kind of what I've been doing. I was doing 4 days, and then next year I'm kind of doing 3 days 1 week, 4 days the next week.
Yeah.
And kind of
I'm on the same way.
Are you?
Yeah. I was even thinking of doing, because think about this, 3 days a week for 4 weeks is what, 3, 6, 9, 12.
Right.
But if you just do, or I was thinking in the summer doing 4 days a week for 3 weeks and then just taking a week off.
I used to work with a guy who would do that, but he was working 6 days a week. He was working 6 days a week, be off one day, and then he took a whole week off, and he would just go wherever.
It's like a real ass man. 6 days a week, man.
I can't do that.
My back hurts just thinking about it.
I'm not as creative like that. Like I need, like I have a creative meter. Like I start here and throughout the day it kind of drops down and then the next day it drops down. I need that gap. Otherwise I feel like I'm burning myself out.
Oh yeah. I always thought about that when people were like, oh, I need a Saturday. And I'm like, perfect. You're going to get me at like when all my fucking gauges are on low. Like,
right.
Like, cool.
Yeah.
like you're better off having me on Monday. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You're better off having me at the start of the week when I'm fresh and I know I have to work the rest of the week. I'm like, all right, cool. Let's do something cool.
But with that being said, you know, you still need to, you know, I still need you at the end of the week. You know,
I'm trying to fill that Saturday anyway.
I stopped working Saturdays a while ago, man. You know why? Because I feel like for the first like 8 years or 7 years of my tattoo career, I was always missing the barbecue, the boat trip, the, you know, the family function and all that shit. And it's like, you know what? Like, life is short. Like that's the day when everyone else I know isn't working.
Right.
So I'm like, you know what? I just don't work Saturday.
Right.
And I always could, right? I can just plug it in.
Of course.
So
and most people will take those Saturdays real quick if you had to.
Yeah, exactly. So
But
it's like, fuck it. I work Monday through Friday, you know?
Same here. I do Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and then that's my week.
Right. So you have like, that's like, you have so I don't have I'll do 4 days, but it'll be a random.
So if you do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, you have off on Thursday that week.
Yeah, or sometimes somebody wants a 3-day or so it's like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then maybe I'll work Friday, or maybe I'll just do that.
Just take that week off.
Or, or I'll just do that. Or I'll work like Monday, be off Tuesday because I need to go somewhere on Tuesday, like a fucking comedy show I wanted to go, whatever.
Yeah.
Like I just, you know,
Right.
It's not as very regimented, you know.
That makes a lot of sense.
But I'm also just kind of like that as a person.
Right.
Like just all over the place, and it works.
Yeah, I'm very structured. I'm like, this is the time you come in, this is the time I get in, everything happens. By this time, I'm done.
Yeah.
Or I try to be. Every now and then, like you said, like somebody will come in from out of town, they fly in, and I'm like, all right, I got another hour on this. Like, I'm not going to make you fly home and then fly back. Like, all right, I'll do another hour.
Yeah.
But if it's like 4 hours, I'm like, no, I'm just schedule another appointment.
Yeah, but I know. I used to struggle with that too. Like at what point, like I'm working till 4 a.m. to get this done. I think we were talking about this a little bit before.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's almost unfair to everyone at that point sometimes because it's like, you know, now I'm fucking myself up for tomorrow or the rest of the week. I'm maybe like beat and not really like giving it my all or whatever, or can't give it my all because I'm like literally like fucking I've been tattooing for 12 hours.
Exactly. Yeah.
I just think I think when you're starting tattooing that there's a benefit to that.
Yeah.
Like, I think if you're new in your first X amount of years of tattooing and you're like going home for dinner, like you're doing something wrong. Like you should be out here.
You should be killing, like not necessarily killing yourself, but you should be putting in the hours.
You should be killing yourself.
Right.
Yeah. I like that.
I used to be like that. And my wife has been very, very good about allowing me to do that. Because this was not my first career. I was an electrician for like 10, 11 years before I started doing this.
Oh, wow. So you did, wait, when did you get into tattooing? How long have you been doing it?
I've been tattooing now professionally 4 years.
Okay. Wow.
5 years I tattooed at home.
Okay.
Messing friends
wow.
up.
You were an electrician.
Well, I was an electrician with twins.
How old are you?
36.
36. So you started tattooing at like 32 professionally.
31, yeah.
31.
32, 2019, 32. When I first started tattooing professionally, I lied to get into the studio I was working at. I told the guy I'd been tattooing for years.
But you kind of were, right? You were like scratching at home and shit.
But it was like 7-8 months.
But did you have a concept a little bit, or were you doing like decent shit at home or not even?
Enough that a lot of tattoo studios were reaching out to me. And like I had made a post and I was like, I'm looking for a studio. And
where were you living at this time?
Still at the house or in Fort Worth.
Okay, so you're from Fort Worth.
I'm from Duncanville. I'm not sure if you know where Duncanville is. It's a suburb of South Dallas.
I'm just thinking of a bunch of Dunkin' Donuts in a town. Like, just like, do they even have Dunkin' Donuts out here?
They do. Yeah.
They do? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if that was an East Coast.
Yeah, I think most people think about it for the coffee than more donuts than anything. But
just a town of like fucking coffee and guys slam Dunkin'. Like.
That's basically what it was,
with
right?
Dunkin' yo-yos, like just
Dunkin' Donuts, Dunkin' yo-yos, chilling out.
Fucking slam Dunkin'.
That'd be a wild ass town, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so I grew up in South Dallas.
Stand-up comedy with Duncan Trussell. All right. Sorry.
How far else can you? Who else?
So you grew up in Duncanville.
You grew up in Duncanville.
Okay, and then and is that like nearby Fort Worth? Is that like the closest city?
So Dallas, it's in Dallas. It's a suburb of South Dallas. So
Duncanville is a suburb of Dallas,
right.
South Dallas.
South Dallas.
Okay.
Grew up there majority of my life. Got kicked out. Kind of slept on friends' house and like their couches.
Just surfing on couches.
I was kind of doing a little bit of everything,
Yeah.
and then ended up moving in with the girl I was dating at the time, and her parents.
Okay.
And then built my way up and started doing like asphalt and concrete and doing a bunch of construction.
Mm-hmm.
And then I fell into doing electrical work, and then did that for 10, 12 years. Yeah.
Wow. So why'd you get kicked out? What were you? What kind of shenanigans were you getting?
All right.
into?
Well, it wasn't like I was shenanigans. So football was majority of what I did as a child, right? I wasn't like I did art, but art was not the main focus at all.
Yeah, same here.
It was like I played football. Football was my ticket out of this town. Like let me use that to my advantage.
What position did you play?
Defensive tackle. I mean, I played running back.
And
right?
Texas football is life.
It really is,
right?
Man. It really is. And especially in Duncanville. Duncanville's got a big team. They just won state last year.
Oh, cool. The high school?
No, high school, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was cool when we had a good run, but it didn't work out. And then colleges, I thought that they would be a little bit more interested in me, but I'm not the standard for what defense tackles are now. They're a lot more smaller, leaner, faster.
Isn't it interesting? There's like actual evolution to positions
Yeah.
based on like the market. And I've noticed that. And to back up what you were saying before, I actually grew up in the exact same fashion.
Okay.
That art for me was like innate, and I was able to always do it and grasp it, but never like.
It's never the first thing that you woke up in the morning and wanted to do.
I thought I was playing sports. I like chicks. You know what I'm saying? Like for me, it was like kind of like a little like corny, like like at least my perception as a kid. Like I'm not gonna just go make art.
Let me go draw for people. No, that's the same thing.
I played baseball, hockey. Me and my friends played wiffle ball. Like we were like athletic kids. Like we fucking played sports, stickball. You name it. We were out anything competitive, fucking frisbee, just we were athletic kids.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I was just out there chasing tails around, playing sports and all that shit. And then art was just something that kind of was like ingrained into my birth that I had to find later.
So how old were you when you first started tattooing?
23.
Okay, so you were still young.
Yeah.
Okay.
But up until that point, I didn't pay 1 second to art. You know what I mean? It was just like all. But yeah, to go back to what you were saying, sorry, I just went off on a tangent there. But so you were saying that, so then eventually you get into tattooing.
So yeah, eventually started tattooing. I was 31, kind of did the whole thing that you're not supposed to. Got a machine off of Amazon and kind of fucked some friends up for a little bit.
Yeah, I did that.
Got a little bit better, and then people were like, hey, can you tattoo my friend? And then friends of friends and friends of friends. And I remember looking at my wife and I was like, dude, like, I think I should do this. I'm making more money tattooing 2 days a week than I am working 80 hours a week doing this electrical job.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I think I want to do this. And then find out my son, she was pregnant with my kid. And I was like, well, I can't really just jump into this now. So fast forward, he's born. I remember to the day 2 weeks later, I went to her and I was like, I quit my job. I'm like, I'm doing this. Like this is where we're going to go.
Yeah.
And it's like, what do you think? And she's like, no, of course everybody's telling me, no, you can't do that. Why would you do that? You have a good job. Like, why would you give that
Were you in
up?
like a union or something?
No, not necessarily a union. There's not that big of a union down here.
This is like the Northeast coming. Were you in the fucking union? Who got you in? Huh?
No, like nothing like that. Like here, it's like, what can you do? All right, cool.
Yeah.
And then
some nice guy pulls up in like a Ford F-150 and was like, you could do some electrical work out here. And you're like, yeah, I got you.
I got you, bro. Let's do this.
In New York, it would be like, they're like asking if you know where Jimmy Hoffa is or something. Like, you in the union?
You in the union, bro?
Hey, I got work for you. Don't worry about it. You need work? I got work.
I wish it was like that, but no. I kind of my dad did it, and I think that's maybe where I thought I could work my way into it.
But it was a good job.
It was not a bad job by any stretch.
It's like a testament to like how great of a job you have now.
Exactly.
Exactly. Because it's not a bad job. Like you had work, right?
Yeah.
Like you were providing.
I was doing the best I could. Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows where that would have took you to? You might have like opened your own business or whatever.
Maybe you're right. Like maybe that could have been. And I never thought about doing that, which I don't know why. Because now tattooing was like going into tattooing was like. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Let's see how this works. And,
Yeah.
But I never thought about opening up an electrical thing. Anyway.
Well, who knows if you ever break your wrist or something.
Oh God, don't even knock on some wood.
I think this table's wood. Let's give it a knock together. You ready?
Yeah, that's marble.
No, it's not. Trust me.
That's from IKEA.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Fucking Wayfair.
Overstock.com.
Yeah. No, when I was in Italy last time, I chiseled off some marble.
Fucking with a hammer. Getting
Bro.
after it.
Yeah, but so I forget. Oh, so wait, we were talking before. I think it was about you were playing football.
Right.
There was something that I missed. I forget what it was.
Were we talking about me getting kicked out?
Oh yeah.
That's how it
You were
started.
just crashing on people's couches and stuff
So
like
yeah,
that.
my mom and I, and we've built our relationship back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure my mom will see this, and I don't mean to have her have any, I don't feel any way about this anymore, but it happened.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we got into it over some money type situations, and her and my dad had just split, so I'm sure there was a lot of stress on her end, and I'm a 18-year-old kid. I'm like, you don't got to do whatever I got to do, and she's like, no, you don't live here no more. And I kind of called her bluff, and I left for the weekend, and I came back, and she's like, nah, for real, you don't live here no more.
Oh,
I was like, oh, okay, well, let's see where this goes, and stayed in my car for that night, and then moved in with a friend for like a couple of days, and then that kind of burnt itself out, and I moved in with somebody else, and that did for like a month, and then I ended up moving in with a girlfriend, and I was with her for about 7 or 8 months, and her parents kind of got me back on my feet, and then I got an apartment, and in my head I was like, oh, I'm doing way better than what I was, because I started off in the car.
and now you got an apartment.
And I got an apartment.
And you had
I
a
got
job.
cat
You were doing electrical work at this time.
No, at this point I was doing concrete and
Okay.
asphalt.
Okay. You were just out there grunt. Like
Oh God,
working.
that was god awful, dude. 130 degrees outside and shoveling 500-degree asphalt.
Yeah, I never realized until I moved out here, like how those kinds of jobs, like what that means when you do that here. Like
It
I
gives
saw a
you
guy.
major perspective.
Yeah, I was driving to work one day, like when I first moved here, and I saw a dude just weed whacking on the side of the highway with like a rag under his hat, just hanging over his neck, like protecting himself from the sun. You know what I mean?
You see it and you're like, dude, that seems like that's going to be hot, but no, it's like a air conditioner. When you have the long sleeves and you have all that, and your sweat accumulates.
Well, me and my wife were trying to figure that out because people here are wearing like long sleeves and sweatshirts.
Yeah.
When it's like would normally be too hot for it, but I don't know if it's like a change in your perception of the weather.
Maybe.
Because like I rolled up here with a hoodie on today. But
Did you?
But it's not. But you also have a fucking sleeveless shirt.
Sleeveless hoodie.
Maybe I'm just trying to fulfill like a prophecy, like just like I'm in Texas now. My blood thinned, like you know
That's
what I
what it
mean. It's
is.
kind of
You're
like
like- It's only 92 degrees today. It's still cold.
It's like 89 degrees. I'm a little fucking chilly. My wife told me it was chilly today.
It did actually not feel horrible when I was standing outside. I was like, this actually feels pretty good.
Dude, in the New Jersey or like the Northeast area, like today would be a beach day.
Well, okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I think after the winter was just like 16 degrees or, dips down to 5 degrees and, even a negative here and there with the wind chill.
Right.
When it finally hits 78, 9 degrees, it's like, what the fuck? Yeah,
Like,
take our shit off and let's go get sun and let's get some of that vitamin D.
That's how I feel. Like once it hits like 80 degrees, 70 degrees, I'm out in the backyard chilling.
Right. But what I'm saying is like when the low is lower,
Right.
anything feels like it feels hotter.
Well, yeah, I get it.
I'm just saying, I think it's like your perspective to the range.
Right.
So like here it gets cold in the winter too, which is surprisingly like colder than I would have thought.
Right.
But it's like 40, 30, and then you got like a random like dip. But like for the most part, it's like 30s, 40s, right? So then like your like 100 is like it's like you shifted the whole range up. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So like when it's like 4 degrees, 70 feels hot. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could definitely see that in the Northeast because here, I guess that's why people wear hoodies in the 70 when it's 70 degrees outside because they're used to the 100-degree weather. If it goes the opposite direction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. Since I've been here, what I'm trying to do is see a rattlesnake. Have you ever seen one?
I killed a rattlesnake, cut his head off.
Yeah, decapitated it.
Do you know that their heads will still fucking snap at you for like 4 hours?
Is that right? Is that why people decapitate them? So get this. We moved here, right? And like, my wife wanted to move here too because I took her here a couple times and she liked, the running communities and all that shit. But there was like a little bit of, I don't want to say convincing, but like, you're relocating your wife who grew up in an area to, a new state. Right. So I'm like, trying to kind of like cover for some shit that might be lit. You know what I mean? Right. Like the fact that there could be a rattlesnake, that's hanging out legit, in the bush while she's, walking to the car. You know what I mean? So we move here. We hire landscapers for the house, right? Fucking week 1. First week here. I'm like, oh, it's great here, honey. Is it not? Like, oh, no, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it's great. Yeah. Like, forget that it's 110 degrees out and my fucking ass is melting. You know what I mean? let's it's great. Yeah. Good restaurants, nice coffee shops. Yeah. Like, and then the landscaper calls us and we're like, we just want to let you know that we found a coral snake right out the back door. And I'm like, oh, coral snake must be like a garden snake, right? So my wife Googles it. Right. Most poisonous snake in North America. Yeah. I'm like, oh. So then I go out in the yard. I'm like, there must be more. I'm looking around. And bam, there it is. I see a coral snake right on the.
You saw another one? Oh, shit. Okay.
I thought I saw another one.
Right.
They decapitated it and left it there.
So was he still moving?
No, this was the next day.
Oh, okay.
But it was there. And then you could still see where it died a year later. The mark of the snake. So every time we walked past it, we're like. That's
kind of cool.
Rest in peace. But like, I didn't even know what a coral snake was.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like, it's crazy. But like, moral of the story is I'm trying to like, I'm glad we moved here. And then,
you got a snake on the back porch.
And then she's like, well, because we were like, we were initially thinking a big yard would be good for the dog,
Right.
Nope. We're like, our dog's 7 pounds. Right. Dog don't go in yard.
Dog's going to get eaten.
Dog don't go in yard.
Like the hawks down here will actually pick up little dogs. Have you heard about that?
I know, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Shit's legit out here.
Yeah, it is legit. I kind of like it though.
Yeah. I saw a. Now I don't live. I live in the city, like city of Fort Worth. Mm-hmm. It's close to the lake, so I guess you see some stuff. But there was a fucking 4-point deer the other day sitting just crossing the fucking street,
just like that.
2:00 in the morning.
City area.
Like I was like, God damn, bro, where the hell did you come from?
I kind of get nervous riding my motorcycle here sometimes for the reason that I know there's a lot of deer.
Right.
And I was riding some back roads at night the other day, and I was like, man.
Yeah, he jumps out. That's it.
Yeah, and that's just GG. But I also like don't know what it is. Like for example, if you go to New York City and for all the chaos going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've been there, yeah?
Yeah.
So you see all the drivers and the beeping and the crazy traffic. But think about the millions of people driving those roadways, and you really don't see accidents.
Yeah, I've never thought about that.
I've worked there for like years and never even saw an accident. I don't know what it is.
I don't know why that's so revolutionary to me right now.
It's like an organized chaos. Here, people drive insane, and I see literal wrecks on the highway where people just like on the way here, someone had to die. I've seen more accidents in a year here than I've seen in my whole entire life on a 3-mile stretch of highway.
Wow.
And it's like makes me nervous. Like every time my wife goes out of the house, I'm just like, I love you.
I'm not trying to laugh at that, but yeah, that's nuts. Because to me, that's normal. Like I don't know any different.
Bro, I'll be driving going 80 in the left lane in a 70, and a fucking truck comes out, goes 4 lanes over, goes into the shoulder just to pass me to get one car ahead of me. And I'm like, what are you doing?
People do that shit all the time. It blows my mind. I can't say that I'm not that dude. Mm-hmm. I drive a fairly fast car, but I'm like, I don't drive stupid. I'm not like weaving in and out of people. I'll jump over.
And you can't say anything. Dude will pull out like a revolver.
Oh, everybody's got guns.
Yeah.
Everybody's got guns out here.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I like that. I'm a gun guy personally. Yeah, big time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have no guns.
No?
No.
Do you not like them or you just don't have them?
No, I just don't have any. I feel like...
Well, you got kids too. I guess it's a thing.
That's the reason that I don't have anything. I don't want the kids to do something accidental and hurt themselves, but... I don't know.
But for me, that's like a little bit of a juxtaposition, maybe. Because if I had kids, I might want one too.
Yeah. You
might have to defend those kids.
Oh, dude, that's my worst fear is that something like that's going to have to happen.
As a guy who's prepared to defend my domain, my worst fear would be having to defend my domain.
Right.
But at the same time, I'm ready to defend my domain.
I am too. Like, I guarantee if somebody comes through the house at 2:00 in the morning, they're going to see my big ass and they're going to be like, oh, shit. And
Yeah, but you're
play
just gonna.
football. Like,
I was just gonna say,
take care of
you're
it.
gonna like wrap a guy and go like Lawrence Taylor on his ass or some shit. You know?
Fucking Primal just smashing his face in the concrete.
You're like J.J. Watt, like just coming out of the backfield.
It's funny that I do flowers.
Yeah, so we were talking about that before. You were saying that when people come in, they're like, they think the chick next to you is gonna tattoo them.
100%.
Yeah,
and then they see my ass and they're like, oh, you're the one who does? I've literally had like couples come in for a consultation, and I guess the girls know, I put my face on the Instagram or whatever. And then the dudes are like, this is the guy who's going to do your floral? And I'm like, yeah, man, that's me. What's wrong with this? Do I not look like a floral tattooer?
Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah.
But I'm like very empathetic, and I can feel the floral in you.
Can you?
Yeah.
I heard you, when you and Sean were talking about that, I was like, I almost text you like, see if you can tell that I do fucking floral tattoos.
I could.
Could you?
The first minute I met you. Yeah, I was like, this is a teddy bear guy.
Except for when you see me on the street and I'm alone or I'm with my family, and it's a completely different person.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure that I would step to you. You know what I'm saying?
Find me in the alley like, that's where that guy fucking lives. Like,
but if I was looking for a bouquet, I might hit you up. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Tony, what kind of flowers go together? I got you, bro.
Yeah.
These go great. Trust me.
If I ever decided to get a little gay, you know what I mean? I'm going to hit you up when I want to get gay.
Yeah, I'm the one to come to. Oh, shit.
I don't even know what we're saying, man.
How did we get on that?
I have no idea, but that's the beauty.
That was a good little tangent.
We were talking about people driving, guns.
Oh, you asked me about the rattlesnakes.
Oh, rattlesnakes. That's right. Dude, I'm trying to see one. My neighbor said he fucking killed one in front of our house. He drove over it with his car.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. But
you
now,
sure you want to see a rattlesnake?
Well, yeah, because I know they're there.
Is it the same? Like, so you've been like obsessed with tornadoes recently too, right?
Love tornadoes.
Have you ever seen a tornado?
No.
Is it like one of those things you want to see, like a rattlesnake?
So I want to see tornadoes and rattlesnakes, but I want to see them in
a safe area.
No, I want to see a rattlesnake when it's not seeing me first.
Okay.
And I want to see a tornado when it's not heading towards my house.
It's not coming down on your fucking porch.
Yeah. I want to see a tornado like in a field in Nebraska.
Well, yeah, when there's no destruction, it's just the beauty of it.
Or just not destruction of my place.
Not your own personal shit.
And again, the same with the snake.
Yeah, man.
I mean, if it's biting you, I don't mind seeing it.
Like, fuck Tony, like he got bit by a rattler. Yeah, when we killed that one, I was working for the city at the time, and the animal control called us, was like, "Hey, we got this rattlesnake. We know the supervisor wants to get one." Of course, the super was like, "Y'all ain't doing nothing today. Just go kill this rattlesnake and skin him." And I swear, this thing was like, he was like 14 feet. Nah, maybe not 14 feet long. He was about as long as this light post. So 5, 6 foot.
So for the listeners, yeah, about 5'6".
Yeah. And he was about a good,
damn,
I don't know. He was fucking thick, like a football size.
A lot of girth.
He was fat motherfucker.
Like a football?
He was the biggest football in his biggest spot.
Just a huge snake.
Just a big ass rattlesnake. That's the biggest rattlesnake I've ever seen. So the supervisor takes his head off, and I had video of it years ago, but like his head would fucking, you'd touch it and it would start jumping at you.
Damn.
And when we were cutting the body open, the body was fighting us the whole like 3 hours, taking the skin off. It fought us the whole time.
Wait.
After the head was gone.
Hold on. Let me understand this.
Okay.
You killed a rattlesnake.
Took his head off.
You're skinning the rattlesnake.
Skinning the rattlesnake.
Hours later.
3 hours later.
And it's
still as strong as the fucking strongest person you've ever tried to arm wrestle.
Stop.
I swear to God.
Damn.
When we threw it in the river, well, we took the skin, and I know we probably shouldn't have thrown it in the river, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Gave the skin to the supervisor. We took the body and threw it in the river, and figured, animals would take care of it at that point, and it was still fighting us.
I just had a vision because like where I'm from, like that whole scenario makes sense for like a guy who owes you money. And
it's the same out here.
Here you're just talking about a snake.
Well, yeah, man.
We're like, yeah, we took the skin off, we threw him in the river, and the animals took care of the rest.
The animals took the rest of it.
I was like, oh, some dude you owed gambling debt to,
Was his name Tony Two Toes?
Yeah.
Like, we don't fuck with him no more.
You're like, no, my name's Tony, but I'm talking about a fucking snake.
Fuck yeah, man. That snake it was wild. The first experience that I had ever had taking the snake skin off, and I never did this again since, but it's fucking nuts, man. That was like 12 years ago.
Damn,
still fucks
dude.
with me.
And you're saying they could still bite you hours after.
Hours, and it's still lethal.
Yeah, because the venom's still there.
Yeah, I guess it's in their jaw somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know how it works, but I kind of wish I did.
No.
Yeah.
Google it.
Yeah, that's what I want to set up here. I want to have that process where I could do. I mean, I could do it with my laptop.
You need
now.
Jamie in the corner. Hey, Jamie.
Yeah, I need so anyone listening, if you want to do that, come hang out.
It'd be a cool time for sure.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Because like I don't even want to set up this shit. Like I do it now, like a
Right.
one-man show. But I just kind of want to, the opportunity's there, kids.
You're going to have like 15 people showing up at your door.
That's what I thought. Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe.
You heard.
Don't miss out on the opportunity.
Yeah. I put an ad out for an apprentice and got no real
Nothing?
hit up. Well, the thing is, I think I wrote a little too long-winded of a criteria.
What were you expecting from your apprentice?
I don't know, man. I think that, you know what it is? I think that it's just because it was inauthentic. Like, when I say that, I think what I truly want in an apprentice is like somebody to present themselves. Like, I almost look at it like meeting somebody who becomes your good friend or your wife or like those types of things. Like, or you're like a master and a young, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't think it should be like so transactional for me. Like, I'm not saying that it can't be, because I know people who are great tattoo artists who like paid for an apprentice or whatever.
Right.
Like, it doesn't matter.
Right.
But I think the way that I just am as a person, for me, having an apprentice would be something very organic.
So do you think like someone, you hear about people telling you like, hey, if you want to get an apprenticeship, go get tattooed by that person. Would you want it to be a client, or do you
I don't know.
not a client?
I don't know. I don't even think I know. And I think that's probably why it doesn't present itself.
So it's a unicorn of a person?
Yeah.
Okay.
And probably like that's what I was saying to Mark. I was like, I don't even know if it exists.
Right.
Like it might, because I feel like maybe I was that way.
Okay.
So maybe I'm looking for someone similar to me. But I also told I'm very one of a kind. So I'm not sure, But like, I just think like it should just be like someone who like yearns for something.
Okay.
And it's just like so hard to deny them, Does that make sense?
No, that makes total sense.
Like I want to help you because you need to be helped, because that's what you like give off.
You just see that potential in that person. You're like, this is going to be an amazing artist.
I almost look for personality traits more than art ability. And I know like me and Mark were talking about that, and he was telling me like he thinks that's crazy.
Right.
I don't know what it is, because I think I can teach someone how to make art that they don't know they know how to make.
I completely agree with that. Like, I asked Rimber about that one time, like, because most of his apprentices are fucking phenomenal artists already.
So they're seeking this kind of opportunity.
Right. They see Rimber and they see what he can
and they're
give
talented.
them. Right. But every one of them is usually a very, very, like, they have a specific type of personality about themselves.
Yeah.
Like, they carry themselves a certain way. They have, like, gravitas about themselves. There's not just some scrub off the fucking road that can draw. Yeah. Which is how I kind of perceive myself. And I asked him about that.
Wait, you perceive yourself how? Like the scrub off the street?
Yeah, like I don't.
Like you were literally pouring asphalt.
I don't fit in the fucking
You were the road, bro.
I was the road, and then I'm fucking below that shit.
But that's cool. That's how I look at myself.
Is it?
Yeah,
okay,
dude,
it's not just me.
Yeah.
I feel like everybody in the studio, like, they've all gone to art school and they've done all these things. And I'm like, no, man, I don't give a fuck about that. Like, oh, you can paint. Like, that's cool. I can paint, like, sort of. But
isn't that kind of weird? Because maybe that's why you're sitting here.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No, because I like that shit.
Yeah.
I could sense that.
You could sense it in me.
Yeah, dude. I love that stuff. For me, that's the best. I always felt like gritty.
Okay, yeah.
So one time I made this post on Instagram a while back. I was riding the bus to New York for whatever reason. I'm standing on a bus because it's full.
Right.
Fucking holding the thing, swaying around. I got my gear on me. And I made a post saying that tattooing is not glorified. This is like being a plumber. Okay. And some guy was like, no, you. But I always looked at it that way. Like, this is like almost a little bit of like a trade. Right. That I don't think is like, I like the rawness. Like, I like the purity. Like, like a guy like you were saying, like a guy like me, like you told me you poured asphalt and did electrical work. And like, and now you're like like for you, you're on borrowed time now. You're living the dream.
Right. Yeah.
Like, because you
100%.
knew what it was like to fucking sweat in 120 degree weather and pour asphalt.
Yeah.
You're the kind of tattooer I want to be around.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for me, like, I don't care if you're an art student and you can fucking figure draw.
Right.
You know, I'm happy that you can use like your, you know, wherewithal of like how to do shit, whether it be pour asphalt, fucking rewire a building,
Right.
or make a composed tattoo.
Right.
It's the same thing.
And that's kind of how I look at it. It's a process.
It's
like, I know
literally
what I
how
need
I
to
look
do.
at it.
I need to do this. I need to do that. And this is how it fucking works.
Yeah.
I've had apprentices ask me, like, how do you do this? I'm like,
Yeah.
fuck, I don't know. Like, I can tell you the process of how I get to this point, but in all actuality, when you come in for a consultation, I get information. And then when the day of the tattoo and I'm drawing, I have no idea what the fuck I'm going to do.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't even know what I do when the client comes here and I need to meet them first.
Yeah.
And I
you got to
read
kind
their
of
energy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Their energy is going to make a big difference about what the final product is going to look like.
Sometimes people tell me that I have a style, but sometimes I feel like my style is just like what I'm getting from somebody.
Oh,
You know what I
okay.
mean?
Yeah.
It's very weird. But I always gravitate towards those types of people, which is why, like, to go back to what I was saying about The Apprentice, I feel like I would want to be most interested in being around people or teaching the type of person who has those human skills.
Right.
Like, for example, like I can, you know, figure out these cameras or build a computer, or, you know, like you were saying, like you did electrical work, or maybe I can like install something on my car, but I could also do a tattoo. I think it's the same.
I 100% feel that. When my wife was an art teacher, and she would tell me that all the time, like, kids, you know, you grow up as a kid, every kid can draw. At some point, it kind of blurs and somebody pisses on your art, and you're like,
it's almost because you were like closer to who you really were.
Right. And I feel like it's definitely a learned experience. It's something learned. It's not something that I take that back. Creativity is something that you can't really teach.
Sure.
But drawing and doing art is something that you can definitely learn. It's very easy to learn.
But where do you think then that innate creativity that's unteachable comes from?
You know, I don't know. I don't know exactly where that comes from. Maybe life experience, maybe some of the, you know, the cliche sad artists, and that's where they get their powers from, is all the sadness that they've lived through, maybe.
Yeah, I wonder about that too.
For me, it was just like, I don't want to be hungry. I don't want to have to, not that I'm ever hungry anymore, but you know, I don't have that I have that drive to me is, I don't want to get, you know, not have anywhere to live. I guess that's more what I should have said.
But that's, to me, that's the drive.
Yeah.
That's great. So for me, it's like, imagine comparing that to like so it's like people asked me before, when I was like learning how to tattoo, one of the best things older tattoo artists asked me is like, why do you want to do this?
Right.
And I think that's something that anyone learning should be asked.
Right.
And like you just gave me the answer right there. But for me, I find people who have those meta values for like why they want a tattoo, to me, that's the best. That's raw.
Right.
I feel like when it's like something like wanting to be famous, or like you're kind of trying to like, I don't like that. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't even know what I'm getting at, but I feel like maybe I do. But like, that's like a real driving force. That's like a tornado of like tattooing. Like you can't stop that, because it's like almost tapped into the evolutionary process, like of survival.
Right.
You know,
it's become so ingrained in you that this is what you have to do, because if you don't do this, something's not right. Is that what you mean?
Well, like your literal driving force is to survive.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, so that means you'll go to any extent to be successful.
Right.
Which is kind of hard to interrupt, much like a tornado.
Much like a tornado.
Right? It's like a force of nature.
No, yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, exactly.
You literally said you want to not be hungry.
No, yeah, I don't want to be hungry. I don't want to wake up and be like, I don't know where my next meal is.
That's
I know
nature.
I don't want to get back out to the 130 degree weather shoveling asphalt anymore. I know
It's
that.
literally an evolutionary trait, is your meta force. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
I don't know. Because I think like sometimes people have superficial driving points.
Yes.
That's
yes,
what
very
I'm
much
saying.
so. Yeah.
Yeah, if that makes sense.
No, it does. Like, why do you want to be an artist? Because, you know, I really love art. You know, maybe you really
or maybe
love art.
like the idea of art.
Right.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe I'm just a boomer. I'm not a boomer.
How old are you?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm 34. I'm just kidding.
We're the same age. I hope this water works for me because I'm taking it.
Yeah, I put extra Molly in it.
It's gonna be a good time.
Dude, that would be a good idea.
Fucking take drugs on camera.
And then do this? Yeah.
You know, that probably would not be a horrible time. Or
I'm not going to lie. These bottles are more filled. Look how full that is.
That was super full. This is normally what it looks like, and I'm already drinking out of it.
Can I ask you this? Look at this. This is new. Look how full that is. Can I ask you this? Is that a thing here? Does something happen?
Not always.
No, but sometimes?
Sometimes.
Like, is there something with the weather that does something to the pressure of shit? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know the answer to that.
Because my cup holders in my car, so I get in my car and I'll have a bottle of water in my car.
Okay.
And it'll be full of water, sometimes an inch. And I have no idea why, but this bottle is also sweating. Maybe it's
that's probably from the condensation, yeah.
But I wonder what causes condensation. Is it something about like the
heat,
the humidity and the heat? Because this where I'm from, that's not a thing.
Really?
Like, no, it is, but like
it's not like this.
But it's look at the bottle, dude. The bottle's gonna pop.
Yeah, I don't know.
And there's condensation, and then I'm leaving them in my car, and it's filling the cup holder up from
just the sweat.
It's almost like, the water bottle is sweating.
It's producing more of itself.
Maybe the bottle itself takes Molly.
That's what everybody's doing. All this plastic is made of old Molly.
In Texas, the people drink water because they're on Molly, but then the bottle needs water because it's on Molly. It's just sweat. It's just, I don't know. It's like I never seen something like that.
There'll be some like this one's not like that.
Yeah, but it's on its way.
Oh,
look at that thing.
No,
dude,
I didn't even
like
see that was that far.
The fuck?
From my original angle, it looked like it had a lot less in there. Maybe I've taken too much Molly already.
Yeah, it's starting to hit.
Start just touching the wall. Petting my beard.
So anyway, I don't even know what I was saying, but so let's back it up.
Yeah.
So you finally get into tattooing.
Start tattooing, yeah.
What shop do you start at that point? Who gives you the break? Who gives you the job?
So this guy, his name was Luis. I forget his last name. Martinez? Yeah, I could be screwing that up. Anyway.
Fuck him.
Yeah. So give you the whole story. So he lets me in. He's like, yeah, man, you're pretty good. Let's see what you can do. I don't know if it was like this for you, but they made me do a practice tattoo. I don't know.
Yeah, I like that stuff. Yeah,
okay.
I definitely did a couple of those.
Okay.
Oh, no, not for a new job because I did it for my apprenticeship though.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't do an apprenticeship job.
Oh, you're talking about like hi.
So he was like, "Yeah, I've never seen you work."
I'm gonna watch you tattoo. That's an old school thing.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, the dude who taught me how to tattoo told me he had to always do that.
Of the 6 studios that I interviewed with, I ended up interviewing with 3.
Okay.
2 of them wanted me to do that, and then 1, she was like, "I just want to hire you," but I don't know. I got bad vibes from her, so I was like, "I don't know about this one." She was ready to hire me right then.
Oh, and you're
Yeah, I was turning people away.
You're scratching
I've always
in your
been
house
like that.
with an eBay kid. You're just turning people down.
It's always been like that. Like,
But let me ask you this: why? Like, what?
why did I turn it down?
Yeah, like what in them didn't you like?
Okay. I also I won't say the convention's name because I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but it was a decent convention. And I had applied, and they were like, "Yeah, cool, you can come in as a scratcher." And
Like you were trying to buy a table there. Right?
no, I got a booth. They gave me a booth. And when I went to her and I was talking to her, studio was nice. She seemed decent of a person. The other people that were there seemed cool, but she didn't like. There was no such thing as self-promotion with her. She's like, you only promote the studio. You don't promote yourself.
So you knew what you wanted right from the jump.
I was like, this is like, I'm doing this. I'm helping you. And I kind of knew that just from working, other jobs. Like, what can I do to help your company? It's not what can the company do to help me. It's what can I do to help the company.
Yeah.
And I think people get that backwards sometimes. They're like, oh, I can go to this company because they have X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
When it shouldn't be like that. You shouldn't give up that much of yourself for $20 an hour. You know what I mean?
Touche.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was like, I knew that going into it. And she was like, no, we only promote the studio. You don't promote yourself.
Yeah.
All your business cards, I have to have this. And I was like, that sounds odd. I don't like that.
Yeah.
The other 2, they were like, no, we don't give a fuck. You promote yourself. We go to conventions. It's this. And then the reason I chose the one, the studio looked nicer. And I was like, all right, this seems like my vibe. The guys, they're younger and
I
like
fucks
close.
with you. That's cool.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. So I'm there 2 months, right?
Yeah.
And the owner, and
it's like you were just speaking a language that I understand.
isn't that fucking cool? Because like
I'm the same way. I did that
like
at the first place I ever was. I was an apprentice.
Yeah.
I was tattooing for like a few months, and I was like, your business cards? Nah, I'm gonna make my own business cards.
I feel like that's what it should be. Now,
I
know
mean,
a lot of people nowadays are getting into that. But.
Yeah. But when you were doing that before, that was normal. It's cool. And I actually think that, like, in a weird way, I kind of like to see that's like my juxtaposition with like the way this shit goes, because I kind of liked that there were people like, obviously it's the natural evolution of things, but like the fact that you had to like sift through that, it's kind of cool. Like, because if you didn't just sift through that, the normalization of like what you like wanted to do then there's no rebellion. Like, and it kind of like makes for like a staleness. Like I actually like think that we might be embarking on a time where like that kind of adversity is getting like more like nullified. Yeah. And maybe a little bit in our industry, but like the fact that you still have that story where like this guy's like, you can't promote yourself, or this chick was like, fuck you, bro, it's my shop. Like you were like, nah. And then that's why you'll succeed.
That's what I hope for. That's what, all the places that I've worked to get to where I'm at now. Yeah. And the funny thing is that 4 years ago, I'm sitting in a panel, wiring up this panel, and I'm talking to this guy who was getting tattooed by Frank Sanchez, right? And I was like, dude, Rimber's like this. He's like all these cool people. I was like, I want to work with that guy. And then when I sit next to the booth next to Rimber, I send a fucking picture to this guy. I'm like, bro, look where I'm at. This is my booth. I'm sitting next to Rimber 4 years later. Like that shit blows my mind that I was able to achieve that.
Sure. That's cool. Yeah, I remember those same feelings like that. Yeah. Like working, like I remember I was working at Love Machine in New York, and the shop was new. It was like a week old or like a month old or something. And it was it was just me and Sivak. We're the two only artists there. Yeah. And I got Sivak to my left, and the first guest artist was Nico Hurtado.
Oh, no shit.
And I remember taking a boomerang, and I was like Sivak on my left, Hurtado on my right.
It's not a bad place to be.
Yeah, it was like a Sivak Hurtado sandwich. You know what I mean? I was the meat.
Were you nervous fucking tattooing?
No, not really. Okay. Stuff like that never really made me nervous.
I don't get nervous. Like, only time I ever get nervous is like that first day. Mm-hmm. Like I don't know. What do they know? I'm fucking shit up. But then at the end of the day, I'm like, they know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
Like anything that is in my control in life usually doesn't make me nervous. Like, you know what makes me nervous? Like when I would like talk to a girl. Really? When I was a kid, or like even like now, you know, like a hot chick makes me nervous. You know what I mean? But like a tattoo doesn't. You know? Oh, yeah. I was born with a silver tongue. Like I've always been able to talk to anybody and everybody, and I feel like that's one of the reasons that I'm like successful in tattooing. Okay, great. Thanks for bringing that up, because that's what I was saying before. Right. I think that traits like being able to talk to somebody, being able to greet somebody, confidence, or, being like connecting with people, or, blah, 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 et cetera. Right. It's more important.
It is, in my opinion. Like, it feels like if you give somebody a cool experience, like maybe you're not the best tattoo artist in the world, but you can give someone a great experience and have them shouting your name from the fucking mountaintops. Mm-hmm. It's way better than if you're the greatest tattooer who can't.
I'll raise you one more. And then if you can do that, you can also then do that to network with your peers authentically. Right. When I say that, meaning like you genuinely make friends with good people who are good at this stuff as well. Right. And you realize that some of the best tattoo artists in the world all have that in common.
Right. I've noticed that as well.
They're just people that are good at stuff and things, a lot of them. I think some of the best ones. Yeah. Yeah.
Where were we at? What were we talking?
I don't know. But I know that you're going to Italy too.
Yeah. So I'm going to Italy.
And I bring that up because I wanted to make a point actually about that. I think that, and this is just a random point. Yeah. I think a lot of times people get really into tattooing. Some good artists too get like addicted to it. And they get real like one track mind, blinders on, boom, I'm a tattoo artist. And they forget to do things like travel, experience cultures, maybe even take a day off with their wife to go to the beach, like whatever it is. And I think doing things like traveling to Italy, maybe going to museums, seeing different architecture, meeting different types of people, consuming different types of cuisine, blah, blah, blah. that is more important to bringing inspiration to your career. Like, it's not just like pedal to the floor and you're just gonna like, and like,
Right.
and you literally cut yourself off from data input in a way,
Right.
If that makes
Right.
any
No,
sense,
yeah.
right? Like,
I feel, and I've tried to explain that to other people, but I haven't been able to articulate it the correct way.
mm-hmm.
But to me, if I over consume art, I get less inspired.
Yeah.
If I go to the, just walking down the fucking path and I see a mountain, like that's much more inspirational to me
like
than
inspiration
seeing
from life.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that comes a lot from that perspective of like, if I was not doing this, what was I doing before? And that's shoveling asphalt. And I don't want to do that. So little things.
Yeah.
Going to dinner with the family and it's just us. And I'm like, this is cool. It's a Tuesday at fucking 2:00 in the afternoon and we're inside and I'm not outside killing myself,
Yeah.
I get more inspiration from that than this guy did a great tattoo. Like I got to beat him. Does that make sense?
It makes all the sense.
Yeah.
I actually feel like literally the same way. And I couldn't agree more. In fact, I actually don't even, believe it or not, look at many tattoos.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Victor Portugal was the one who told me that. And up until about, I guess, a year ago, I had really looked at tattooers. I'm like, oh, they're doing this. What can I do to change that? And he had said like, no, man, I don't look at any tattooer. I look at painters. I look at this. I look at that. And I'm like, well, fuck, why? That makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Be creative on your own terms than trying to copy somebody else.
Yeah. I'm not even going to lie. I think I looked at your work for the first time in the car on the way here.
Yeah. Like, what's this guy going to do?
Yeah.
Fucking dicks all day.
But I say that as like a compliment.
Okay.
Because I knew I liked you, and I
Right.
I met you, I think, at a dinner after a convention.
Once, yeah.
And I just liked you.
Yeah.
There's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Boom, followed you. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like,
yeah.
I didn't like zoom in on your work or give a fuck.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It
And then
wasn't like, oh, this guy is a tattooer. He's really good. I should follow him because of X, Y, and Z.
yeah. And when Mark texted me, it was like, oh, Tony wants to do the podcast.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Tony, and then he said like, tats and snacks. I'm like, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
But like that's because when I met you, your intentions didn't seem like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like that, kind of like what we were saying before about that. Like, it's almost like that's like a different thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's not so much like the art, like it's just character traits.
Right.
And I don't know, maybe I take for granted that I'm pretty like empathetic with people, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if everyone's like that.
I seem to be fairly empathetic with most people. I feel like vibes. I can pick up on people's vibes real quick.
Yeah. And I exactly. That's what I was going to say, but I just didn't want to sound like a white girl reading crystals.
We're going to go look at the stars and pick up each other's vibes.
Yeah. I was like, man, I really resonated with this guy's zodiac sign,
I'm a Pisces, by
Yeah.
the way.
You are?
I am a Pisces.
Me too.
No shit.
Oh, dude.
What's your birthday?
March 6th.
March 3rd.
Hell yeah.
This is why
Pound
it
it
all
up.
fucking works, man.
Yeah. White girl power.
White girl power. Wonder Twins powers activate.
Wait, that sounded wrong. White girl power.
Oh God, it did. I'm not even all that white.
That's just a girl shy of white power.
It's so close.
Damn,
We're gonna
boy.
get flagged on YouTube on this shit.
Damn, bro. What nationality are you? You said you're,
So I'm half Mexican.
oh, you are half
Yeah.
Mexican.
My
Okay.
mom was Mexican. Here's a
Raised in Texas.
raised in Texas.
Checks out.
Yeah, it makes sense. I remember telling my kids the other day that they were Mexican, and they're like, "We are?" It's like, "Yeah, you're Mexican." Like, you don't. And to me, I mean, they look like normal little white kids, but like, I don't feel like I necessarily look white. But growing up, I didn't fit in with the Mexicans. I didn't fit in with the white people. There was always that bridge in between everybody.
But now that you say that, I could see like it
right.
makes
Once I
sense
say
to
it, you're
me.
like, "Oh yeah, like you're not
Yeah.
exactly one way or the other."
Yeah. If you told me you were 100% Mexican, I'd be like, oh, word.
Yeah.
You
It
know?
didn't change anything, but when middle school, high school and all that, I think that's why football was a big thing for me because that was everybody, it was a brotherhood. It was like everybody did this.
I saw actually a meme about that in
Did you?
2020 about football. Some football coach in my town posted it on like Facebook or something. And it
Okay.
made sense how like in the football world and in the locker room and all that stuff, like none of this stuff matters. Like
Right.
everyone has like one common goal and there's like a unitedness.
It's almost, I don't want to say military-esque, but it has that same, I think the same core.
Yeah.
It's the same.
But I'm not one to deny something like I think a little bit of militariness in a sense has like a benefit. Like,
Right.
like, looking at me, you wouldn't think so. Long hair, artist guy. But I think that there's a balance to life.
Right.
The yin and the yang, like you can't have no structure, right? Like
Right.
complete anarchy would be wild.
Right.
Right. So much structure would be like crazy.
Right.
So it's like the balance,
Right. Totally get that.
I'm just that sick that you're a Pisces, though. I get my
Pisces,
wife's
man.
got me all up on this shit, but usually I don't give a fuck about zodiac signs. I'm
Right.
not gonna lie,
But it
but when
fucking
someone
makes
says
sense.
but Pisces, like I'm like I think that like maybe it's like narcissism or something, but I'm just like Pisces are the best.
It's 100% the
Every
best.
Pisces I ever met is so cool,
They're the coolest people ever.
ever.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah. But I feel we also have that inner monologue that's like the exact opposite. I'm sure
Yeah.
you deal with that as well.
mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's like real stuff. Like I don't believe in zodiac signs until we start talking about Pisces.
Oh, you're a Gemini? No, I don't want to talk to you, bro.
Yeah. Come on, bro. Somebody wrote that shit in a call center. It's not real. They just made something that fits the narrative for everyone
Exactly.
some way or another. Unless it's the Pisces.
Except
bro.
for Pisces. It's
real
all the
shit.
same.
Pisces are real.
It's good shit, man.
But no, it's like, yeah. So maybe I do believe that stuff because now when you tell me that, I'm like, oh.
Like it clicks. You're like, oh, you're a Pisces.
Yeah. I love how we literally sound like white girls.
It's the alcohol.
Yeah.
Brought out the white girls in us.
I'm
white
just
girls
doing
in us.
empty stomach first thing in the morning.
First thing in the morning, getting some alcohol.
I might have to check myself in an AA after this. I'm gonna go kill a rattlesnake on the way home and then just go over to the fucking AA meeting. Like,
You ever killed? Have you eaten a rattlesnake?
hell no, but I
Oh,
will.
it's good.
Yeah.
It's real good.
Is it like? I wonder if there's a place here that has it.
I'm sure somewhere. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but
Let me ask you this random question. But you grew up in Texas. Do you know anyone in real life that owns a tiger?
no,
No.
I don't think so.
Because I know that there's more tiger. Yeah, these fucking little fruit ass flies coming in here.
Yeah,
I know
that's a
there's
big
more tigers in captivity.
I've heard that. Now,
But that's why
growing
I'm
up-
asking. Maybe there's high probability you know a fucking tiger.
So while
guy.
I don't know anybody personally, I did remember somebody in high school or a friend in high school, and of course this is all hearsay bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
But she said that their friend had a tiger, and they were like declawed and like took the teeth out, and, like made it
Damn.
like house cat type shit, and it was just in their backyard.
I know this
never
wasn't
saw
in
it.
Austin because some hipster chick would have been protesting outside of their house for animal cruelty.
It was the early 2000s. I think
Oh,
the
okay.
world was a little different back then.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I remember saying that, and I'm like, "Fucking tiger!" And she's like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, there's a tiger. I seen it."
Damn.
How truthful that is, I don't know.
Like, it's almost like triggering of me, like, and I'm not even like a PETA person,
Like fucking pulled the cat's teeth. Like, that's
Pull
what
the
she
cat's
said.
teeth. You pulled the teeth out. Like,
Maybe she said filing them down.
Nah,
but yeah,
no,
she did. They did something to it to where it was less aggressive.
yeah, less aggressive. Yeah, they just had a fucking murderous beast in their house that just instead it'll just jump on top of them. I bet its jaw pressure could crack your skull with
Oh,
no
easily,
teeth.
easily, no teeth. Just
Imagine just
fucking
that-
gum in your head. Head just snaps.
Imagine just like a fucking captive tiger in Texas just giving you a gum job. It'd be like a cheap prostitute in Houston or something. You know what I mean? Just gumming you down. Like
There's some little carnival on the side that sells this in the corner.
yeah, like the freak show. Just come into this tent real quick and get gummed out by a tiger.
All right, I got $10.
It's crazy. All right, so she was saying they had one or her friend did.
She said her friend had one.
But I believe it because the odds are on the side.
More than likely,
Right?
Yeah.
Like if I was like an odds maker in Vegas, I would bet that that's true more than it's not.
The over-under's more.
Yeah, well,
sense.
consider that this state has more tigers in captivity than
Which seems
in the
wild to
wild.
me. Yeah.
So like the probabilities, like, I mean, if you told me that this girl was from New Hampshire, I'd be like, she's fucking fibbing,
yeah.
dog. But if she's from Texas, it's like,
Higher probability.
yeah.
I don't know. You're probably right.
I mean, I'm definitely right. Numbers don't lie.
Numbers don't lie, son. Now the other thing, like I never had anybody who had a tiger, but I met tattooed some lady who has pictures of herself with Tiger King. Like she went to his little place and like
But he was in where, Oklahoma?
Oklahoma, yeah. And the no man's zone
Yeah. Yeah, this is like the wild fucking West, right? It's like, yeah, that's crazy.
That's they're more Yankee than you are, I'm sure.
Where?
Oklahoma.
Yeah.
All the Oklahoma fans are gonna be like, "Fuck this!"
Just
motherfucker.
dudes in Oklahoma eating bacon, egg, and cheeses, drinking coffee out of one of those Greek cups. Like,
Yep.
that's a New York reference.
Greek cups.
Yeah. So did they have the coffee cups there?
Okay.
The
Like the little blue and white ones.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
blue
I know
and
what
white,
you're talking
the
about.
Greek ass cup. That shit, like that's like some real thing. You know, you go to the diner. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And the fucking Greeks on the diners. You know, you don't know. Yeah,
I
it's
don't
a
know.
different
I'm
thing.
like,
You go down and fuck some guy named fucking Tex smoking meat. You know what I mean? Fucking eating he's dipping rattlesnake.
You're fucking putting
Just
it in there.
put fucking make some tobacco with
Use it for my beard.
rattlesnake
or oil.
meat. He uses rattlesnake tallow for his balls or something.
It keeps them nice and smooth, bro.
I bet that's a thing. Do snakes that have fat content? I wonder. Is that
Well,
like-
the one we cut open did.
So it's not just muscle. There is
Most
fat.
of it's muscle, but
because
it's,
they're lean, right?
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know the
Have
answer.
you ever cut open a deer? Have you ever seen
I
deer
never
meat?
have.
No.
I want to, kind of. Have you?
I've not. I've seen uncles do it. Like
Your
I was
uncles did it?
growing up doing it. Yeah.
See, I like that. You're like a guy tattooing flowers, but you have uncles who cut open deers.
Yeah.
I almost think guys like that allowed for you to do that.
I think so. Like
Yeah.
it allowed me to be like, I'm a dude. I know I'm a dude. Well,
Yeah.
I can do this girly stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
But see, that's where I think people lose. You know, you need the guy cutting open the deer.
Oh yeah.
Without the guy cutting open the deer, like it doesn't make room for
No, it doesn't. It doesn't allow me to like, oh, I've seen that. Like I can get over this shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, the only traumatic time, like my grandfather, and this is kind of a shitty story, but anyway, he
Shitty story. Let's hear.
let's hear this.
Yeah, I'm most excited about
I'm like
this.
6 years old, and they had this baby goat, and they're like, "Hey, go out in the backyard, play with this goat, tire him out." I'm like, all right, fuck it. I'm going outside playing, coming inside, going back outside, getting some water, going out. And I'd been out there for like, I don't know, hour, 2 hours, and they come back inside, like, okay, go to the room, go watch some TV. Don't look out the window. And I'm like, the first thing I'm gonna do is go look out the fucking window.
They might as well just told you to look out the window.
Exactly. If they wouldn't have said that, I wouldn't have thought nothing
Yeah.
about it. And they're like, don't look out the window. I'm like, all right. So I'm going and I peek through the window, and they have this shed in the back. And my grandfather and his friend strung this baby goat up by its ankles.
Damn.
And as soon as I look out the window, I hear this thing screaming, and they fucking slice his neck.
Oh no.
And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm 6 years old.
Yeah.
Thing's bleeding everywhere.
Oh, you
It's
saw
blood.
it.
And I was,
damn.
I was like, that is, 30 years ago. It's still stuck in my brain. So I think if I saw that, I could tattoo a
And you were in Duncanville?
No, this was Grand Prairie. It's
Oh,
close
okay.
enough.
I thought they were out there just like dunking on it. You know what I mean?
Just dunking on this baby goat.
Yeah.
But it was a very traumatic thing.
That was like
For a
before
kid.
Amazon existed, because otherwise they could have just overnight shipped blackout curtains.
They could have. I remember my grandma was like, here, eat some food. Like, let's go do this. She was really trying to keep me from actually seeing it. But no, saw the worst part of it.
Was the food she was feeding you the same goat?
No, but the tamales were the next week. Were.
Damn. I mean, actually, like that sounds like a sad story, but to me, it actually just sounds good.
It is now. It was great food. I didn't know any different.
Yeah.
We'd eaten that kind of stuff all the time. But yeah, as a 6-year-old.
Yeah, 6-year-old you to see death and blood.
Yeah.
It was like the first time you thought about like immortality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up until I was like 27, I was like, I'm indestructible. I can't die.
Yeah.
Die. Then I'm 27. I had some kids, and I'm like, oh fuck, like
Yeah.
very, very aware that I could die tomorrow. Like that shit's
Yeah.
scary.
I actually think you're giving it even more credit,
Yeah.
because you said you can die tomorrow. Sometimes I even get I go like down decibels lower,
Okay.
and I'm thinking I could die right now.
Just sit here and fucking croak.
Yeah, because you're still giving yourself a buffer.
Well, yeah.
I could die tomorrow. That means you're still like, I got today.
I still got today.
You're still preserving the present moment.
I feel like I'm gonna.
What
live
if
till
a stray
107.
bullet hits us right now from something
We're in a
else?
fucking brick room. I don't think that's gonna.
What
happen.
if the architect at this place was like,
somebody falls through? That could happen. Plane
Anything.
crashes and I could.
so I no, and it's a joke, but it's kind of serious,
Right.
Because I thought about this before. Because like a lot of people say I could die tomorrow,
Right.
But you're still leaving padding for
Giving
the
yourself
fact.
some buffer. Yeah.
Yeah, think about that. I could die right now.
Thank God we're fucking the cameras are on. I'm not gonna get fucking caught killing fucking Bobby. What do you mean? He just died?
Imagine my wife tried to have a suit against you because she was like, "Yo, I think this guy came down here and fucking killed him."
He did something. He put something in the drink. I saw him.
I put something in your drink.
Yeah, I'm sure that's why I'm tripping balls right now.
It's like much different than when Mark came here and was doing heroin. Yo, Mark made like 40 heroin jokes and then texted me the next day after we recorded the podcast. It was like, bro, I never even did drugs in my life. And I was talking about heroin for 3 hours.
In my head, I'm like, because I know Mark, I'm like, dude, what the everybody's going to be like, so you did drugs, bro? And I'm like, there's no way Mark does drugs.
He asked me to not post it or do it. And I was like, hell no, dude.
It's the first thing I'm posting.
The girl in the hallway that works upstairs, the apprentice, she came. She's like, oh, I saw your podcast with the guy. And I was like, oh, which one? She's like, the heroin guy.
Heroin guy. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he's going to forever be known that. Once the stick really takes off and he's like, first podcast.
He'll be back on here. The beauty of it is that's not the truth, but like the irony of it is it's definitely like meme. Like that's like he's like, yeah, it's funny, man. Like, for me, it created like a whole new like avenue of just way to fuck with them. And there's nothing more in my life that I love just fucking with somebody.
Yeah.
Bro, when I like somebody, I'll fuck with them. It's my favorite thing.
It's a good thing. Yeah. Yeah, we do that. I do that all the time. Ain't that fun, man? Like I was picked on. I was picked on, but I was so much bigger than everybody, so it was like minuscule.
Like they wanted to pick on you, but at the same time,
I am who I am. I'm a very gentle, kind person, and people see that now.
Well, you're a Pisces.
That's because I'm a Pisces, exactly. But yeah, so speaking of that, when I would do electrical work, I was the exact opposite. I was like I'd brood around. I fucking wouldn't talk to nobody, and I felt like if I did, like they're gonna, he's a bitch, and that's kind of the mentality. So I had to build myself up. Yeah. Yeah,
you were like on like the cell block, and you didn't want to like give off the perception of being
I didn't want to be the biggest guy in the room. The small guy had to go fucking punch in the face.
Yeah. Imagine you just showed up to your electrical job and just beat the shit out of the foreman. Just like, and then like the boss is like, "What the fuck was that about?" And you're like, "I just wanted to." I
needed to show show face.
Just wanted to like flex real quick and be like, "I'm the fucking foreman now, bitch." I know you. I know you're the foreman, but like
that shit's noodled around in my head a couple times. Yeah. It's like, fuck that motherfucker. I'm going to go punch this.
That might be a Piscean trait. You weigh all options from the bottom to the top. I weigh the spectrum sometimes, like all the outcomes.
Like what's the worst that can happen?
It's like life is chess.
Right.
I
see that.
You're like, do I move my rook here? And in 3 moves, maybe I can like take a pawn and I could get out with the fucking knight, whatever.
Right.
Or it's like, or I just like move the pawn and get taken, but
that makes sense. Yeah, I do that all the time.
You weighing out options.
Yeah. Before I came on the show, I was in the shower and I was fucking shaving and washing my ass, and I'm like, what's Bobby gonna ask me? Like, going through all these scenarios about.
But I haven't asked you anything.
You haven't, like nothing. It's just been just like us bullshitting the whole time.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, but I mean, what I do want to ask you is where I can get some rattlesnake.
Guaranteed. There's probably some jerky place around here that has rattlesnake fucking jerky.
Okay. No, but I want like fresh rattlesnake.
Fresh. Like, I've had it deep fried is how I had it.
So let me ask you this. I wonder because if someone's offering rattlesnake, it's not a restaurant. This is a dude who fucking.
No, I've had it at restaurants.
Oh, you have?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a thing.
Well, at a restaurant,
Yeah.
It's not like a chain. It's not a McDonald's. I have a rattlesnake hamburger.
The McRattlesnake.
The McRattlesnake.
Dude, imagine if that was a thing in Texas. Like
that would be dope. Like I'm surprised no one has called it the McRattlesnake.
The McRattlesnake. What would be the dipping sauce that goes with the McRattlesnake? You think?
So have you ever had gator? I'm assuming no.
I did.
Okay, so it's similar to gator. Has like that chicken-esque shrimp flavor. Mm-hmm. So probably cocktail sauce. Something.
Oh, okay.
Some sort of like tomato.
Like maybe butter.
Maybe you could do butter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tartar sauce.
It just has like a real reptile palate. Like,
you don't eat reptile? What the fuck, man?
You're like, yeah, it tastes like all the other reptiles us humans eat.
Yeah. That's why there's no reptilian overlords down here, because we eat them motherfuckers.
Yeah, I wonder if that. Yeah, I wonder if the elites eat reptile
And
because
that's what
it would
makes
be
them-
like cannibalism.
Well, I mean, lizard people,
Yeah.
lizards eat other lizards.
I wonder if Nancy Pelosi eats rattlesnake.
She's actually just a huge rattlesnake. She eats other shit.
She
That
kind of
is
looks
wild.
like a rattlesnake, right?
Yeah, she's wild.
Yeah, real wild.
Yeah.
I would love to just know 10% of her fucking trading secrets.
Trading secrets. Like, we're gonna go do this today. Yeah, she's.
Fuck Warren Buffett's book. I wonder if I just smelled Nancy Pelosi's asshole, I would learn how to trade stock.
I need to move this one around. That's the real question: is if you could, if you smelled her ass, if it made you a millionaire overnight, would you do it? I think the resounding answer is yeah.
I would probably smell her ass for free.
There's no benefit to this whatsoever. Just
Just like a
see what
dog.
this smells like.
Like the cover of the Snoop Dogg album. Remember that shit?
Yes.
Maybe that was Pelosi and me. Like,
Oh God.
so let me back this up. So,
We lost 90% of the class.
it's great. I love it. If you're listening to this, stop listening. No, I'm just kidding.
You
So
should be watching this shit. 'cause
it's
this
like
shit's
you.
not-
It's like you with the goat, right?
no.
Guys, stop listening to this episode.
Do not watch.
If you
this.
watch any more than this, it means you're gay. And there goes Tony's tattoo career.
Bye. Had a good run, 4 years. That's not too bad.
Back to the asphalt.
That's so back to the backtrack.
So
I told that to an apprentice. Is like I would go back to since you don't take walk-ins. There's not a walk-in type thing, but
you can't.
If I
you
had to,
couldn't
I'd take
even walk
walk-ins.
in here.
No,
Yeah,
I couldn't. I was outside for 30 minutes.
I don't even know how to get in my own shop. I'm buried in a fucking building over here. Walk-ins, I can't even get in. Oh, I wanted to ask you because you were talking about before how you met this guy, Tony Martinez,
Luis, the
Luis
owner, yeah.
Montana, whatever his name was. So he's the guy who hired you because he
Right.
let you put your email on the business card, right?
yeah.
So you hired.
So he hired me.
So the guy hires you, and I didn't want to lose track of this story because it's imperative to our fucking
right. Okay.
our
So
podcast here.
So yeah, he hired me, and in about 2 months, he was like, I don't know. Well,
Was
I
he
know
in
what
a
I
gang?
think it is. No, I don't
He wasn't
think so.
because
No.
his name sounds like he was like a
You
gang.
think so? No, he was like a year or two older than me.
Okay.
Family guy. Just a
Was he
normal
smaller than you?
guy. Very thin, but he was about my height.
Did you just like out muscle him?
I muscle everybody.
Did he hire you and let you put your name on the business card because you're just like,
It's like, this is how I'm gonna do it.
You
No.
were beating him from two places. You were beating him from your Piscean level mentally.
That's right.
And then you were just physically
And then
like,
just physically imposing, like, this is what I'm gonna do, bro.
I'll just tackle you. Like I'm putting my name on the business card.
Held him down, gave him a noogie.
So
No.
so you're with the guy. So he hires you.
He hires me.
You're
do some
out there.
tattoos.
You're promoting yourself, handing
Promoting
out
myself.
cards, giving out your cell number.
Oh yeah, God, that's what back in those days.
Oh yeah, I
I
know.
learned that real quick. Don't do
No,
that
you got to make
anymore.
a Google number now.
I need to make a Google number.
Yeah. I
But
do it.
I do it all through email, or I could call people on Facebook Messenger, Instagram Messenger. That works well.
So
Anyway.
where were you at with this guy? So you're working
So
there?
we're in a small town of Burleson. So Burleson's like, if this is Fort Worth or Dallas, and then this would be Duncanville, and then would be Burleson, and then this would be another small town. So it's like a sandwich between two small towns.
So you're in Burleson
Burleson. Do you know who Kelly Clarkson is?
with a burlap sack. Like,
Burlap sack.
you got to fucking, you're in Duncanville
Oh,
getting
God.
coffee. Then you go down to Burleson.
Gotta go
with
to
the-
Burleson.
Fucking, you ever go down one of those slides with the burlap sack?
I
Like,
did. That's
probably
a
where-
big thing out here, dude.
of course, in Burleson.
Those little small country town, they have these huge like metal slides that you go do that. But yeah, the only thing that ever came out of Burleson was Kelly Clarkson.
Okay.
Do you know who that is?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She came out of Burleson.
I think when I was in high school, I wanked one out too. Before she gained the weight, you know?
That's what we're going to get canceled for now right there.
Why? I just canceled myself.
YouTube's gonna be like, nah, bro, we ain't promoting this one.
Fuck them.
Oh goddamn, dude.
I'm just trying to keep it real, bro.
Gotta keep it real. Gotta keep it real.
You're the one. You're the one who provoked me to buy a bottle of whiskey. Fucking first thing without eating.
Yeah, you had coffee and then straight to whiskey.
You never know what you're gonna get into. And since you've been out here drinking Molly water,
Molly water and Modelo. It's good stuff right here.
You need another one? Or are you good?
No, well, maybe here in a minute.
Okay. Well, you let me know.
Yeah. Anyway, so I'm in Burleson, and it's a small little town, and it's a brand new shop. It was a former tattoo studio that had a bad rep. Well, it wasn't a bad rep. I take that back. That's what the studio owner was telling me.
That they had a little bit of like a something.
But what ended up happening is that guy
couple
got
negative
big
Yelp
and then
reviews
moved out.
Oh, okay.
So he got big, and their studio is right around the corner from where I'm at right now. So,
still.
Yeah. So that I kind of got in
But
contact
you're
with
but in
I'm
Burleson?
in Burleson. I'm in Fort Worth.
But
So the studio that was there before us.
You're just both on the border? Oh.
Right. So they moved. They were here. He kind of got built a name for himself, built a nice studio.
I see.
And then moved out of there, went to Fort Worth.
Oh, okay.
And then kind of grew from there.
And you went with him?
No. That was the studio that was there before me at the studio that I was at, the first studio.
Right.
I know that's a mouthful. So yeah, there 2 months. He comes to me. He's like, I don't like what you're doing. You're not going to do this in my shop. You got 2 weeks to prove to me that you can do, better tattoos. And I wasn't doing bad tattoos. That's the crazy thing. They weren't great, but they were not horrible. Mm-hmm. And he's like, you got 2 weeks. It's like, all right, fuck. And like this first studio I'm at. So I'm like, I'm gutted. I'm like, that's not okay. Like I need to better myself. A week goes by and I remembered. I'm like, well, 3 or 4 other places wanted me 2 months ago. Let me see if these places want me. So I emailed this other place and they were like, yeah, that's cool. Let's do this. And
damn, that's like going back through your text messages, finding a bunch of chicks who were interested in you at the bar.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt about it. So I'm like, well, let me see what this dude's doing.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, we're interested.
I mean, dudes, I guess.
Dudes, chicks, Yeah, anyway.
Okay.
So, yeah, I emailed them, texting them. Yeah. He's like, yeah, man, we're interested. Come on. And I go over there, and that was like a legit, like, traditional tattoo shop. And my watercolor flowers next to a traditional tattooer is like,
gay.
That's what they thought. And I remember going in there, and in my head, I was like, very strategic about asking them, like, are you okay with me doing watercolor tattoos? Are you okay with me doing realism tattoos? If you're not, then okay, I'll go somewhere else. But like, I didn't want to be at a traditional shop doing the same thing.
Was he okay with it?
They said so. They said, yeah. They're like, we want you to do
watercolor.
watercolor.
If a traditional guy lets you work in his shop and do watercolor and realism tattoos, he must be hurting for scratch.
Maybe. Maybe.
Like,
and it was a busy shop. Like,
that's like a rock star listening to techno.
Like, I guess if I got to do some techno, sure, you can sit in the corner by the toilet. Yeah, that's where my studio, my booth ended up being, was right next to the toilet. Damn. Like, so my booth would end here, and then the toilet was right here.
So when someone just dropped the deuce off, would you get a whiff of that?
Give them the most god awful look.
Damn.
Because they'd sit there, and I'm sitting there, tattooing the doors right here, and they'd go in there and they'd go tear it up, and then open the door, and they just walk by like I can't smell what you just fucking dropped in there, man.
Damn.
And, it was horrible.
I wonder if that's like traditional tattoo artist karma in a way. Like, you can work in my shop and do watercolor tattoos, even though we're like more of a traditional shop.
Right.
But we're just going to put you over to the bathroom, and every time someone over goes and drops off a couple fucking deuces in the toilet, you're just going to eat it,
I'm sure that's part of it.
Yeah.
Because here I am. I've been tattooing like 3 or 4 months at this point, and the next guy in line who had been tattooing the least amount of time was 15 years.
Damn.
So 15 years.
So there's a 15-year age
25
gap.
Years. Yes.
Damn. So you're the newest tattoo artist, and the oldest is 25.
25 years tattooing.
So how long were you tattooing at that point?
4 months.
So let's just round it to a year.
I'm first year tattooer.
And a 25-year tattooer in the same building.
Same building.
Damn.
And this dude was like,
that's almost like hanging out with your great grandma.
It was kind of strange because he's like the biker, came up like, I throw fucking quarters at your asshole while you're tattooing type person. He just fucked with people.
Yeah, and a guy tattooing for 25 years, he probably also fucked people.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure he did some wild shit.
Because like you got to think about that. Like that's from a whole nother era of this field,
right?
And man, it's great. I'm so glad you ended up there.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
I feel the same way to an extent. Like I feel like I had to go through that, even though it was not a pleasant experience. The guy who was teaching me things, I did learn a lot from. I did learn the correct way to do some things that I wasn't quite doing. Just the way he was teaching me maybe wasn't the way I needed to learn it.
But when's the last time you ever learned a good lesson in life from a pleasant experience?
Well, you don't learn good life experiences from good times. You learn it from the fucking hardships.
Right. So that's why, I guess that's why I was kind of
It worked, yeah. And it helped me build a name for myself being different in a studio of traditional artists.
But I feel like when you're around guys like that, you get to understand the origins. And I think our age of tattooing,
right.
And like, I know I've been doing it longer than you, but when you kind of zoom out, we're still kind of like lumped together in like an era.
Right.
And I think that our era is unique in the sense that we got to experience what it was like to work around old heads that might have like smoked a cigarette while they were tattooing or changed the TV with a dirty glove.
Yeah.
Or, stuff like that. And then you got these new kids that are like real artsy fartsy, but there's like this like very brief middle period.
Right.
And that middle period is like a unique experience. It's almost like growing up without the internet, scraping your knees and hopping a fence, but then going home and playing a video game on the internet.
Yeah.
Like now kids just go all internet.
Right.
But
there's none of that.
And then before that, it was all not internet.
Right.
But then there's like a very small, brief period of people that are kind of in the middle.
And I feel like that's where we are.
And that's a unique transitional experience that we had in tattooing, because you're meeting these old heads that are just contaminating the room and blasting in one pass lines that are going to look like fucking blacked out arms in a year from spreading.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they're like, bold will hold. And it's like, yeah, sure, it'll hold. But realistically, like the guy's scarred and the line is like a fucking 97 round liner in the fucking 2 weeks.
It's a 7, but it's like this thick.
Yeah, you were just ripping Sharpie lines in him like a rake. Yeah, cool.
That's exactly how it was.
It'll hold. Yeah, sure.
And so I did learn some things about that and what my style needed to an extent. But you're in that environment, and your style is going to lean a certain direction just because of the environment you're in, right?
Yeah.
And it did that, and things were cool for a little bit. And like I said, the guy who was mentoring me showed me a lot, but at the same time, he just showed me in a way that I don't know. It didn't click. He kind of it seemed like we were friends, and then he's like, turn the fucking light switch, and just a completely different person.
Oh, you threatened them.
That's what I must put it on record, but yeah, that's what I felt like. I came in, I was getting my name built. Mm-hmm. I was starting to get more, a lot more people coming in.
It might not even be his fault. Like I say that, I think that's just more of like a position of like the human psyche. Like I think sometimes, and I think it might even be like a Pisces thing.
It's all back to the Pisces.
Dude, every white girl with armpit hair is so excited right now.
We're opening up the doors to a new demographic.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Bruh. So anyway, what was I saying?
What were you saying? Coming up that way helped.
And these guys, the trad dudes, bikers,
guys,
old school. No,
I was saying that the things had kind of worked out that way, and my art had changed to fit that style.
Yeah, but it's good. It's good. It's probably where you get structure in your work a little bit. Because I feel like those guys had knowledge that's like...
Oh, they definitely had a lot of knowledge.
It still plays.
Right.
If you're doing a realistic portrait and you don't zip, like if you're putting a black background behind it, you might as well zip a black line around the edge, then put the black background. You're not going to really see the line anyway.
Right.
But like, why not?
Right.
Just for principle.
Just to fucking make sure that line's in there.
So it don't look like a puddle in a few years. You know what I mean? Like, just zip it in, I mean, just because you can. I think that it's important that you go through all the, you know what we were talking about?
What?
The transition of time.
Oh, yeah. From old school, learning different old school ways.
I still think there was something more specific we were talking about that I can't remember.
It'll come to you at 2 o'clock in the morning and you'll be like, bro, this is what I meant.
Fuck. I guess it doesn't even matter.
Sure, somebody
That's what I'm learning with this, even just doing this. Right. That like over time, the more I'm doing it, and I plan to just get better at it. Like I'm really into it. You know what I mean? But I think that the rules are there are no rules. Right. Like getting lost in the conversation and just forget. Like how many times you just talk to a random person at like a barbecue or a party or something like that? Like you didn't have an expectation or a plan of the conversation. So why do I need to do that now? Right. You know what I mean? Yeah. Who cares? So
it shouldn't. There should be no structure. Let's talk about this, and then we'll circle back around and come back to this. Yeah. And if we don't, well, then that's a mystery.
Yeah. It'd be sick if I could eat rattlesnakes.
I'm about to find you some rattlesnake now.
Oh, you know what? But here's a question I really did have for you.
Okay.
So, whatever. So that was just like some minor details. You were working for this guy, Lorenzo Martinez, whatever his name was, right? So you were working.
Sure, yeah.
So then, how did you find your way to Rember?
So
because I was thinking you apprenticed under Rember.
No. I was getting tattooed by Mark. Mark was doing my rose on my forearm.
Mark Wade. Yeah.
Mark Wade. And he and I were sitting there going back and forth, and he had asked me, he's like, have you ever considered working for Rember?
Oh, but Mark was working at Rember.
No. He was in Austin at David's studio.
Oh, okay.
So that's the first time I'd actually ever physically met Mark. Mark and I had bullshitted online for like a year or so.
I see.
And Mark had given me a bunch of information. He really helped me out a lot on a lot of this stuff. And anyway, so I'm getting tattooed by him, and he was like, have you ever considered going working for Rember? And I was like, no. And there's a few times that I thought about it, but where I'm at in Fort Worth compared to Denton was like an hour drive. And I didn't want to have that hour drive commute to go tattoo. Like I would do it, but I didn't want to have to do it.
Yeah.
Right. And my ambition in me was like, I can do it on my own. That's what my self-ego was telling me. Like, you don't need this. You can do it on your own. Well, I can't do it on my own. So Rember a week later posted that they were opening up a new studio in Fort Worth. Oh. And I was like, that's my sign. Like, fuck me, email.
Oh, because it was closer to your house.
It was 5 miles from where I live.
Yeah, it was a short commute from Duncanville.
Right. Duncanville's like an hour and a half. And so I'm like, fuck it. Let me hit Rember up, messaging them. And they called me almost immediately after I submitted it. It was maybe like a 20, 30-minute buffer. And they're like, hey, we're interested. And I was like, little fangirl.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy shit. Like, okay. Like, we'll see where this goes.
Damn.
Still in my head, like, don't get overexcited. Don't get too cocky, because if you do, it doesn't work out. You don't want to fuck yourself, because I was happy at the studio I was at this point. And I had really considered not even applying, because where I was at, it was comfortable. And that the comfortable part is what made me like, all right, I really need to step out of this, because I don't want to be...
Like, comfort's almost more scary than being uncomfortable.
Right.
Yeah.
And I had, that feeling of, if I wake up and I'm not nervous about something, or if something doesn't make me nervous in a decision, I lean more towards the nervous. Does that make sense? So like if I'm
so much sense to me that it's like I was trying to actually recall a quote, and I forget what the quote is, and I do this all the time on here. I like because I almost think that's how my brain operates. I almost feel memories more than actually know the words to describe the memories.
Yeah.
Very feelsy person.
Right.
But there's this quote that I think it's sometimes the pain to remain inside your shell becomes more painful than the fear of like leaving it.
Oh, that's way cool. That's way different than the one that I had based it off of. Same principle.
Yeah. Is that the quote? I should Google it.
Maybe.
Should I just Google
it? Why not?
The fear of leaving your shell. I'm just going to Google
If that's not what was said, Bobby Cupparo. Is that how I pronounce it? Cupparo?
Cupparo. However you say your A's. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
So the
you coined it
fear of leaving your shell. I don't know if it's a quote.
You just made it up.
Yeah, maybe. The fear of leaving your shell becomes no. Oh, staying inside.
Staying inside your shell.
Staying inside your shell becomes more painful. I'm gonna get put on a list.
Google's like, what the fuck?
I'm using DuckDuckGo, bro.
Oh, that's even better.
Oh. Yes, and the day came when the risk to remain tight in a bud was more painful than the risk it took to blossom.
Oh.
But there's the same quote with the shell.
With the shell, yeah.
Yeah, it's just some other guy.
That's still a very good quote.
Yeah.
The
Let's
one that
repeat
I
it.
had heard.
And the day came when the risk to remain tight in a bud was more painful than the risk it took to blossom. So then what was the quote you heard?
So I heard, now, there's moments in my life that I feel like were for me. Like I had to experience them, and it was like they were for me from higher power, from God, whoever you want to feel. But it was, I remember I woke up off the couch. It was 2:00 in the morning, and I'm like, all right. And I was watching something on Hulu, and it had just continued playing until American Idol showed up. Like American Idol was on TV. And this kid comes in, and I'm just like, I woke up and I'm focused on it, and my brain's telling me to watch it. This kid got done singing, was a great song or whatever, but the kid was a little nervous or some shit, and it was what's his name? Lionel Richie. Lionel Richie was like, if something doesn't make you nervous, it's the wrong decision. You have to lean into that nerves.
Yeah.
If you don't, you'll always end up being in the wrong moment.
Yeah.
And I thought that was for me. I woke up at that exact moment for him to say that to me.
Fuck yeah.
And that was one of the moments that but that kind of helped me to make the decision to quit my job to start tattooing.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's a sign from God. Like, okay,
yeah.
fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
And led me on this path now.
That's it. No, man, I couldn't fuck. I actually think that your gut is, they say it's your second brain.
Right.
I think it's even, I actually think your actual brain is in the way.
More than likely, yeah.
Yeah, I actually think your gut might be the first brain.
Right.
Like, I understand that your brain is like the one that helps you. I can't even say that. I was going to say navigate through the world, but I actually think your gut does.
What's fucked up is my brain was filling that in like Google does sometimes when you were saying that.
Yeah.
It's like, I thought that's exactly what you were going to say.
Yeah.
We've synced up.
I actually think it's crazy because sometimes I think your gut bacteria biome is almost like aliens.
Yeah.
Well, think about it, because there are other living organisms in your gut.
Right.
Right. And they kind of live in your intestines. So they're not like actually, they're in you, but they're not like in you.
Right.
And I could be wrong, but
I see where you're going with that.
But
though.
I'm pretty sure that the gut bacteria in your body isn't in your blood barrier.
Okay.
Right? It's like more in your digestive system.
Right.
So that means there's like little fucking aliens living inside of you. And then when they know, they're like telling you when something's right. And when they do, they give you that gut feeling. I just think the problem is a lot of people don't listen to them.
That makes sense. Like they can feel the vibrations from your body and they're like, that's not right. And
they just know what's right because they're aliens.
Because they're aliens.
I mean,
we got little
I
butt
say that.
aliens.
I mean, I don't know, man. If you just listen to that gut. But you know what? The thing is that it's like you need to listen to your gut. But the problem is for a lot of humans is you need to have the trust to listen to that gut, right? Like you can listen to your gut, right? But how do you like, I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but like I do, but like it's hard to put into words. You need to have the education to be able to listen to your gut in a way. Right? Or like the trust or the vulnerability. Like you can't just listen to what your gut's telling you because everyone's gut's reacting the same, telling them what to do. Right. But there's many people that are just like refusing to listen to it, but they don't even know that they're not listening.
Right.
So what is that barrier? I guess the ego that kind of keeps them away from that or being in tune with themselves because they're so distracted. Right?
Right.
And maybe I'm sounding crazy or
no, what you're saying makes sense. trying to just think of it as how to say it differently.
Yeah, to articulate it.
Right. But no, I definitely feel like that. Like
It's almost
there
trying
are
to
opposing forces that are going sometimes against each other and sometimes working with each other. And sometimes your brain is telling you to do one thing and your gut's like, nah, bro, that's not what you should do.
Yeah, but it's like the brain sometimes is a product of conditioning and fear and worry. And the gut is like pure because it doesn't have the neurosis.
Right. It doesn't have the ability to actually think. It just knows what it knows.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Yeah.
On its pure black and white, on, off,
It's
on,
off.
off.
Yeah.
Whereas like the brain has all this like, I've seen this before and it didn't work and I've been rejected here or, whatever have you, or I've been ridiculed. So it's like, let me not do that because I want to protect myself from feeling shame or whatever, Whereas like the gut is just, it's pure.
Black or white.
It doesn't have that worry of being rejected.
Yeah.
Or my dad left me when I was a kid or my mom was, not nice to me or, like I was hungry or I used to lay asphalt in Duncanville, Texas, and, whatever. Right.
No,
like,
yeah.
So So I just think that if you can get those in symbiosis, like symbiotic, like if you get them together, it's like hard to stop.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that's what some people refer to as faith. You know
Probably.
what I mean? I think that's kind of what I feel like it is.
Yeah.
Like it's maybe not necessarily God or the Spirit himself, but that feeling is something that you can channel into that kind of gives you a different feeling and kind of can guide you a specific way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever felt like I guess we were talking about that before, you felt like you've navigated your waters in tattooing via that feeling?
Wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I kind of omitted a part, and I probably shouldn't have, but when I was trying to convince my wife to let me tattoo, like I said, everybody was telling me, no, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this. And I'm a fairly religious person, and I basically kind of left it to a prayer. Give me a sign if I should pursue this, one way or the other, some sort of sign. No sign to me was a sign to stay at the house, continue just tattooing out of the house, and kind of building maybe a small name for myself or no name or whatever. Or, if this could be the path that you want me to be on, give me that. And that's when the next day 6 studios had messaged me and asked me to come work for them. And I'm like, that was a sign from God for me to pursue this.
Right.
And then a couple days later is when I kind of woke up in the middle of the night and saw that Lionel Richie thing. And everything, like all the music started changing. All the music that I was listening to for the hour and a half commute that I had from work was like, quit your fucking job. Like, life is too short. Don't do this.
Hell yeah.
Don't kill yourself for something that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And it fully convinced me, because then at that point I could see the end. What's the end like for me? It's being able to do X, Y, and Z, right? And I had to convince my wife. And when I told her that, she was like, okay, like I can get behind this.
It's probably interesting because like it's almost like convincing, especially your wife or someone who knows you so well,
right?
Is sometimes can feel challenging if you don't believe what you're trying to convince them.
Right.
The second you literally not want to believe, I guess back to like the gut and mind thing.
Right.
The minute you really believe something, they're convinced.
They can feel it. It's in the air.
It's instantaneous, So that's like kind of how it was for me convincing my wife to move here.
Right.
I used to tell her, let's move here, let's move there. And me and her used to get enough arguments. She's like, you always say that everywhere we go. Let's move here. And we're like, we're not going to move there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you'd almost get like annoyed that I'd say it. And then the minute I said, let's move here and really wanted to, she was like, fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's because I believed it.
Yeah.
But I think that could even be related to like your tattoo career, because when you believe what you're doing and you're doing it wholeheartedly and you're like, hey, I want to do this design, or I want to do that design, or I want to experiment with this.
Right.
People are like, hey, how do you create your style? How do you push the boundaries? How do you go further?
Right.
It's because I want to, and I believe I want to.
Right.
I believe it so much, so wholeheartedly that the client has no choice but to believe it.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, I think that could just be applied to everything in life.
Yeah.
Right.
That's kind of how I've navigated all of this.
Mm-hmm.
That was the exact same way.
Yeah. I think once that's the case, like it's like I said, it's hard to deny.
You've tapped into that, and you're like, this is the it's that light you can fly on.
And that's what I was saying too about like having a potential apprentice or something like that at some point in my life. It would be the person who's doing that.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you know.
And maybe that's, anyway, back to the whole Rimber thing.
Yeah.
Sidetrack.
Let's get to it.
When I applied and they called me and they were like, Rimber wants to talk to you. So
Right.
Talk to Rimber. We went back and forth on a few things. And ultimately we settled on where we're at. It's like, cool. Like, let's do this. He's like, I want to meet you. It's like, I want to meet you. I want to make sure that this is a good fit for me as well as a good fit for you.
And you had said that earlier.
Right.
And I think that that's cool.
I think and I don't know if anybody else had done that.
Because you're valuing yourself.
Maybe that's, looking back on it, that's what I feel like it was.
I think definitely.
Right. I don't know if maybe that's what allowed Rimber and I to click, or if Rimber saw that in me or what. But in the moment, I was just nervous about making a bad decision because I was happy where I was at.
Yeah.
But I could see the potential of going, I mean, it's Rimber. Like, how much better could I become by working by somebody who's very, very, very talented?
But you want to know what's cool about that is that you're saying how much better can I become, but the reason why that's possible near a guy like Rimber is because I can guarantee you that he's asking himself that same question.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think Rimber, and you know him more than I, but just from the short times that I've been around him, I know that he ain't resting on his laurels. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy who I saw sketching his kid in the airport. You know what I mean? He's doing a figure drawing of his kid in the fucking airport. So the guy is not... Yeah. And he works, or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Work or lives truly.
Right.
And this is a guy, and I haven't interviewed him like this, and I hope I will one day, right? But I know that he came from, Guatemala, right? Yeah. So kind of like that was like his version of probably laying down asphalt.
Oh, and I won't get too much into his story because if you do interview, it's a fucking cool story.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He had a rough life. He had that very strong immigrant mindset, and he had to work, and working was the only thing he could do, and that's what built into this thing that he has now.
And he's like, wait a minute, I could just sit here and draw pictures, and if that means
people are gonna pay me to do this
on my day off, I'm gonna paint.
Yeah,
like I think comparatively, and I think that's what drives people to be so successful is like they have this backstory of some trife, some trouble, some whatever. Like, and it doesn't mean that that's bad. It's just like character building. It's adversity.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Somebody had pointed out to me, it gives you perspective on what you're going through. Because if you don't have that, you don't know what the other world lives like. You don't know what it's like to, have a minimum wage job where you're working 70 hours a week to barely fucking make it versus being a tattooer who's, let's say give or take decent tattooer who's making a decent wage doing this. Yeah. You don't have that in between of, I don't want to get back to this. You have that, this doesn't fucking work out. I can go flip burgers, Yeah. Does that make sense?
No, man. One time I was complaining about a tattoo design when I was new to tattoo, and I was working with Sean Foy. Maybe I was a few years in, and he was like already more established. Right. And we were outside. We were working in Warwick, New York, upstate from New Jersey. And I was there, and I was like, and there was a dude jackhammer in the street. And I remember we could hear it inside the shop. And I was complaining about like the way the guy wanted to position the rows or something. And he was like, bruh. He's like, you could be out that guy jackhammer in the street. You know what I mean?
I was that guy.
Yeah. And it's like, like even like a bad day of tattooing, it's
still way better. It's still very, very, very fortunate that we get to do this. Because, I'm sure as you know, the tattoo world is not big in comparison to other jobs. Like there's way more electricians than there are tattooers. Yeah. And if you're a tattooer that's good, that's even smaller. And, I feel like sometimes egos can get in the way because, I'm this, I can do this. Nobody else can do this. And, that's only for this amount of time. How long can you hold that up? Everybody falls.
Yeah. I think just being a good person and just like kind of meaning what you're doing.
Goes back to that.
Yeah, kind of just like making connections with people sometimes, you know what I mean? Unless, sometimes people aren't susceptible to making a connection too. Right. And I think as I tattooed longer, I kind of learned about that too. Like, not everyone wants to be your homie. Some people do. Most people are cool, but there's some people that don't. So then, you just take what's given to you. You know? But I think just generally, pretty cool gig.
Most people, it's the only job that I can feel like maybe being, I don't know, maybe being like a guitarist in like a band or something that would be comparable, but I don't know. I still think this is way funner.
I don't know. I think the guitarist in the band would be cool.
It would be super cool. I've tattooed like guys who like toured with Nirvana and shit back in the long time ago, and he's telling me stories, and I'm like, dude, that's fucking cool. And he's like, it was fun, but it's not what you make it. It's not as, he made it seem like tattooing was way cooler.
Yeah, but they always say that the tattoo artist is like a rock star's like rock star or whatever. Yeah. There's some weird quote about it. I forget what it was.
I'm not sure where I heard that, but I've heard that as well.
You did, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of true in a weird way, right? Because like, it's a very weird thing, right? Like permanently marking someone's body.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Like, I remember like when I used to think about that, like more, and I would be like, damn, like I'm just at work today, but this person's leaving, and like, it's never going to leave.
They're going to remember everything we talked about, all the little things, and they're like, we're producing, it's cliche to say, but we're creating magic for these people.
You're almost like a god.
Kind of.
Like a manifestation demigod.
Kind of. Yeah. Very much so. Because we're doing something for someone that they don't fathom how the hell we're doing it unless we're tattooing a tattooer. And even then, that tattooer is probably coming to us because they're like, you're way this better than I am. I want to see how you do it.
Yeah.
And then we do it, and they're like, I don't know how the fuck you just did it.
Yeah. Did you ever underwhelm one of those guys? I definitely have.
Have you? I haven't tattooed enough tattoo artists to do that.
Yeah, I definitely have.
I've underwhelmed myself.
But sometimes tattooers are coming to you for ego. They're like coming to you because they think it's going to like
help them out.
Yeah. And I can almost feel the difference. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to explain what I mean, but like, it's almost like, yeah, man, you still got to like learn. Like, I don't know.
It's like that whole, what machine are you using? What kind of needles are you using? Yeah. Like, I can tell you all of that, how I use them, but it's not going to be the same for when you do it.
If you told me tomorrow I can only have a 9 mag for the rest of my tattoo career, one needle, 9 mag, I bet you I could get my work close to what it is. I feel exactly.
Like the same.
I'll line with the 9 mag.
I've done
I don't
the same.
give a fuck. I'll do a
It'll still work.
I'll do a single needle tattoo with the very corner of that thing and satisfy hipsters, and then I'll fucking bury that thing and angle it just a little bit to get a fucking 14 trad line.
Yep.
And I'll make a new style with like a calligraphy line.
I've seen people do that with like lettering. Have you seen that?
I might even start doing it now.
Do it. It's fucking cool.
Yeah.
It's super cool.
I ain't set on anything I'm doing.
That was one of the ways that I started out, was a 7 mag. I did not a curve, just a regular 7.
Yeah.
And
that's a good
all
needle.
I did. That's all I used because I was scared to use a liner,
bro.
Because I couldn't sink the needle correctly.
You would
everything,
line?
Everything.
Yeah, hell, I was in my house with an eBay kit using a flat.
Oh, hell.
Like that. But, okay, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
If you were to have 2 needles that you could use for the rest of your career, what would they be?
7. All right, that's 5 round shader and a 23 mag curve.
Okay. I
can do majority of what I do with that.
I see what you're getting at with that. Because you got the big, soft background, you could pack a lot of coverages, but you could also like kind of like...
Maybe 15 curves a little bit better.
15 curve mag is probably my favorite needle right now. I use that so much.
It's a
even
good
on
one.
Little things.
It's a good one.
You can shade in little things with that thing. And a curved 15 is like...
It's a good one.
It's the best needle, bro. If I could have 2 mags... the question was, what 2 needles would you have overall?
So you 5 and a 15 is what I would use.
A 5-round shader.
5-round shader.
I'm with that because I use round shaders to do all lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would take a 5-round shader too, because you can almost get like a 5 regular liner, or you could kind of bury it and angle it right.
Get like
kind
a 7.5 or
get
something.
Like yeah. But you could also, I could color in someone's back piece with that thing.
90% of what I do is with a round shader.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember who showed me that. I think it was Mark who was telling me about that one time. He's like, yeah, you got to try this, try that. And it revolutionized how I was tattooing.
You know what, though? I feel like I've come out on the other side of that one.
Have you?
Meaning, I've even like gotten to this weird confidence stage where I'll like fill something in with a big mag, even if it's a small space, and then put the 5-round shader on after, and then touch what I didn't get.
All up. Yeah. Okay.
And it's almost like it's a different confidence because it's messy in the process.
I see that. Yeah.
Like, say you were coloring in a whole rose, doing everything you could with the 15 first, like all of it, and then going back with the 5 and getting like, but it's like a weird thing because on the way it's weird.
So I almost do that.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of parts that I'll start off with. I still use like a 7-round shader, and I kind of scribble some stuff in, and I know it looks like shit, and the client's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, trust me, it's gonna look better.
Yeah. I love when you get to the point where you don't care about that anymore.
No, I'm just like, fuck you. You don't know what I'm doing. Just let me fucking work.
Yeah.
But I remember I had one client at the end of the tattoo, they were like, dude, this thing's amazing. And they were like, I'm not gonna lie, when we took that first break, I was like, I don't know what the fuck, if you know what the fuck you're doing. It's like, you got to trust the process, man.
But imagine somebody who looked at your first break progress of your tattoo and left.
Oh,
I would almost give them more credit.
Yeah.
Well, because that's crazy. Like you're not even here for the ride.
Right.
You're just jumping the fucking gun.
Yeah, this is what I'm getting. I'm done.
Yeah. But they saw your final outcomes. So I'm just saying, I wouldn't give them, giving them credit would be the wrong word, but I would like props to them for being like a lunatic, like.
Right.
So that's where I'm starting to get to the point now where, because I was like that for a while, and maybe still. I'm not saying I'm like not, but sometimes I'm like getting to the point now where I like, cool, go micro examine it in the fucking mirror at hour 2,
and then watch when it's done.
Yeah, like good, then leave. If you're gonna leave right now because you think it's not right, that's crazy.
Right.
Like I almost like I'm gonna just bet on it. So I'm not even gonna waste emotions on it.
Okay.
You know what I'm trying to say? Like if you leave, I would be like, all right.
Well, it doesn't hurt my feelings. I get the rest of the day
You're
off.
crazy. Yeah, I'm about to go down to Lady Bird Lake and fucking inflate my paddleboard and fucking look at sea turtles. Or whatever, not sea turtles.
Sea turtles in the river in Austin.
Yeah, river turtles. Yeah, I'm in a landlocked city talking about sea turtles.
Maybe.
That's because I
depends
probably
on how much Molly you took.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, or I just did some psilocybin on the board.
Fucking tripping balls.
Dude, I was on a paddleboard the other day. It was funny. I sent Civac a picture of me on the paddleboard when I first moved here, and I have a mint teal like paddleboard, and I brought a Sig P365 handgun on the paddleboard. Oh shit! So I'm in the middle of the lake, and I have in my backpack a firearm, just because maybe I'm getting off the lake late. You know what I mean? And the gun is the holster and like the barrel I got are matched the paddleboard. So I put it on the paddleboard and took a picture of the city.
Like, look what I got.
Yeah. And the guy was like, man, why do you need this for this? And I was like, you never know, bro. I might get mugged on the way to the car. You
could. Or a gator comes up and you got to fucking take him out.
I ain't playing no games. A fucking rattlesnake.
Do you know how to kill a gator?
Hell no.
So obviously you may be in a situation where you have to take out a gator. There's a spot in the back of the head right below the neck or below the skull. It's the only place you can shoot them.
Is that right?
The only way.
Oh, because otherwise it's got armor.
The skin it'll reflect the fucking bullet.
Yeah.
Well, maybe if you got like a huge bullet, but you're not sitting there.
I mean, I'm sure if you unload them like a 13-round mag, I'm sure one of them is gonna like.
Maybe. But I think like their skin. Nah, I could be wrong. Somebody will fucking pop up on YouTube and be like, "You're full of shit."
One of your uncles from Duncanville.
No, bro, you fucking Tony bullshit. No, but like I think their skin will deflect like a 9 millimeter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even a fucking hollow.
It's just like point blank.
Stop.
Like it won't fucking penetrate it.
That's good. That's interesting.
But like that one spot in the back of the head that's like this big that you shoot.
Hello, if you're a kid listening to this podcast and you want to come hang out every time I do a podcast and Google these things, contact me. Send me a DM. No, because I want to know this stuff and I can pull out my phone now.
It would make things a little creative.
It's not the flow that I want to go down.
Right.
I do want to get into all that.
It would,
but I need someone to do it. Someone who's just.
It's a little difficult because then it kind of takes us away from. Hey, the kid can kind of look this shit up and they're like, "No, Tony, you're full of shit."
Yeah,
oh my bad.
We'll give him a mic. The offer's out there, kid. If you're still listening to this nonsense at 2 hours in,
it's only 2 hours.
Then I fuck with you.
I fucks with you, bro. But this is what most tattoos are like, right? Wow. Every tattoo artist that I've ever talked to, fortunately, has been very similar to this. Like they just bullshit and they know things.
But this is what it is. Right. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not trying to sit here and like recreate the wheel.
Right.
You know, I'm just trying to have a nice wheel.
It's just a nice, clean wheel.
Like a good wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you took it to one of those self car washes and hit it with a power washer.
Fucking power wash the shit out of
it. Sprayed some fucking, what's that guy's name? Chemical Guys.
Oh, yeah.
Chemical Guys, Diablo, wheel cleaner. Boom, 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 boom. Get the grime off. You know what I'm saying? We just got a good fucking wheel.
Hell yeah.
Not trying to invent,
Not trying to make a new wheel.
No.
All new kind of like hexagons in the center because you don't need a rim anymore.
I just want the kind
self-heals.
of wheel that if I was like in my young 20s, I would have rolled by and some chick would have wanted to hang out.
He's got nice wheels.
He's got
Let's see what
nice
he's
wheels.
about.
Yeah. But yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Should we take a pee break?
I need to pee. Yes.
Fuck yeah.
I was about to ask.
Yeah,
Can I
let's
take a
do it.
leak?
No, I haven't done one of these where I haven't yet.
That's a good thing. I need to
do
get
it.
another beer and probably some water. Take a leak.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, I'm down to go for a little more too if
Yeah,
you want.
fuck yeah.
It's fun, right?
I enjoy this.
Just hanging out, yeah.
At the first, I'm sure you could feel it, but like at the beginning, I was like, oh, I don't know what to say. But now I feel better.
And then you settle. There's waves.
Yes.
It's so fun to me. And yeah, we'll first.
I gotta pee.
No, go. I'm gonna go upstairs. There's bedrooms. There's like 6 bedrooms.
I'm stupid. it's alcohol.
Yeah.
Didn't know
It's a
what that was.
beer.
It's a beer. You have your own beer?
Yeah, I made it for a brewery.
No shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So I designed the label.
But you didn't like make the actual sauce that goes in it?
Nah. I'm cool, but I'm not that cool. But so I designed the label for them. It's funny because it's a brewery in New Jersey called Hackensack Brewing.
Okay.
And they're a really good brewery. One of the best breweries in the state. And I made the label for the beer, but it was very fitting because it was the last it released the beer the day I was leaving to move here.
Oh wow.
So I actually packed my car up, had a U-Haul, everything, and I went to the brewery before they opened to get the beer and try the beer and like say hello.
Right.
And then I was on my way here, literally, with the dog, with the wife, the back seat packed with boxes, and I went and picked up a case of it and like said, well, thank you for putting me on the label,
right.
And doing this collaboration, but
like I'm out. That's cool.
It was cool. Yeah. So I did it, and it's funny. I designed it in Austin because I was here visiting.
Okay.
And I did it in like the house that we wound up renting now. We leased it or whatever, and then I flew down here alone just to do guest spots and stayed in the house we rented, but it was still empty.
Oh, that's right. Because you were at what's his name studio, right?
Nolan,
yeah. Nolan's a cool guy.
So what happened was I rented the house, and we needed to move 2 or 3 months after I officially rented it because we didn't have time to come look anytime because my calendar was full. And I was trying to get rid of a bunch of appointments in New Jersey and blah, blah, blah. So we rented this house because we had a week block. Me and my wife could both come here and check it out.
Right.
So we found the place, and they wanted the lease to be immediately. So we found the place that was like, all right, we're willing to go like a half a month like out or a month or whatever. So then we're like, all right, we'll just sign the fucking thing. And then like I just guest spotted a lot was the goal. For those 2 months that we had the house, I came here like 3 or 4 times and stayed in the house. Mm. So I sent our guest bedroom bed to the house. Right. And I knew it would be the bed for the guest room. Okay. So I sent it here.
So you were doing dirty shit on the other people's beds?
Rubbing my butt on it. Like
on the mattress. Can't flip this one.
Nah, fuck that shit. I ordered a Tempur-Pedic to the house, dude.
You got fucking high quality.
I had it delivered the day that I got here. So I got here in the morning and then had them drop it off.
Oh, that's cool.
And then it was like, we already had a good mattress we were going to move as our master. So I bought the guest one and then had it sent here. And then I used it. And then I Amazoned sheets.
Right.
And pillows and all that shit.
Right.
So it's like, this is going to be the guest. So I set it up in the guest room and then like slept in it for that week and then went home to New Jersey and then came back and did it again. Was working at Nolan's shop at the time, guest spotting and shit, And then we finally made like the full ass move. We had like all the gear. And then me and my wife slept in that guest bed for like a week until we got everything set up and everything. And we did it quick, like it's like a month of just like unpacking and shit.
Yeah, that's like, to me, some of those little things that you'll remember more than, we got this nice bed, like, we had to live on, we had to sleep on this guest bed or whatever. My wife and I had this like Chase lounge bed. It wasn't a bed. It was just like a chair that we used for like the first 6 months of us living in our house. We had it was a crappy little thing. She found it at a garage sale for like $10. Yeah. And that's what we sat on until we found the now couch that we don't have anymore, but we had at the time.
It's almost like the theme of our podcast, though, if you think about
Starting at the bottom and then moving up. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool.
We have some Drake music playing before we actually come in on this one.
Yeah. Play Drake music now.
See, if you had the kid, they could play that.
I need the kid, bro. Yo, kid.
It's going to end up being some like 60-year-old dude. Still call him the kid?
Yeah. Hey, that's the kid.
That's what he should be forever known as, the kid.
Whoever he is, his name will be the kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Come on down, work for this, do the thing. But imagine if it was like you said, like a 70-year-old guy who saw Led Zeppelin live, the original band.
How awesome would that be?
It would be sick besides the fact that my podcast would die in 2 years when he dies. You know, I'm looking long term. I don't need a guy croaking and
Need someone who's like 22.
yeah, like some college ass kid.
That kind of understands what to do.
Yeah,
knows
who's
what's
not
going on.
indoctrinated by colleges.
Right.
Yeah. That's where I go
college.
wrong. I'm looking for a young person who has the mindset of not a young person. Hey, young kid who's around and available and able and in university, but doesn't believe that, you know,
That this is
communism
going
is
to take
bad.
them anywhere, right? Did you go to college?
No,
No.
I did, but I didn't.
I didn't graduate either.
So I started community college.
Yeah, same.
And I was living with my mom, and I got financial aid for the school.
Yeah.
And then I went to a 2-year college, community college, Bergen Community College in New Jersey.
Okay.
And it's actually a good community college, whatever that means.
Well, yeah.
But
College.
it's a good place to get a piece of paper from and then go wait tables with. But so anyway, I was there, and so I was doing it slow,
Right.
if you would.
Like fucking, 4 hours a semester?
Yeah. And then they eventually got a message. I got a letter saying that like financial aid's going to stop paying because
You don't have enough?
I spent too many years at a 2-year school.
Oh.
Because, you know, apparently like, you know, how many credits you're supposed to take a semester, I think taking like an eighth of them
Yeah.
apparently sets you on a pace in like about 8 years to finish. So what I did was took all the electives first.
I did the same thing.
And then I had a semester or two left, and it was all like triple science things and
Same,
math.
dude. Same.
And I was like, yo, yeah, you did the same thing.
Almost
I feel like
the
we
exact.
lived the similar
Fucking,
lives.
we're kindred spirits for sure.
It's bizarre.
Well, yeah, I went to school, and that's when I was like, all right, let me see what this art thing can do. Still was not tattooing. That's not what I thought. But I was like, all right, I can go take some art classes. And started doing this. I was like, hey, this is fun. And then took all the art classes that I could ever take. And I was done. And I was like, well, what else do I have? I have to take English class. I have to take some math classes.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm like, fuck, I don't like math. Fuck this shit. And then I just stopped going to school.
Yeah, so I literally had the same experience, but mine was a little bit more dramatic.
If my kids are watching this in however long, go to school.
Stay in school.
Unless you become a tattooer. And then
If you're Tony's kids, man, dude, go to fucking school.
don't follow my path.
Yeah, don't follow your path and be like your dad and be cool and make money.
Make money, son.
Go to school and be in debt
Is that not wild?
and work at a coffee shop.
Oh, God. I worked with this one lady.
Burn
who
down
had
buildings. No,
burn down the building. Just set fires. I worked with this one lady at, it was called a movie gallery, which it's like a knockoff of Blockbuster.
Mm-hmm.
And she apparently had a full-on biology degree, and she worked at the movie gallery.
Mm.
And I was like, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, why do you have this? Well, I'm trying to figure things out. And that was one of the real reasons that I was like, I don't want to be in college no more.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's going to end up being.
Get this, man. So I stopped going to college. Remember I was saying I stopped getting the financial
Yeah.
aid. So then I started working. I was working like 40 or 50 hours a week at an Italian deli,
Okay.
just like full time. And I was like still like young 20, you know,
Yeah.
maybe 19, 20, 21. And I was like, I started thinking this is it. Like, what do you mean? I just work and make like money.
Okay.
And I remember at the time it was good money, but I was thinking like in the future this would be like menial money.
Right.
Because if you see like successful people, they don't do this,
Right.
you know? So I started thinking about that.
Right.
So I'm like, maybe I better go back to school. So I went back to school on my own dime.
Okay.
And I think a lot of it was like rebellion and resentment to like not work so much.
Okay.
Like I was like, I'm working 50 hours a week. I could just work half the time, but I could say I'm in school.
Right.
So there's like this thing when you're at that age where you could just like use school as like a fucking shield. Like, I'm in
Okay.
school.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm going to go back to school. So I go and I pay for myself. I'm
Yeah.
working at a restaurant, paying literal money, going to school. And I remember taking it serious, like maybe even bought a new pair of glasses or something, like, thinking that like the glasses would help me. Like,
It's going to make everything better.
yeah, bought like a sweater and glasses.
Yeah.
Show up to school, like, yeah, I'm going to learn more now.
Sit in the front row.
Yeah. Like I look like Matt Damon from Good Will Hunting or something. Or like the kid he bitched out at the bar. So anyway, so I'm like, okay, so I'm back in school and I was taking a science class and there was like I had to do a test.
Okay.
And I just remember being addicted to World of Warcraft and I didn't show up to take the test.
Okay.
Because I'd rather play World of Warcraft.
As one does, why not?
And then I showed up to the next class and the guy was like, hey, you weren't here last week and we had an exam. And I was like, yeah, all right. He's like, but that's 30% of your grade.
Oh.
And I remember my thinking was, well, if I just get 100 on the other 70, I'll get a 70 and pass.
Not horrible logic if you really think about it.
Yeah. And then I went home and rethought that thought and was kind of like, what if I just don't do this? So then still it didn't quite sit in.
Right.
And then I was in another class. And I remember I had an exam the next day, but I almost went to maybe less than 50% of the classes for the next few months or whatever, the semester. I was like, go one time, not another, go another, not another.
Right.
And I had an exam and it was like a big weight of your grade. And I remember studying for it. And I remember I was like, I lit candles and got into a bathtub and started reading the book for the first time. And I had to read 10 chapters.
Right.
And I remember I was reading it and I was trying to be calm. And now that I think back, I was overcompensating with the candles and the incense.
You're making it too relaxed in this fucking bathtub.
No, because I thought that by doing that, it would help me.
To focus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or something And so I remember I stood up and I took the book. I went from being relaxed, listening to fucking meditative music and candles reading. And I took the book and threw it against the fucking wall.
Holy shit.
And just got off and dried off and was like, fuck that. And I remember I went to the gym and worked out.
Right.
And my dad worked out at the same gym and he was there. And he said, what do you mean you're not going to go anymore? He's like, you should go withdraw. And I said, I ain't going to withdraw nothing. And I just never went back again.
Never went back.
Ever. To this day.
And is that when you started tattooing?
Yeah, no. I went on a little more of a darker path since then. And then found my way to it eventually.
Holy fuck.
But I threw the book against the fucking wall. I remember I went from reading I'm going to, and then I just said, I can't do this. And I threw the fucking book against the wall.
That's the most Pisces thing ever.
And I was like, fuck this shit. And then I was like, that's when it clicked to me in life that you should do things that you like.
Right.
If you want to learn something, then learn it.
Right.
If you don't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
There's something that you want to know.
When you want to know it, you're going to learn everything about it.
And that could go for anyone.
Right.
You want to learn how to fix cars. You want to learn how to take an engine apart. You want to learn how to fly an airplane. You want to learn how to sell drugs. But
I mean, it's a business, right?
But it is.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. But you will do what you want.
Right.
So why don't you just start focusing on what you want?
I feel like that's how schools should almost be taught that. There are some kids out there who really enjoy math, who really enjoy science, and they're going to be okay in school.
But that's who should do that.
Right. But I didn't give a fuck about math. I still don't really care about math. Yeah. I understand why it's needed, and I am glad that there are people out there who enjoy doing it. But
and the math that you need in your life is very easy to solve with a calculator.
If even that. The way I schedule and do all my money is so I can divide it and do easy math in my head. Yeah. That's all the reason that
But that's smart in itself.
Right.
Right? So it's why should everyone... It's almost like people are taking a one-size-fits-all structure and trying to blanket it across society. Yeah. It almost seems kind of communistic or something. Right. In a weird way, right? Because it's why not just individualize? Education doesn't need to be formal education. Right. You could be educated on anything.
Right. You can be educated on how to cut grass or, tend to a field or something like that, but they don't teach you that. Yeah. They don't teach you none of that in school.
Well, even in continuing education from my short time in college, I didn't feel like I was actually there really learning something that I wanted to learn. Now, I think if you were wanted to be a music producer and you went to a music school, but you knew you wanted to learn music, that would be a good school to be in.
It should be, right? But then I still feel like a lot of the things that you learn is on when you're doing it. It's like when you're an apprentice. You can be taught and shown everything, and until you till you start tattooing, you're never going to know what it's like.
No, I know. No, I think you're right. I actually like feel bad about saying that. Like, I mean, I don't want to say it, but I mean, I know I told your kids to stay in school, but I almost feel like kids don't go to school.
It almost feels like it's better path. If it's something that you're excited to do, that's what you should lean into.
I almost think you should spend time learning about what you like.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that means. I know that fortunately I spend time doing that. I don't know what nudged me to that.
Right.
But I think that might be more important, because if you figure out what it is that you like, then you can, I think it's back to the gut fucking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think maybe as we become evolve as people, maybe like we teach our kids and young that, you know?
Yeah.
Right?
They should, yeah. Because, for me, you definitely, there's good and bad to everything. Like if you're going to school and your school is teaching you things that you don't give a fuck about and you're rebellious and you're not paying attention, that's not a good path to be on.
It's just a waste of human existence.
It's a waste of everything.
I wanted to say a waste of time, but I think it's more than that.
You think you're going to waste away your potential?
No, I think that like it's so precious to be a human.
Okay.
That like our time is so valuable.
Right.
Like even on a huge level, like you're literally just here for a short period of time in this, crazy experience of being a human.
Right.
Like, it's so rare. Think about all the life forms and species, and you were fortunate enough to be born as a human.
Right.
And then on top of that, you were fortunate enough to be a human who's not impoverished or, had at least the mental capacity to curate the life that you want to live.
Right.
You're in the fucking 0.001% of humanity. You are.
Right.
Like even when you were laying asphalt, you were.
Right.
You know what I mean? You could have been born in Africa.
Right. No, I could have had a much different upbringing, much different life.
And I'm not saying that Africa is not.
No.
I'm just saying you were born in a first world country with the ability to have the luxury to think.
Right. To where I could quit my job and stop doing asphalt to try to do tattooing.
So even on like a bad day laying asphalt, you were still able to make some money to, maybe get some food.
Right.
We were saying before, like survive.
Yeah.
There's literally a lot of people on earth right now who are just thinking of eating next.
Yeah. Is that not wild?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's crazy. So I guess what I'm saying is that I guess that's just wild.
It's super wild, man. That to think that we were born into a place that allows us to do stuff that some other countries are not even privy to even think about.
Yeah.
Or in a time even now where we're allowed to do this, because I don't know, 100 years ago, like could we tattoo? Like no, like we would not be able to be as established of an artist as we are now.
Well, yeah, the second part, yes, but
the first part,
probably tattooing was.
We could still probably tattoo.
It's an ancient art.
No, yeah, it's been around.
You could have been tattooing cavemen.
So it's like the second oldest behind like prostitution. I think somebody said
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe that's why tattoo artists like strip clubs so much.
That's why we're all grouped together. Like, they're all strippers.
Yeah. Just old world stuff. Just fucking dirt bags.
Just dirt bags.
Tattooing, stripping, drinking.
That's all. That's a tattoo lifestyle.
Yeah.
That's why rock stars want to do this.
If I ever have a daughter, she can't date a tattoo artist. Bad guy.
Shout out to our wives who allow us to do this, because it's not the easiest thing to date a tattooer.
Did you know your wife before you were a tattooer?
Yes.
Me too. I think it's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
I think that like for whatever reason, if like my wife or anyone who has a wife that they met before they were a tattoo artist or before they had success tattooing, left us, it would be your life would be a very different thing.
Much different. I feel like for me, like, not that I'm just like people are just throwing it at me or anything. No, but I look at other things that I'm like, my wife has endured me when I was nothing.
Yeah, for sure.
And then now that I'm where I'm at now, she still wants to be with me. And I'm like, that puts you at a much higher pedestal than some rando.
It's the coolest shit.
Yeah.
That's cool. Like real tat wives.
Yeah.
You know?
Like for real. It really is.
Those are some ride or die chicks. Because you're dating like a very weird. No, it's okay. You want to play
playing
footsie.
footsie.
I mean, I'm for it. I mean, I moved to Austin for a reason.
Start playing with my nipples while we play.
I bought a Lululemon bag.
Did you?
Last week.
Nice.
That would be a good time to play footsies with another man.
It's a great opportunity.
You want to know what's
Beards
funny?
get
I
a
bought a
fucking
Lululemon bag and I use it as a concealed carry bag.
You want to check this shit?
Look at you. You're going to rob me? You think I'm a hipster with long hair and a Lululemon bag?
Guaranteed they're going to like, give me your money.
You want
you're going to
smoke?
pull a gum on you. And you're like, get the fuck out of here.
I mean, yeah, that's funny. But yeah, fucking, I don't even know what I was saying.
Tat wives.
Oh yeah, they're good. Those are good peeps, like real ass tattoo wives. You know, I was almost telling my wife that I should start like a segment on here, tat wives,
Okay.
or something like that.
Yeah.
Just like and talk to tattoo artists' wives.
Oh, you could.
That would be cool,
Yeah,
right?
that would be a cool little thing.
Yeah, right.
I think it would. I think that, because
Would it be good with the tattooer or just the wife?
Well, you could probably do a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Because if you just had the tattoo wife on here, like she's like my wife is privy to a lot more than I put out there.
Oh, so if you were both sitting here, I could
She's gonna
question,
talk shit.
and she's gonna interject and be like, "No," like
She's like, this motherfucker here.
she'll rewrite this whole episode and be like, "That's a lie." Like,
Tony's so full of shit. I guarantee that's what you would
yeah,
say.
of course, they all do that shit.
She means it in a good way. Like, I don't think my wife's malicious or anything, but
I know. They're just right. And we're delusional.
that's probably more accurate. We're up in here like, oh, I could do this and I do that. And she's like, no. She puts me in my place though. Like when I do a
Hell yeah.
tattoo that I'm like, this is fucking cool.
Yeah.
And I take a picture of every tattoo and I send it to her so she can do the books and we have, an idea of what we're going to be making for the taxes and everything. And I'll send her some things and I'm like, what do you think? She's like, what did the client think? I'm like, you don't like it? She's like, it's not my favorite. She puts me in my place
Oh, it's
real
the
quick.
best. My wife too.
That's
Every
good.
tattoo I ever do, I text her and say,
Yeah.
post or no.
Yeah.
And on top of that, like just all that stuff. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
She's got me to post some things that I was like, I'm never posting
Yeah,
this tattoo.
she's probably right.
And it was like, blew up. I was like, well, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like good tattooers are just like vehicles of wives.
Probably. She's the one who's really driving this ship. I'm just here. I'm the vessel. I'm the front guy.
I mean, what's that dumbass quote? Every man is a woman or some shit.
They're only as strong as the woman
Yeah.
next to him or something.
But that's a thing, man. And I feel like I'm kind of like on that wave lately. Like, and something I respect, especially in today's climate, is just like strong women,
Yeah.
like strong, feminine, fucking boss ass women.
Yeah.
They're cool. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, I always like, you know what I mean? Just some lionesses.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's sick. Like, that's cool. You
It's
know?
it's a very cool thing that the whole thing that women are doing now. I really enjoy
Yeah.
seeing that they're able to do this,
Just like a bad bitch who could get
Yeah.
soft sometimes. you know?
So some fetish you got?
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I've been at a convention and won like best of the day or some shit, and like came home, my wife told me, why'd you leave your shoes in the foyer? You know what I mean? Like, I thought I was the man. She just knocked me down real quick. You know what I mean?
You're up here and like, no, bro.
It's like she took a katana and just
She sees you posting like, this motherfucker won best of the day. All right.
yeah.
Talk shit.
Came home like, look at this. I tattooed this guy. He's kind of this. He's famous. She's like, cool. You left your clothes in the washer and they were wet. And now you're going to create mold in the thing. So fucking, I had to rewash them and then I fucking dried them. And I'm like, damn, dude.
My
Like,
wife just literally sent me a picture. One of the kids or the dog or somebody got into some cupcakes and there's cupcake all over the
Yeah.
couch. And I'm like,
Damn.
here drinking, talking shit with you.
And
And
it's
she's
your
at home
fault.
dealing with that. And I'm like,
damn.
I'm sorry, you got to deal with that today, baby.
Yeah. It's all right. She could have hit you up and been like, hey, hon, you left poo splats under the toilet seat. Because I know she's told you that before.
The most accurate thing ever.
Yeah, ever. Yeah. Trust me, I've had it. Oh, man. These chicks, man, they're good.
Definitely. I definitely don't feel like I would be wherever my level of success is, if it's the peak or if it's the mid or if it's the bottom, and I still have a lot to go. A lot of that is 100% because of like where she has helped me.
But you got to think about it, like even from just like an animal kingdom kind of perspective, like we were talking about before, like when you have like your partner, your person, your fucking mate, like your other little crazy animal living with you, and, you're set in that way. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're evolutionarily, like we want to have a mate, I think, right? Yeah. So it's like when you have that, you can then focus on not hunting a mate. You could focus on
you can
making
focus
watercolor flowers.
Watercolor flowers.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how am I going to focus on making trippy space skulls if I'm out there just looking for some, little bit of puss? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, how could I do it? You know what I mean?
Right.
It would almost be like evolutionary, like order to like override my creativity in a way, because you want to like, you have this undying devotion.
Is it the muse?
Towards procreating.
Right.
Like that's in your code.
Right.
No? Like,
yeah.
Maybe.
Everybody wants to spread seed and get out there.
But why but really as a species we need to, or else we won't continue.
Yeah.
So if that wasn't built into the code, we would stop doing that.
Right.
And then if we stopped doing that, we would die.
Right.
So
it's needed.
Like it's manifested in us in pheromones, scents, and feelings.
Right.
And dopamine reactions. But that's because we need to live.
Right.
Right? But I don't know the answer why we need to live. Maybe
nobody knows that.
I think that's like a God thing.
Yeah. Someone out there's like, you're doing this for this.
Yeah.
Or if you get really trippy and it's because, what's Rogan say that we're the sex organs for AI, the robot?
Yeah.
Like we're building all this for the robot overlords that are going to take over here in a few years.
But it's interesting. And I guess what I'm trying to say is creativity is almost like when you're fed.
Right.
Like you can't be creative if you're hungry.
Right.
And just like de-sexed.
Right. Yeah. If you're lacking something, you can't be creative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
I agree with that.
Like I think if you're well fed and milked, then you can be creative.
It's been a little bit. I'm sorry, this flower's not going to turn out as well.
But think about it. You'd probably be out there like doing crime.
Could be. Definitely could be, man.
I almost think that might be like the source of aggression.
Yeah.
Just generational lack of being.
Just it's been too long.
No one pulled on your thing. You know what I mean? Like,
oh God.
Yeah, I'm sorry to drag you into this, man.
We started off, we were good, and it was like, what the fuck did they start talking about? Here's the fun, like this is normal. Like this is conversations for me are all over the place. They've never just been anything that's just like, hey, this is linear and progressive to one thing.
Yeah. The only thing that's linear is time.
Is it?
I guess it depends on how many mushrooms you did.
Clock goes this way, bro.
Want to know something funny? When I was in Rome, are you going to Rome?
No.
Okay. So Rome is, I could see why you would miss that one, but at the same time, I can't see how you could. But that's how everywhere in Italy is, by the way.
Right.
Because it's like I drove past Pompeii on a train.
That's one of the reasons we're going there is to Pompeii. My wife has it like.
So you're on the way to Sorrento.
Yes. So we go to Naples. And
okay, so from Naples, no, listen. In Naples, you're going to take the local train.
Okay.
Right? Have you looked into this stuff yet? You're taking the train from Naples to Sorrento.
Yes.
And on the way is a stop in Pompeii.
Oh, is it?
It is.
Okay.
I know it is.
I have the itinerary. I know all these, but I don't know.
I'm just going to tell you right now, if there's one thing you take from this podcast.
This is it.
This is it.
Okay.
This is everything you need to remember. The train ride from Pompeii. From Naples, which is the pizza capital, by the way.
Nice.
That's where my family, the Cupparos, they're from
Naples.
From Naples.
Oh, that's cool.
But when you're there, you should get pizza.
Yeah.
Okay. But after that, you're going to ride a local train. There's not a speed train.
Okay.
From Naples to Sorrento, it's a local train. It's like taking the New York subway.
Okay.
It's going to be hot.
Oh.
Like real hot.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of armpit smell.
Okay.
Like mega armpit smell. And there's going to be pickpocketers.
Okay.
And you're going to be stuck like a sardine on a train with open windows in the heat. And it's going to be like 2 hours.
Okay.
And you're just going to be standing there. But when you get
Sweating.
off, you're going to enter paradise. And when I say paradise, not like Caribbean, white sand beach paradise, just like,
yeah,
like I'm just in Sorrento.
I've Googled it, but I'm like, I'm sure.
And you're
it's
going to
nothing
get
like
lemon flavored pasta because lemons are big
I
in
love lemon.
Sorrento.
Yeah.
Oh, and Sorrento's going to be your place. Everything's with lemon.
Yeah, when they were saying lemon and then the fish, I was like, oh, I'm in heaven.
Yeah,
Like, this shit's
seafood and
amazing.
lemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to be
My wife's
chilling.
going to hate every bit of it.
You're going to be
She does
chill.
not
Me and
like
my
that.
wife went to a restaurant 2 days in a row there, and they had this eggplant caponata.
Okay.
Bro, just
Good.
Everything. I got a pasta with a lemon cream sauce and like black pepper cracked on top of it or some shit with shrimp in it and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Stupid good. But anyway, you're going to
Now
take this.
excited.
If you are taking the train from Naples
Yeah.
to Sorrento, you're taking a local train.
Are we, though?
I'm just saying, unless you're taking a car or something.
I don't know, because
If you're taking the train, it's a local train, and be prepared.
if we are on a train, we probably are. But I don't know if it's
If you're taking the train, I'm telling you, you're taking a local train.
or if it's a private thing.
If you're taking a private thing, that's fine. I'm saying if you
But I don't know if the private
if
thing
you
is
are
still in
taking
this.
the train, you're taking a gritty train.
Okay.
Not the bullet
It's
train.
not going to be a good train.
No, but that's kind of cool.
No, yeah. Because we take the bullet, or I guess,
Well, you're
bullet
gonna,
train from Venice to
Naples.
right?
Yeah, exactly. I did the exact same thing.
Right.
But what I'm saying is from
Naples to
Sorrento, it's a
gonna be
local
shit.
train.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be a shit show.
It's cool. No, I like it.
I want some of that. I don't want everything to be like first
No,
class.
it's not.
Oh, this
It's
is
not like
amazing, but-
scary.
right.
I'm just saying it's an experience.
Yeah.
That's all. It's hot and
Yeah.
it's a real thing.
Yeah.
And there's people getting on and off that are going to work. Like it's like that.
Yeah.
Like it's cool. Like it's
Okay.
like one of those trains you see on like those YouTube videos like Mumbai.
Oh
Like,
fuck. Okay.
but not that lit. But like
it's not like they're shoving everybody on there.
kinda. Yeah. It's
Is it?
and like I had to sit on my luggage
Oh, they're
because I
gonna
didn't
look
have a
at me
chair.
like this big
I was
motherfucker's taking up
standing.
3 spots.
I was standing in the middle of the train, but I was sitting on my luggage. But I had my hands in my pockets because those are like where the pickpockets come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll make
So,
sure to keep
so
it all
yeah,
that.
I actually went down the rabbit hole of pickpocketing. It's something I got very interested in. Like
Okay.
I watched a lot of YouTube content on it and stuff.
Yeah.
Even people who say I'm prepared for pickpockets get pickpocketed.
Really?
Like they're like master artists. Like it's very cool. It's very interesting.
Are they just like what was it, Ocean's 11? Matt
It's
Damon
crazy.
just-
I went with a thing called a SPI belt, SPI belt. It was like a running belt,
Okay.
and my wife had it. So I would put that under my jeans, a belt that had like a pouch, and I put all my cash in it and all my like cards.
Okay.
And then in my wallet, I would leave in my pocket with like 100 or 200 euro
Right.
plus like that's it.
Right.
And then what I would do is keep like 1,000 euro in my belt under this other belt under my belt, like a sport belt that has a pocket. And then every time I'd go pee, I would just like go to the bathroom. I would pull like 50 euro out and just keep ringing it to my wallet.
Okay.
So that at any time, if you mugged me, you only would get what's in my wallet.
Right.
Which was like a very cancelable.
Were you kind of hoping that they would do it?
No, I kind of more hoped that here in Texas.
Okay.
Yeah. Because then, but
You
like,
wanna get mugged here in Texas.
no, I'm not hoping it, but like here, it's like, no, there I felt like vulnerable. Like,
Okay.
here it's more like, my home turf, I guess. Now,
Right.
But like, so the moral there is like, no, I wasn't hoping, but if they did, I would be like, empty my pockets. And it's
Right.
like, what do you got?
Right.
50 or max 150 euro.
Right. It's not the end of the world.
No, it's like
not the $1,000 you gotta
$200.
buy your balls.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
I would leave more in my hotel, like, or whatever,
So let me ask you this, because I've heard conflicting stories. Like I've heard everybody say bring cash, and then I've heard people say they take card. Should I bring a shit ton of cash and then just take little bits with me everywhere I go?
At the time, and I don't know what the answer is now, but when I was in Europe a lot, like a couple of years ago, or before
Before COVID?
for the pandy,
Okay.
yeah, I would deposit money before I left, and I would use my debit card at ATMs.
Yeah.
And just take out the max all the time.
Okay.
And I forget why they said that was. I read about it.
I had read something very similar to that as well.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we've done to this point.
So definitely have Or you can go to your local bank and get like, 800 or 1,000 euro just so you have something when you get there, like a nice little stack. But that's what I'm saying. That's when I would put like 100 or 2 of it in my pocket and the rest of it like kind of tucked away in that like hidden belt or something, you know, so that if you did mug me or whatever or pickpocket me, like you'll just take the little and
It's
not all eggs in one basket.
Right.
It's because it's a real art there, man. You can look it up on YouTube. Spain, it's bad too.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of cool. Maybe I can catch somebody doing something.
At a restaurant on the sidewalk, a lady said that to us in Barcelona. Watch your bags and stuff. Here, pickpockets have been present around here a lot. And they use kids. They use distraction methods.
Oh, shit.
Someone on a bike will like crash into something fakely and fall while you're looking. They'll like, it's like, don't leave anything unchecked. Like it's like a whole thing. It's like a whole lifestyle.
Okay.
So I would wear like a day pack when I'm out there, like not my luggage or not like my big backpack, but I bring a small backpack.
Yeah, I got one of those.
I have a brand called Tom Bin. It's like a small bag that's like, like a little backpack with one main compartment and a small compartment. Yeah. And it also has a hook in mine that you could clip keys to. So I would always hook my hotel key or Airbnb key into like this thing on my bag in it, so I couldn't like lose it or whatever. But I would bring that, and then that has like a waistband on it. The one I have, like to like help alleviate whatever. So every time I would eat at a restaurant, I would sit where like my back is to the building, and then I would take that clip and put it around the leg of the chair.
Oh, okay.
So if somebody grabbed it, it would
catching you.
It would get snagged, stuff like that. Okay. I even do that here when I go to like the lake or river and shit, like to a root, or like the tree.
Right. I wonder if that's like a. Do you do that more? Did you do that while you were in New Jersey?
No, I think I did it more as a research for traveling.
Okay.
But in New Jersey, that's just like normal life. Yeah, if that's kind of what you're asking.
Yeah.
I think it's like a more of a lot of people around thing. Like my wife is from Patterson, New Jersey.
Okay.
And like I used to leave my car running and run inside the house to get something. And she used to be like, whoa, dude, like your car's going to get stolen.
I tell that to my wife because my wife's originally from Tennessee. And in Tennessee, I've talked to multiple people who are from out there. Nobody locks their fucking doors.
Yeah, right.
They I don't know if they do it any now, but nobody locked their doors. And
sure, it depends on what part.
Well, yeah.
Sure, in Memphis they locked their doors.
Yeah, she was in like outside of Nashville, and her parents didn't. And like that's a big thing for me growing up in Duncanville. Like you make sure your shit's locked, otherwise it couldn't just get stolen. And I still do that from now. Like before I go to bed, I check all the doors, make sure everything's locked.
Oh, I do that.
And I'm like real paranoid about that. But
same.
My wife's real big about, I left the car door unlocked or I left the garage door open.
So I used to be like that.
No, she still is like that.
Yeah.
She's.
My wife was not like that.
No.
And she was like, because she's, I guess, was raised in like kind of the hood,
Right.
and was like, I used to leave my bike on the side of my house, or like when me and like my friends were like in my house playing like PlayStation 1, there'd be like 12 bikes on the lawn.
Right.
My wife thought that was crazy.
Really? That's what it was like here. You know, that's where you knew where everybody was.
Yeah.
Everybody's over there at
all
Tommy's
the bikes.
because all the bikes are
I used to just roll up to a kid's house because there was a bunch of bikes piled up. Like,
what are you doing, bro? Like, I don't know. And then become your best friend.
They're up there just trading Charizards. Playing like fucking Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, Crash Bandicoot.
You know what I mean? Like,
what was the other ones?
It's out there on Rainbow
Banjo-Kazooie.
Road. Yeah.
Rainbow Road and fucking Mario Kart.
Bro, we used to play. I had a friend growing up who had Tourette's.
Okay.
And my brother used to watch him. He was older.
Okay.
And we would play. My brother made the kid piss his pants.
Why?
Like 3 times. Because he used to just like fuck with the kid.
Holy shit.
It was like so fun. Like we used to all grew up playing GoldenEye. Yeah, I don't know if you played all this shit.
Same life.
It's so cool.
GoldenEye was super cool.
Hell yeah.
It sucks now. Like I tried playing it not that long ago.
I can't even play it.
Play Halo still. Halo's better.
You play games?
When I get a chance.
Yeah.
I try to get my daughter into it. One of them's really wants to be into it, but now Xbox and PlayStation, I got both of them thinking that I can go play split screen with my kid. They don't have split screens anymore. That shit sucks.
No, that was like old school shit.
I thought that was like how it would still be. Like, why would you have a fucking console that you got to set up with 4 people on the internet?
Yeah, hell yeah. No, absolutely. I've just been playing on the computer and shit still. like out there, like like a little bit of a degenerate, 34 years old, just like on the computer, fucking click, 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 click.
It's probably the better way to play.
Just makes chicks dry.
Like, I'm so into you. I play computer games.
Yeah.
I'm out.
My wife probably hates me. Like, what the fuck? This fucking loser.
I remember I was telling my wife, I was like, I think I want to get this. She's like, why? It's like, you already have an Xbox. I was like, I know, but a PlayStation, PS5, like it's got the Miles Morales Spider-Man game. She's like, all right. And convinced her to get it just so I could play with my kid. I played once with my child and I've beaten almost the whole game.
Yeah.
Because she's like, I don't give a fuck.
What do you do? Just use the kid to sit next to so you could play?
Well, no. Partially. Like I give her the controller. I'm like, hey, play. And she'll play. And she's like, this is fun, but it's not.
And you're like, move out the way.
I'm like, all right, let me beat this part
when
for
your
you.
mom comes in, act engaged.
Yeah, that's exactly how it happens. Like, sit right here, put your arm around me, I'm playing.
Yeah.
It's been 5 hours, my bad.
You got good by playing with your arm hooked around the kids.
It's like this. Yeah. I know my armpit smells great.
But I do watercolor roses. Everything's good.
It still blows my mind because do you paint? Do you draw? Because I don't draw anymore.
But I kind of want to sometimes.
I've lost the ability to draw like I used to.
Yeah. I can't even write with a pen.
It's fucking weird.
I had to sign my name at a bank one day and I felt like my grandma who had arthritis at 80.
Really?
Imagine an 80-year-old grandma with arthritis trying to sign a check.
Yeah.
That's how I felt now.
Really?
Yeah. I don't even remember how to write my name almost.
Well, that makes me feel better because everybody at the studio paints or draws or does something. Rimber's very big on that. And here I am and I'm like, I try to draw. I'm like, I don't remember how to draw anymore.
Yeah.
Like I can still be creative. I still draw on the iPad, but the iPad is giving me, so much of a crutch that it's not the same when I get to a pencil and paper.
I'm kind of like a weird artist, man. Like, I don't know that I even want to paint and draw all the time.
Okay.
Like, I feel like I just take art. I look at it trying to figure it out more like a puzzle.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm not so interested sometimes in painting and drawing. It's weird. It's hard to explain what I mean, but painting it, I don't know that artist shit, figure drawing.
Right. No, I don't either.
It's not very interesting to me in a weird way.
Right.
I feel like I'm a fake artist. And I say this to people all the time.
That's wild that you're telling me because I feel the exact same.
I feel like I'm just making art from the same way that I would tinker with other things. I think we talked about this before.
Yeah.
I just see what I need to do it. And then I just kind of do it.
Right.
But I don't know that when I'm not doing it, that I'm interested in still doing it. It's hard to explain.
I've there's been a few times where I'm like, I want to paint this, but I don't sit there and get a life drawing and pencil that person in and then draw from life that. That is very difficult for me.
It's not the way I look at the world.
Right.
I'd rather just talk to the person sitting there.
Yeah.
And then paint something else.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, yeah, it does.
But I do get the yearning to paint. You can have a few paintings here.
Right.
But they're usually driven by not my ability to study painting, but more about
just doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to achieve the educational or
right. You're not doing it to practice your color theory. You're not doing it because you need to figure out certain things in a tattoo. You're doing it just because. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
And it's the exact opposite for everybody. No, I say everybody. It's a blanket. If you're watching this and you're at the studio, I'm not meaning it that way, but it's like that. Everybody else in the studio is that person. They draw the same way. They paint the same way. And I'm like, I don't do none of that. And I feel very much of an outsider because they're all, I can draw, I can do this, I can do that. And I'm sitting there. We had a magazine come in. It was a bunch of little paper magazines somebody had left. I'm sitting there doodling like a fucking 3-year-old on this lady's face, giving her an eye patch and drawing fucking stupid tattoos.
Because it was interesting.
It was funny to me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, God, this is awful. And the receptionist was like, how do you make money doing art? I was like, I have no fucking clue. It's like I'm some sort of savant who's able to just be creative.
Yeah, somebody's called me that before. Literally.
Have they?
Yeah, the tattoo savant.
I wonder if that's a real thing.
Yeah, because I feel exactly that. It's almost it's almost autistic or something.
I wonder if that's part of it.
It's it's crazy. I literally feel the same way. Gesture drawing, I don't even care about learning about color theory.
Right.
People ask me, oh, when you do your colors, I'm like, bro, I never thought about it.
It just happened to be like
I
this.
literally, they're like, what brought you to do colors? And I'm like,
A need from someone who was like, I want this in color.
yeah. And I was more trying to fulfill their need.
Yep.
Like, or something. Yeah.
I feel that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I could feel it. Like, I get it. I sense that. It's true. Yeah, there's like a thing about that. Yeah.
So let me ask you this. When you were growing up, did you ever hit your head really hard and then were able to draw?
No, but one time me and my friend had a pole
Okay.
that was like a long pole. And we had it in our driveway because we used to inline skate and grind and skateboard.
Yeah.
And then when me and my brother stopped doing that, the pole just was in my yard. And me and my friend put it up a tree one time, just literally a pole.
Okay.
And then we had it going up the tree, and we were walking on this pole up the tree.
Okay.
And I was standing under the pole, and the pole fell down, like almost like a fulcrum, and banged me on the head.
Wow.
And I remember like tasting metal.
Oh, shit.
You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? Like that metal taste, like almost.
So maybe, were you able to draw before that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I did. There's documented drawings before
Because
that.
for me, now, I don't know how truthful this is just kind of how I remember it. Before football, I could not draw. Once I started playing football and getting my head smashed a few times, I was able to draw. Like, don't know where it came from.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was because I was paying attention to more about, the movements that I was doing in front of me. And then that was just being able to focus more on hand-eye coordination. Maybe that's where it came from. But
Right.
I got hit on my head and I was able to draw.
You almost wonder if like all of humanity's possibilities are within all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like something about these like pathways that allow us to access it.
Right.
And it's like something like, because you hear that with accidents and people like with head traumas
Right.
and even
Have
some
a stroke and then they can speak French fluently.
Yeah. Like it's like all of our ideas as a species are just stored on a cloud. And it's like how we can access it is like the actual like thing.
How wild would that be if that's really how it was?
I mean, who
It's
said
like the
it's
Matrix.
not?
It's the Matrix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Everybody's just a NPC until you interact with them.
yeah.
Like, what is that? The simulation theory.
Yeah.
You heard that, right?
I have.
Yeah.
But it's like crazy, yeah. I mean, where would things like that come from? You heard of people getting into car accidents and just like becoming funny
Yeah.
or quiet,
Completely changes everything about a person.
But like where that information was somewhere, because if it wasn't in you, where else would you get it?
Yeah. I don't know.
Right?
So that's what we both got hit on our heads and we were able to draw. That's
Yeah.
what we're calling it.
I think that might be it.
I heard that somewhere else on like another tattoo podcast, and this lady was saying that she I got hit on my head or I fell and got in a car wreck and then I was able to draw afterwards.
Which pot? You know which one?
Not off the top of my head. There's only like 5, so I'm sure it's one of the 5.
I don't know, man. I thought there was a lot.
There
because
is a lot
I
more.
actually
I'm just
had
talking
one of the first ones originally. I used to do a podcast called the Needle Depth
Yeah.
podcast a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm too nervous to like re-listen to it because I probably sound so dumb. And
I
sometimes
listened to one of you and Mark.
I'm tempted to
long time
delete
ago.
them all
Yeah?
off the internet. Yeah. But I'm not sure. I don't
The
know.
one with Mark wasn't bad.
No?
No.
Okay.
Mark seemed like Mark.
Yeah.
It wasn't as wild as the heroin addict that he is now.
No, but I think I've changed since then. I always wondered though, like if that's still up and like if I should just pull it down and just like let it rest.
Yeah, maybe you could.
Yeah.
How many? You only did what? 10 or so, right? You did a few.
Like 13
Okay.
maybe. Something like that.
I don't know.
Well,
It seems
the
like
thing
it
is
feels
we just pursue this one and then I'll get rid of it eventually.
Yeah. Leave them up until maybe they'll get more traction.
It's like they have, that's why.
Have they?
I think. Yeah. Because they're on the same server as this one. Like
Right.
you have to upload it.
Oh,
So
okay.
so you can like see that the hits that it gets.
Right.
And yeah, it's still getting it's been getting listened since the whole time.
Fuck it, leave
Sometimes per month it's been going up. That's why I'm like, all right, like maybe I should I don't even know what I was saying back then.
I'm trying to think. Because when we figured out we were going to do this one,
I'm too nervous.
I was like, where is this? Because you hadn't done the one with Mark yet.
I didn't post.
You hadn't posted anything,
but I did recorded it.
Right.
Where we were gonna the next day, so there was no example.
Okay.
So that's what you're saying. Like
right.
when we talked about you coming here, there was no example yet.
Right. There was nothing. So I found the needle
so you
depth.
looked me up.
I was like, oh, this is what he's talking about. All right, let me listen to a couple of these. And I think I got through like the first two. One was with Mark, and that was from 2019. It's forever
Something
ago.
like that. But it's weird because I almost thought it was longer ago, but it still is like 4 years ago. Which sometimes I think time goes fast, but at the same token, sometimes I think it goes kind of slow.
Wait till you have kids.
It goes faster.
So fast.
Yeah.
It's because, up until I had kids, everything was the same. Every day was the same. You don't see anything grow. You grow a beard or something, you can see the growth from the day like that.
You have something to observe that's growing.
Right. You see the kid that was 3 days ago in your head. You were crawling on the ground. Now you're fucking swimming in a swimming pool. And
well, I guess depending on who you talk to, I have good or bad news that we're probably planning on having no kids.
Right. Well,
so maybe time will just keep going slow.
Yeah. Just fucking keep on cruising. You'll wake up one day and you're like, I got gray in my beard. Like, all right, that's cool.
I think I had that epiphany already. I saw one.
Only one? I've gotten a few here in the last year.
My wife showed me a couple of hers.
Oh, nice.
I was like, damn, yo. I still hit it.
That's all that matters, right? Yeah, the first ones that I would get are my eyebrows, and that's the worst. Like, if this turns gray before my beard, I'm going to be bummed.
Imagine if you're just like a guy with white eyebrows.
White eyebrows. Everything else is dark. What the fuck's up with your eyebrows, man?
I feel like if that happens, I want to take you out to dinner.
Like, look at this guy. He's got some cool eyebrows.
I just want to get like a tasting menu with you.
Share a charcuterie board.
That's it.
Take me to brunch.
Yeah.
Nice.
I want to get the tartare.
The tartare.
And the charcuterie. And a shrimp cocktail.
And the fucking rattlesnake.
Yeah. And just get this boy like a spritz.
Yeah.
Find out who you really are with your white
man.
Eyebrows. Forget this podcast. No one's opening up. We're not talking about anything real.
No.
I want to just talk to you with white eyebrows over a charcuterie.
That'd be a good time, man. Well, when they turn white, I'll tell you.
Yeah, please do.
Check these out.
Hopefully you come back before then.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. But but that don't mean to say when they turn white that I don't want to make sure you come back.
Like, bro, look at this shit.
Like, if I see you on another podcast, one of the other 5, with those white ass brows, before you hit me up, I'm just saying I'll be a little bit sad.
I'm gonna have one less follower. Like, what the fuck happened?
I'll have a bunch less by then.
Maybe.
I think it's now cool if you're a tattoo artist to lose followers.
Is it?
I think the way we referred to before as the transitionary period of like generations.
Right.
I feel like we're on like maybe a social media transition period too.
I agree. Like, where I'm at, I don't have that many followers on Instagram, and it seems so difficult to grab some.
Yeah, but it is. And I almost think that that's not reflective of your actual popularity.
I don't feel like it is either. I have a very strong reach, and my clients that are on Instagram are very like vocal, and they respond. But like, I don't have 250,000 like Rimber. And I'm like, how the fuck did you amass? Not saying that Rimber's not worth that or anything like that, but how did you amass that? And he was telling me, he's like, I just got on Instagram.
Say that. You're going to get fired.
Rimber's going to listen to this and like, hey, Tony, we're going to have to.
He's going to give you a copy of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and then follow you and be like, you're the poor dad.
He did recommend me reading that book.
I know he did.
Have you read it?
No, he recommended it.
He recommended it.
I listened to half of it.
I did. I got through exactly half, and I'm like, this is cool.
Rich Dad,
I know about this.
I'm going to rewrite a book called Cool Dad. And then you could rewrite a book called Dad Takes Kid to Italy, Dad.
Kid to Italy. Oh, they're not coming with us. It's just me and the wife.
Oh, damn sick.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's going to be even more fun.
Yeah. You're about to have all different types of ravioli. Dude, just going to be on a cliff in Sorrento just peeling back pastas.
Just like, let's do this.
Hey, honey, you like rigatoni? How about my penne?
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, damn, boy.
That made the eyes water.
You're going to be the first guy going to Italy with your own meatballs.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Yeah. The internet's going to get a hold of this like, oh, goddamn, what the fuck were they doing? It's the Molly in the water. It's not me.
We're going to Sorrento.
We're going to Sorrento.
How about Sorrentis? Like, oh, man, my bad, dude. I don't know if you Texans are ready. Like,
We're not.
damn.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
fucking hell, man.
So what else? Should we end on that or what?
I don't know. We can.
Whatever you want to do.
We're at 3 hours now. Let's see. What else? Have we talked
Let's
about
break
everything?
records.
We've talked about everything. I guess, and other than the...
Oh, shit. I just got a text message from Michael Perry.
what did he say? By the way, Michael, if you're ever watching this, you have one of the coolest stickers ever. Will tattoo for food. I had that sticker. It's a cool sticker.
Who, Mike? Oh, the eggplant?
No, it's like a cardboard sticker that says "Will tattoo for food."
Oh, yeah. That's some New York ass shit.
I got it when I was at the New York convention last year. It was cool.
I'm just gonna give a shout out real quick to Michael Perry. Hopefully he didn't drink too many Red Bulls today.
See a Red Bull fiend?
Bruh. I've seen Michael Perry drink more Red Bulls in a 24-hour period than anyone I've ever met.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Like how many Red Bulls are we talking?
Like wouldn't even be shocked, honestly. Like if by the time this
30?
episode was over that like I needed to go visit him at like a university medical center.
He has to have at least 15 Red Bulls a day just to survive. If he has 16, his heart explodes, but 15 is the right amount.
Whenever I try to see him, I try to buy at least a case. You know,
Now,
dude drinks Red Bull.
there's a lady at the studio. She drinks Celsius like consistently.
It's like healthy Red Bull.
Well, that's what they claim.
I almost think Celsius is like I go to Boulder, Colorado and have 2 dreadlocks, but I'm white and I have a little bit of armpit hair.
Right. But they're not fully committed. They're not the Red Bull.
It's
They're
like
not
that
Monster.
of Red Bull.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Celsius is like slightly calloused barefoot on a white girl.
It's not super like hairy foot, hairy legs for 6 years and armpits.
I have a
like
couple
this.
crystals in my room and a dream catcher.
Yeah.
And I'm real into zodiac signs.
Yeah.
And because I'm a Pisces, Celsius is everywhere.
Celsius is everywhere. Is she a Pisces? No. I thought she was for a
She's
second.
like Celsius empathetic,
There you go.
you know?
Yeah. I've never had a Celsius. I don't drink
No?
energy drinks though.
You know, it's a good thing to not get into.
I started drinking tea. Tea's about the only thing that'll have caffeine in it.
So you don't drink coffee. So you drink what kind of tea? Green or black?
Black tea.
Okay.
Yeah. For the
That's
most
like
part.
the culturally inclusive tea
What do you mean?
because it's black.
It's because it's black. It's culturally inclusive.
No, I'm just kidding.
It's a southern. And I drink unsweet tea, which is not a southern thing.
Oh, because sweet tea is a southern thing.
Have you had true southern sweet tea?
I haven't.
Do you like sweet tea?
No, I like everything unsweetened.
Okay.
Bitter and non-sweet.
I prefer unsweetened tea. It's got enough sweetness to it personally. I use like sweeteners every now and then, but like it's like fucking syrup. It's so thick.
See, I
sugar.
can't do it. See, everything in my life that I drink or enjoy is unsweetened.
Really?
Like coffee, I can do
You just
black,
drink black tea, black coffee.
black or with cream,
Okay.
but only cream. But that's because I do keto,
Right.
so I get the
you
fat.
get that makes sense.
Yeah, but no sweet. Cocktails, old fashions, but I even tell them half sweet,
Okay.
so like less simple syrup, and that's when I'm cheating. Usually I just drink bourbon neat, just straight up. But my palate with cocktails would be like an old fashioned, half sweet, a Sazerac, a Manhattan, a Negroni, like very like beers. I like the IPAs, so
Right.
I'm not sweet. Bitter.
I'm the exact opposite.
You like sweet. I don't like anything
I only
sweet.
like these because I put fucking lime in them.
Oh. So even chocolate, I want
can't
I
stand
want
chocolate.
I know, but I want 99 or 100%, 80% minimum cacao.
Oh, okay.
Bitter. Like
Okay.
it's not sweet. It tastes like other people would think it's gross.
Right.
Love it.
That's wild.
Yeah, nothing's sweet.
Have you ever had chocolate covered crickets?
No, but I wish I did.
So one of my daughters, she was like 3 years old. I was I'm trying to teach her a lesson about how you don't kill things unless you're going to eat it, right? And just trying to keep her from being an axe murderer one day. And she killed a cricket, and I was like, "Oh, you got to eat it now." And she's like, "No." And she's like, "Okay, I'll eat it." And she picked it up like she was going to fucking call my bluff. I was like, "No, don't do that." I'm like, "I'm not going to let you eat a fucking cricket." And then she's like, "But I want to." So then I went on Amazon and found chocolate covered crickets.
Mm-hmm.
And we all had one, and they're fucking disgusting.
And what was disgusting for you, the chocolate or the cricket?
The chocolate part, it's chocolate. It's not the worst flavor. It's just not my flavor. But when you bite into a cricket, it turns into powder, and the texture itself was like fucking weird.
Damn.
But I say that because maybe you would like that, because that's what I feel like.
Yes.
Cacao chocolate.
I like
tastes like.
always what people don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try it. They're on Amazon, like $5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if the people selling crickets on Amazon are like real.
Oh, they're real crickets.
You think they just sell like flour that's like powdered with chocolate?
No, there's no way to fake it.
Damn. So you see the shape of the
It's
cricket.
a fucking cricket.
Damn.
You like, because you'll open up the pack and you'll look at them and they look like little chocolate nuggets, right? If you break that in half or you pull the chocolate off,
You see that
it's a fucking cricket. They'll have legs in there.
Does it
that
crunch?
Didn't quit. Well, yeah, it has a chocolate crunch and then it turns into that weird
no,
powder.
but does the cricket itself crunch?
Yeah, so
Like the
that's where you get the crunch from. Is from the cricket.
I wonder if I should make homemade chocolate covered crickets.
Do you have that many
I've
crickets?
seen a couple crickets in my garage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wonder if I just went out to my garage.
I think so. The ones that they gave that were in this package were the ones that you feed like lizards and shit. The little brown ones,
Yeah. But I wonder if wild crickets have a gamey taste.
like a fucking deer.
Yeah, because think like are you eating domesticated crickets?
Maybe.
Like a dude grew them in his apartment?
Can you taste the difference between like a shrimp and from a farm and like a real wild caught shrimp?
My mom's boyfriend can.
Really?
Yeah.
I
We
don't think
call
I
him the
have that.
seafood guy.
He has that sophisticated
Oh,
of a palate.
dude, he doesn't. Like he doesn't have a sophisticated palate in the sense of like worldly.
Right.
But when it comes to like a local restaurant that serves either seafood, like I've been out to dinner with this guy and I heard him go, not farm raised clams, Gulf farm raised.
He knows what fucking region they come from.
And I'm like, what do you? And this dude always talks about, uses the cheap olive oil. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, maybe some people can do that.
Yeah.
I can taste the difference between fresh seafood and then like seafood that was frozen.
This is my point.
Right. I can taste
So
the difference
I
between that.
wonder if this, like, the crickets that you order off Amazon are like the equivalent of like farm raised shrimp.
Right.
Whereas if you catch a cricket in your garage and chocolate cover it, that would be like
It's a
more
better
equivalent
cricket, maybe.
to like a deep sea caught natural fucking.
I think you would have to eat it alive though.
Shrimp.
Like you just take the cricket, dunk it, and bye.
Imagine just having like a cricket that you caught in your backyard and you bought a chocolate fondue.
Fucking
You and your kids just dipping fresh crickets in the chocolate.
yeah, man. Like, hey babe, I caught this cricket. You want to go eat it? She just takes it. And
Talk about being a fucking real man.
right.
Take
Not
your kids cricket hunting. You just buy like a fucking ball mason jar and just catching crickets and a couple lightning bugs in the middle. And then you just dipping them in chocolate in your living room.
Just open it up. Chocolate goes on top. Shake them.
Fountain of chocolate just with a stick.
Fuck yeah.
Eat it with the chocolate didn't even dry.
Just wet chocolate and fucking still moving.
And you and your kids would have different opinions on if you let the chocolate dry or eat it wet. Kind of like,
I like this one because he's still alive. I don't like this one because he died.
yeah, it's kind of like the debate if you should burn the marshmallow over the fire or roast it lightly and get it brown.
Burn it.
Well, that's very debatable.
Do you like a roasted?
I like both. a really ass burnt marshmallow that you blow out and it's got the burns on it, or you roast it real slow and get it gold.
It's too long. It's the same flavor. You get more crunch with the burn one.
I wonder if like a lightly roasted marshmallow is equivalent to like brisket. And then the burnt one is like a seared steak.
Yes.
Think about what
Man, yeah, I'm fucking, you're on to something. This particular marshmallow was roasted for 13 hours at a real low temperature.
Yeah.
This one was fucking 2 seconds.
Exactly.
You should come up with the answer to that.
It's literally the same
See, if you were
thing.
the kid, you could answer this for us.
Oh, because the kid knows the
would
answer.
know.
Because they're just closer to birth. Like, they're closer to the source of God.
Or they could Google it, or they could fucking sit back here and roast some fucking candle lit.
I think a kid
marshmallows.
knows more about like real reality for 2 reasons.
Okay.
A, it's like been less conditioned by society and wedged away from truth, but also just because it's more educated on using Google.
I know how to Google things.
Yeah, quicker than you because I'm a kid.
They're just like, hey, this is what we're doing. Hey, Siri, tell me some shit.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I love how I was like, oh, I'm going to come here and just drink coffee today. No whiskey. And you're like, I got beer. And I'm like, all right, fuck it.
It's my fault.
It's all right.
Sorry I
not,
got you
man.
drunk, Bobby.
It's okay. I'll go home and take a nap and then go out to dinner.
Do you live far from here?
Like 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's not bad.
In Texas, that's like around the block.
Yeah.
That's like from Duncanville to fucking Fort Worth.
It's not even close. Like, I think Duncanville to Fort Worth is more like here to Waco. Think about like that amount of difference.
Oh, it's far as fuck.
It's not, it's about an hour drive.
If you is it Waco's an hour away?
It took me about an hour to get here from Buc-ee's. Have you been to
in
Buc-ee's?
Waco. Yeah,
Okay.
I've been. Not
Okay.
that one.
What? There's more to Buc-ee's?
No, that is the one I probably went to. I went to the closest one here on the way from New Jersey.
That's probably the one you went to then.
I think so. It was big.
It's a big fucking
A
place.
lot of urinals.
It's a nice, clean
A lot of
restroom.
gas pumps.
A lot of cleanly. I think that's how they got big.
A lot of bullshit canned food and beef
Oh,
jerky that
God.
people overhype. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Do you like jerky?
I do.
Do you like the jerky that's soft, or do you like fucking boot leather?
Both.
Oh, I can't stand the one that's hard. Like that shit's
No, I want to fucking chew on it sometimes.
Just-
I want to
get
gain
after it.
maturity as I bite.
No, I want the fucking jerky to be like this.
Oh, like
It's just cured enough that it's not going to get fucking moldy.
So I was agreeing with you on a lot of things. But it might be where I differ.
Jerky's the fucking, that's the chromosome that's
I
different.
don't even know if I can get along with you.
No, bro, you don't
nice
like
to know
hard
you.
jerky, but fucking get out of here.
Jerky's where I draw the line.
Well, chocolate covered crickets, cool. Fucking dunking them while they're alive, cool.
No problem. Rattlesnake,
Jerky.
got you.
Jerky.
I'll even go down to Florida and hang out with Sean Point and wrestle a gator.
Should.
You want soft jerky? Get out of here. I thought you were the Texan, bitch.
Ruined it. I'm sorry.
Damn.
I ruined it for you.
Damn, you're gonna get out jerkied by a guy from North New Jersey? I'm from the same fucking county that like Paulie D from Jersey Shore hung out
fuck. You're from the,
in. Yeah.
you got Pauly D and I got fucking, what was her name?
I was grinding up on Snooki when I was growing up.
Really?
Yeah. And you were out here laying asphalt, hunting rattlesnake, and you
Fucking
eat soft jerky?
Soft jerky.
Damn.
Soft jerky, man.
Man.
I had soft jerky on the way here from Buc-ee's.
Fuck. Damn.
But it was the prepackaged shit.
Does Buc-ee's offer hard jerky or only soft?
Pretty sure it's hard.
Do they you know what they should do? Maybe we should do this. We should create a jerky company.
Okay.
But instead of changing so much the flavor, we should have like a wheel on it with a pin
Of
that
how
talk
much
of how
toughness?
hard it is. Yeah.
you could.
Yeah.
I wonder how.
No one's doing that.
I wonder how well that would sell.
It's kind of like when you look in the back of an oil paint and it talks about its opacity.
Yeah.
Right.
You're like, I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah. I never gave a shit about that. Dude, Yo, one time I had a conversation with, I think it was Colt, the owner of Empire Inc. And he was talking about the opacity and the light thing. And I was like, I don't fucking know, bro. I grab the color and fucking do it. I feel like it. You know what I mean?
Now, I will say there are a few colors that I'll use that have that translucent that I
Well, yeah,
use
because you can't use them because they're so fucking translucent, like magenta.
Magenta is the exact one I was thinking of.
Fucking deep red or something. Yeah, I get it. Some weird purple red.
Yeah.
What can you do with it?
There's nothing.
Besides
it seems like
it.
that's all that, like those reds, me and remember we're talking about this, like there's not a good deep red. You have to kind of make your own.
No, it's
red.
because it doesn't exist with those pigments. You can't do it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's too translucent. You'll just fuck up the skin.
You're fucking up the skin trying to do something that you can't do.
You can't fucking make it.
It's almost like you're better off just making the design to not include that.
We're going to turn this to dark brown. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Or just purple.
Or purple.
Into red. Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing.
Is it?
I don't know. As long as it looks
Both
cool.
of us do color. Is it? I don't know.
I don't do color.
I don't do color.
I just do life.
All my shit's Photoshop. Like, I don't know what the fuck tattoos are. AI did it for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on the AI stuff?
So I feel like there are good and bad parts of AI. It's good for the artist who maybe is not creative and can type into a computer like, hey, I want this. Gives them a piece of art, and then they can go from there. Like, that's good for them. Like, AI, it's getting better. I used to say it can't do what I can do, but it's gotten to the point now where I feel like it can make a watercolor painting probably just as good, if not better than me. But I can still tell that it's fake. You know what I mean? I can look at a watercolor painting that AI did, and I'm like, that's bullshit. Yeah. It just doesn't have the same life. But I'm sure in the next 2 months, it'll probably be better than anything a human can do. So for us tattooers, I feel like it's a good thing, but what's the point of having it anymore? I feel like it's going to weed us out because eventually somebody's going to be able to create a tattoo machine that does not need an artist. And then all you got to do is go implement something into a computer, take that design to this thing, plug in this thing, put your limb into a fucking door somewhere. And then you end up with that exact thing that's flawless because it doesn't have the human error. And I don't feel like we're super far away from that. And I feel like the further we push AI, that's going to be the new norm. We're not going to be tattoo artists. We're going to be franchisees that own a portion of these fucking machines that do our job for us.
Well, I'll say if you're an early adapter to these machines,
it's a good thing.
I will interview you to see if I can work there. And maybe you'll let me put my name on my own business card.
There you go.
And I can come there and operate your machine.
You can operate on your own on your own entity
via your machine.
Yeah. I don't know. Do I think it'll ever get to that point? Probably not. I feel like most people are still going to want a true tattoo that was done by a person. But it's hard to argue when you can get a fucking full half sleeve for $100 because from a machine that can do it 2 seconds.
Yeah, maybe. But I can get you $100 piece of artwork from Home Goods right now that you can hang in your bathroom.
Yeah.
But I can offer you my original painting for $5,000.
Yeah.
What would you rather?
I guess it depends on what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can't say.
Because as an artist, I'm still like, I go to fucking Home Goods. I'm like, hey, that's a cool painting. I need it for my bathroom because I don't want to paint a bunny with the toilet paper stuck to its ass. And I'm like, hey, that's cool. Hang it.
Yeah.
$10.
Yeah, but that's just because you're using your resources properly.
Well,
because you don't want to paint art for your bathroom. Because
do you ever do that? You walk in there like, I could do this, but I'm just going to buy it.
I did. Actually, I have a story about that.
All right.
We were decorating our guest room, and my wife said, I want to buy this painting, and we were at like some store.
Okay.
And the painting was like $200 or something. And it was like, I don't know. It was like a narrow, long painting, maybe 3 or 4 feet wide, but like 2 feet high, like a long kind of landscapey thing. It was abstract. And I said, $200. I flipped the thing. I'm not fucking buying that fucking thing. We were in Hobby Lobby.
Yeah.
which is like, I've never really been to them in New Jersey.
They don't. Do they have them up there?
They did eventually, like not my whole life. Is
Okay.
that new, kind of?
No, we've had them forever.
Oh.
Or as long as I can kind of remember. Since I was a
think
kid.
on the East Coast, they weren't always there.
Okay.
But they were there. Like, I shouldn't say they weren't there. Like, they were there for like
It's not accessible as it is kind of like here.
Yeah, they were there like the last like 8 years I could remember seeing one, but like one.
Right.
You know what I mean? It wasn't like as, and I knew a couple people that were like Hobby Lobby people, but I wasn't like raised thinking to go to Hobby Lobby.
Okay, yeah.
But then, so we just never, it wasn't like the place that I went, right? But so here I see them more often. And like when you're looking for that kind of like feel in many things, you go to Hobby Lobby.
Yeah.
So I went there, and by the way, now I'm like a Hobby Lobby kind of guy.
Yeah.
So I went over there, and she was like, yeah, let's get that. And I was like, but I could just make that.
Yeah.
And then I was like, because I was in Hobby Lobby, they sell canvases. So I bought a canvas, and I had some paint at home and some brushes. And I was like, the canvas is like $20.
Yeah.
I'll just buy the canvas, and in 5 minutes, I'll make that dumbass fucking paint stroke, fucking faded thing. So I was in my room, and I made the thing, and I got all like spiritual, and I like painted it, and it was so bad. And I showed my wife, and she goes, "What the fuck is that?" So I blacked it out and did it again.
Yeah.
And on my second try, I got it.
Okay.
And now in my guest room, I made 3 pieces that match.
Okay.
It's like one that's like, I used this matte black. It's called Black 3.0 or 2.0. It's like the mattest black you can buy. I bought it on an Instagram ad because it's like black. It's
actually brought it to you.
Yeah, it's like Vanta black. It doesn't reflect.
I know exactly.
light.
I know I've heard of yeah.
So I painted the canvas with that. Then I took mint and blue and made these cool paint strokes. So it's so black with these. And then I did like another canvas all black with like drips down it.
Oh, yeah.
It was harder for me to do that than if I were to do a realistic back piece.
The abstract shit is difficult if it's not something you're used to doing.
So the moral of my story is I probably should have just bought
You
it.
should have just spent $200 and bought them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like time is money.
Yeah. So you got to think about how long did it take you to do it?
A couple days.
Oh shit.
Like, because it was in my office and I was looking at it. Then I painted. Then I went over it a couple times. Then I fucked it up. My wife was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Then I did it again.
So like, let's say 3 days. Yeah.
And paint and time and even just my brain energy.
You could have saved yourself a whole lot by just.
So there's a
buying
good
it.
lesson to be learned there, because I learned that over time that sometimes just buying something initially is more beneficial to your overall essence, as opposed to like, one time I rented a car. Here's where I really learned this lesson. Me and my wife landed somewhere one time, and I think it was like, was it Vegas? I forget where. But I rented a car, and I went on like rentalcars.com and looked at like the pricing and like all the cars or whatever. And I went with a car that was like cheaper than like the name brand.
Okay.
So it turns out the name brand was at the airport. I could have just walked out of my flight and walked to the rental car place, and there was like no questions asked. And there was a guy in like a business casual attire who would just like simply make you sign online. It's like, all right, there's your rental car.
Yeah.
But instead, I wanted to save $120 or something. But instead, the rental car that I wanted was a shuttle ride away.
Okay.
But the shuttle didn't come very often because it was a low budget rental company.
Right.
And then when I finally got on the shuttle, I got on the wrong shuttle because the shuttle was very unclear.
Right.
And it took me a mile away to a hotel, but it was still walking distance to the rental car. And then I finally found out where I needed to go. And where I needed to go was a rental car company that was inside of a hotel that was kind of low budget.
Okay.
And when I got in there, it was chaos. There was a fucking line, long line,
Right.
of a bunch of people that had bad energy, and they were arguing. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is crazy. I'm getting anxiety even just being on the line.
Right.
Even the quality of people on the line. I was like, what the fuck? You know?
Right.
So I finally get to the front of the line after like an hour or 40 minutes. Now, I could have been enjoying my trip, but
Right.
instead I'm in line at a low budget hotel a mile from the airport.
Right.
I get to the front. The guys tell me, oh, the car you rented isn't available, but we can offer you this, which is like a different car. And then he saw I was like a good person, and he nudged me and he goes, dude, observe the car and film the car. Like, the whole company's mission was a scam.
Oh, no shit.
But that's why it's cheap. You understand? Then they're like, oh, we forgot to include this fee, that fee. And it will end up being similar.
Right.
And then I rent the car and the guy tells me that, like, make sure you look at the car and make sure it's good. I drive away. Now I'm arguing with my wife, like, what the fuck?
Right.
All to save $120. By the way, the end of it all was all fine.
Right.
I do on my trip. I return it. There was no issues, but it seemed like you needed to protect yourself more. The process to get to the car was more, everything.
Right.
Long story short, fast forward 2 years later, one of my good friends came to visit me. I was at a convention in California. He came to visit me, but he came after the convention. So I did the 3-day convention and then rented a house. And my good childhood buddy, flew out and we were just going to do like a little trip.
Right.
So he met me out there and he rented a car. He did the exact same thing and he came all angry to the house. The fucking rental car. They ran me around. It was hard to find. I had to walk a block or two outside the airport, like all this crazy shit. And I was like, what did you use? And he's like, you save rent, whatever.
Right.
And I was like, how much money did you save? And it was like $80 or something. And I looked at him and I said, bro, I already learned that lesson. And from now on, I just go for like the name brand rental car and I even like a tier up.
Yeah.
Because not even worth it.
It's the same with like budget airlines. Now, granted,
yeah.
I fly Southwest. I like Southwest. Some people, whatever.
But there you go.
But it's the same. Like you kind of get what you pay for. Like
you literally get what you pay for.
Yeah.
I started flying first class sometimes and I'm like, man, it's even worth it. Like, it's just like you get the board sooner.
Yeah, you get off faster.
You're comfortable. It's like if you can afford like an extra like few bucks, like whatever the difference is,
it's worth it.
Yeah, man. And at least for the rental car, like.
Yeah, no. My wife has been pretty good about the rental. She finds super cheap deals through Costco or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, she with the flights. With Southwest, you get a buddy pass. So like I basically fly for free once my wife has paid so much to fly. So she's a travel agent, so she gets to fly everywhere.
Oh, your wife knows the angles.
Yeah. It really makes a huge difference. So it's like, yeah, I could spend, a couple $100 and, fly first class or whatever, or I could fly for free. Yeah. Free is always going to be like, I'll sit between two people and a screaming kid.
Free,
like, that's
for
fine.
Me, yeah.
Yeah. I got headphones.
Depends what you're going for.
Well.
Yeah. But sometimes those noise canceling headphones on a flight, it's a cheat.
It is. So I got funny.
No, go ahead.
Crazy story. We were coming back from, I think, Florida or something. We'd gone to Disney World, and we're flying back, and it's me and my kid, and it's like last year. So flights were not fully full at this point. There'd be a few every now and then. And when I go on flights, I sit on the aisle and I put my shades on and I just stare at people because I don't want nobody to sit next to me. So I use my imposing figure to be like, if you're going to sit next to me, like I'm going to be mad about it.
You want them to cancel their flight when they see you?
I want them to look at me and be like, I don't want to sit next to that guy. And then if it's the last option, I'm like, okay. And that's basically what it came down to. I was like, it's a full flight. I'm like, all right, I don't want somebody to sit next to my kid. Right. I'll sit in the center. So I scoot over and this lady comes out and she smelled like she had drank 5 bottles of fucking vodka. Stunk like alcohol. I'm like, all right, she's drunk, whatever.
Yeah.
She's sitting there and cool. We take off and I guess the pressure started fucking with her gut because then she's like doing this and she's burping and she's blowing it on me.
Damn.
And I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm about to get so mad that I'm going to get thrown off this flight. I'm trying to keep it in because I got my kid here. My wife's back right over here.
So you're in the middle, kids in the window?
Yeah, so I'm here, my kid's in the window, and then this drunk lady.
And then you just got a lady who just smells like a fucking distillery just
blowing
burping up
on me. And I'm like, okay.
What kind of burps did you have? Like hot dog burps?
Oh, they were fucking warm. I could feel the warmth off these motherfuckers. And I'm like.
So now you're dealing with multiple elements.
Yeah, so I had headphones, and I'm just trying to let it go. And she's like leaning into me. And when she leaned into me, I kind of nudged her back. And when I nudged her, I'm looking at her like this, and she wakes up and she looks at me and she's like, what are you going to do, punch me in the nose? And I'm like, whoa, lady. And it just triggered me. I was like, what the fuck is your problem? And she's like, what do you mean? Like nobody had ever talked to her like this is like a normal thing for her. Like people are too nice. And I'm like, what the fuck? Do you need help? Like, do we need to get you a doctor? Like something's wrong.
Damn.
And she's like, sorry, it's my anxiety. I have to take anxiety medicine so I can fly. Like, your anxiety medicine smells like fucking bourbon. Like, this is fucked up.
Damn.
I was like, my kid's here. Like,
me and her on the same meds.
She was fucking having a great time.
Damn.
And I'm mad, and I'm trying not to let it get to me. And you can see my wife. She's sitting on the row back there. She's mouthing like, chill the fuck out. Like, and I'm like,
yeah,
nope, this is triggered, and I'm mad. I don't know what happened. She gets up, goes
your
to the
wife
restroom.
was about to hit a bitch or not?
No, she was more mad at me for getting upset. I feel.
So you were about to hit a bitch.
I was. I will never hit a woman, but at this moment, I was like, I will strongly nudge you in a wrong direction.
What if she identified as something different? You don't know.
She could have.
Yeah.
She very well could have. Fortunately, it didn't come down to that. She got up, she went to the restroom. She was gone for like 30 minutes. And she comes back. Her and the stewardess go to a different seat. And then he comes back and grabs her stuff and he takes it back. And
the stewardess knew what was up?
Yeah. For all I'm sure, she went to this guy. It's like, this motherfucker's going to beat me up. Look at him. He's going to do whatever. You
were that mad?
Yeah, I was mad. It was not
so you were
quiet
like about
when
to
I was
hit
like,
a bitch. That's what I said.
When I told her, I was like, your alcohol, your anxiety medicine smells like bourbon.
Yeah.
I was about yelling on this plane.
Oh, like that.
I was like,
damn,
loud. And enough for people to turn their heads and look at me and get in a commotion. And, you see my big ass like getting hit. And I'm like, fuck you, bro. Fuck. And fortunately, like I said, they moved her. And then I moved to the aisle seat and everything was good. But that was the only time that I had flown that I was ever like, if this was first class.
Where were you going?
We were coming back from Florida. So we had just gone to
So that's
Disney
the thing
World.
about first class. Like,
yeah, it's a little bit more upper echelon of people,
what I'm
maybe. Or at least you got a nice cushy seat that you're like, I don't give a fuck.
No, even the other person's like far enough away.
Right.
Yeah. And the people who would have been lipping off drinking bourbon next to her, more bougie in there, doing real drugs like opioids.
They're snorting coke off a fucking stewardess.
They're on alprazolam. You know what I'm saying?
On that good stuff.
They're over there. They're over there on the seat that's 2 more feet away from you, and they're just doing like fucking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Look over and like, that seems like good time. Good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I probably would have been okay had she not burped on me and blown it on me.
You got the benzo boys over there on the fucking first class, 1A, 2A, and then you go right over to 2A, 2B.
Right.
None of this 3-seat shit.
Yeah, none of the 3-seat.
Nah. If you're on a small enough plane, you get the 2 and the 1.
Also, sometimes you get super lucky.
No, you don't get lucky. When you're in first class, you pick your seat. There's no luck.
Obviously, I've never been in first class. Tomorrow will be my first time.
So, like, sometimes it'd be like, it's 2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
Right.
So if you're flying alone, you take the 1. You're flying with your lady, you take 2.
Take the 2.
Flying with your lady and your kid, you take the 2 and the 1.
Right.
Or you put the kids in the back and let the other people deal with
it.
Yeah. I don't have kids, but it seems like it's like sending your kids to military school. You know what I mean? You and your wife sit 1A and 1B, and you got your kids in 27C and D. You know what I mean?
Like, Dad, I'm hungry. Sorry, bro.
They're going to be on a
while you're sitting there eating pasta.
Yeah, they're going to be on a podcast in 20 years talking about how their dad put them through hard times. Like,
hey, it builds character, man. I don't feel like you're going to make it.
He didn't even buy me a fucking window seat. We were in middle of an aisle while he was up there eating a fucking cheese and cracker charcuterie wannabe board that's shrink wrapped from some depressed lady who flies on fucking planes for her whole life and is wanted to get back to Denver, but had to do a layover in fucking Paris, and now she's on your flight somehow.
This motherfucker here.
She's being used by her boyfriend, who uses her for free international flights. I met a couple of stewardess, by the way, whose boyfriends are just like, they're not so happy with them.
Oh, really?
But it almost feels like because they have such a weird lifestyle that they settle for who they can, but it seems like the person on the other end settling for them is just using them for the free flights.
Oh.
It's like an actual thing.
So it's like tattooers and some
but
who
worse,
are tattooers who are established.
Worse. Because imagine being like a tattooer, but you're not, like you go home when you're done tattooing.
Right. You're just gone.
And when you're off, you're off.
Right.
But imagine you're a flight attendant. You fly to maybe Europe, and then your day off is in Paris.
Right.
Then you do a couple shifts on flights within Europe, and then you come back home maybe.
And then you're home for 2 days and you're like, hey, what's going on? And then you're gone.
And then you're gone. But while you're flying, you're either attending to the people, you don't have reception and all this weird shit. So it's like a very... I
could see that being very difficult.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Never done that.
Yeah. But it feels like if you're single and you're kind of not ready to settle down, dating...
It's a good lifestyle.
No, I mean, dating someone who is would be a good lifestyle because you get to reap the benefits of their free flights.
I'm going to fly to California for a week.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. But I've seen it. I've met people that do that.
So let me ask you this, because normally when I fly, I look like this. Like I look like a bum.
Yeah.
Should I dress nice to go?
It depends how far you're flying.
Well, it's from Newark
Europe?
to
Newark.
Yeah, so we're flying from here to Newark.
Oh,
and then
you're
from
flying
Newark
to my hood.
To your hood from Newark?
Yeah, I'm from
No, I guess Newark.
5.
Jersey, yeah.
What do you mean? I'm from 5 minutes from there.
I don't know geography about the Northeast.
So I literally lived like a few exits up Route 21 from Newark.
Okay.
So Newark Airport was like 10 minutes from my house.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, it'd be the same as driving from here to the Austin airport.
Okay.
But it wasn't within the city. It was like Newark is a separate. All the towns in New Jersey are small.
Okay.
Like very small. Towns are 1 mile around, one by one. Little towns. So Newark was like a few exits on the highway. So, like we used to go to Newark to buy beer when we were under 21.
Oh, because they would sell it?
Because it was just like a fucking, They
didn't give a fuck.
It was a city that was like not doing good, maybe. Or
Okay,
we would go to
we need this money.
or we'd go to dangerous places in that city. It's not, it's a crazy city.
Right.
Not where not the airport, but like I'm saying, if you go into
I've been
Newark.
to Newark before,
Yeah. So if you go into Newark, like you can go to some hoods where like you shouldn't go.
Right.
So if you go in there and buy beer,
nobody's gonna give a shit.
no.
Yeah, we used to live in this. We didn't live. Like I had friends that would live in this not so nice part of town, and we would go visit them. We'd all hung out, and they had a bootleg that was like 2 apartments down, and that guy would sell 40s and fucking cigarettes and all kinds of stuff. Normally down here you can't. Obviously, I don't know. I'm sure up north you can buy single cigarettes.
No, it wasn't really a thing. I think maybe in like Jersey City or New York, maybe there would be that. But like where I was from, it wasn't
a thing.
Wasn't very a thing.
Okay.
No.
Well, this guy would sell single cigarettes.
People in the north are like a little more. Like I don't know what it has to do with the north, because even in Italy, it's like that.
Is it?
The more south you go, the more like raw people get. I don't know if it's like that in the U.S. too, because I think like in the South in the U.S. people eat rattlesnakes and like wrestle gators.
Yeah.
But if you go up north, like
a little more sophisticated.
People like, you know what I'm saying? Like they drink espresso.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, I know
it's like
exactly.
I don't know if it's like just northern.
Because like even the most dapper person in Dallas is not going to be compared to someone who's like New York.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know what that is.
I don't either.
I just bring that up like not to change the subject, but like, is it because even in Italy it's that way? It really is. Like northern Italy people are more like, and then southern they get more like real, and they got the clotheslines between buildings and stuff.
Okay.
But I wonder what that is.
Because it's just maybe the warm climate.
I don't know, but they could even be like on different like latitudes, and they're still like just north.
It's in the air.
It's almost like north within a place is like, maybe it's because they're more up.
Maybe. And they so if you go to the North Pole, they're just like super dapper as fuck.
Just wearing Prada fucking Santa outfits. Like
you go to the South Pole and them fucking penguins are like, what up, bro? Fucking grilling, barbecuing.
With each other's families. Like sharing wives.
Yeah. Sharing wives, beating up on fucking seals, killing,
and just like eating burgers.
Yeah.
And you go up north and they're like, hell no.
We're having prawns that are soaked in fucking whatever.
Yeah, blanched.
Obviously, I've never had a very sophisticated palate. If I know what prawns are, and that's about it.
Yeah, you're hanging out in the South. Prawns are like southern delicacies. Like,
you ever had a crawfish?
No.
You gotta have crawfish.
I had crawfish like in something in like Louisiana, but it wasn't. I didn't.
You didn't have to peel it.
I didn't peel it. It was like a crawfish sandwich.
Okay, yeah. That's not the same.
No.
It's still good. It's still the same, obviously, food.
It was the same meat, but I didn't work for the meat. You want to know why?
Because I'm bougie?
I'm from the north, and I don't work for my food. Unless someone's going to peel for me, I ain't eating it.
We also, I wonder if there's something to it because, like, in the north here, especially, like, Industrial Revolution was a lot more prevalent up there than it was down here. I wonder if it was the same in Italy. If there was more of just more factories. More
this is where we need the Google kid.
We need the Google kid.
I'm telling you, man. There's a kid waiting to just sit here and do Google. It's
going to be his greatest life.
Hey, kid. Come on.
He's going to be the new Jamie. Hey, Jamie.
Well, I mean, at least for this.
One day. When this is all you do from now on is just a podcast.
That would be cool.
Would you give up tattooing to do this full time?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see.
I don't think I would give up tattooing for anything.
Well, I don't think I would actually. Because then I would just do it for fun when I want.
Okay.
You know?
That's how I feel. Like if I won the lottery tomorrow and I won $7 billion, I'd still tattoo next 2 weeks when I get back.
Yeah. I know. Until the things that you bought with that money take over.
Yeah. And then you're just like, I ain't got to work.
You're like, yeah, I'll still tattoo once this week.
Yeah. And it's not going to be 4 days a week anymore.
And then you're like, well, I did that last week, but you know what? The wife wants to take the yacht to Italy.
Yeah.
And then it's like, well, maybe I'll do it in 2 weeks from now. I'm going to skip a week.
Or you just fucking turn it and give someone the greatest experience ever. Like, bro, I got tattooed by Bobby. He took me on his yacht and took me through Europe to get tattooed.
Absolutely.
How cool would that be?
I would do that. But I would even go further. I would do what we're doing right now. You get tattooed. We chat about it. We have a film crew, make a video about it. Then we go to like Maldives.
That would be fucking
and all that
rad.
shit. And then like I have my chef come out. He tries to like cook to our palate.
Dude,
it would be sick.
See, we just got to win.
And we dive for like sea urchin, and then we cook them.
That would be dope, man.
And then we do like a Texas edition where we hunt rattlesnakes.
We just fucking take the rattlesnakes
out. We fucking behead the rattlesnake. And then we get so bored of life because everything's so good that we start purposely getting bit by rattlesnakes just to talk about the experience of almost dying.
I wonder if that's what the elites really get into.
Well, it almost seems that way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get bored with certain things.
Yeah. What else is there to do?
There's not.
It almost leads you to believe that maybe the chase is the journey.
It should be. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess if I had a word for people like learning to do what we do, that's like there is no where to get.
There's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an impossible hill to climb. There's no peak. And if you do peak, you've made a mistake.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Well, because it just means that you thought you peaked.
Right.
Which means you stop pushing the boundaries, which means it's the end.
Right.
Which to me would be death. Yeah.
I've seen older tattooers. They just get tired and they don't push themselves as hard. And it feels like that's how they fade out.
And that's fine. You're going to need those guys.
Walk in. Yeah.
Somebody after they just drank a couple old duels. And maybe mixed in a fucking, what is the black beer that everyone thinks is heavy but it's light? Oh, the Guinness. They drink a couple Guinness.
Say Heineken, but no, that's the wrong one.
You know?
Yeah.
Ate a little corned beef.
Corned beef?
Got a little fucking farts brewing in you.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just feeling froggy and you want to go get a fucking harp tattooed on your forearm. Who's going to do it? Not me. No. Not you. You're booked 9 months.
Yeah.
Who's going to do it?
Either the apprentice or the guy who's been tattooing 30 years. Who do you want?
Take your pick. You got arthritis or overambition.
Hands just fucking crippled into
guy
this
just
position.
Tattooing you with claws. He's got shrimp for fingers. or you got a kid who's still wet behind the ears, fucking overconfident, thinks he knows everything.
In that situation, I'm like, I want the kid. If the kid fucks up, I'm like, all right, I understand why you fucked up. You're 30 years into it and like, hey, bro.
But if the old guy with the shrimp fingers fucks up, at least you can have a cool story and you could say you've been tattooed by the guy who's now dead since.
Oh. Yeah, well, it's two sides of the coin.
You got to get a blown out line.
You're going to get a shitty tattoo either way.
You going for the blown out line with the fucking old guy? Or are you going for the line that needs to be hit again because the kid didn't have confidence to fucking bury the needle enough?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, still in that situation. I don't want that shit blown out. Get the free shading. It's all fucking. You ever done that?
The free shading?
I accidentally went too deep, like learning tattoo.
Yeah, yesterday.
Have you?
Probably.
Oh. I did it once that I can know of.
You pour some of those concentrated blues.
That's what it was. It was a blue concentrate.
Yeah,
and I was tattooing on the forearm, and it went. I was like,
those things. That's like tattooing with like ectoplasm. You use a fucking concentrate, bro. Even if you 50% that shit with black, it's like the hue. The juice ain't worth the squeeze, dude.
Well,
I'm an artist. I'm gonna hue my black with blue concentrate. Yeah, you're gonna just free shade someone's fucking underarm.
These lines are great, and 3 weeks later, like, why is it all purple around?
I think, why do ink companies still make those concentrates?
I use concentrates.
Yeah, I do too.
But yeah,
but I'm free shading.
I'm packing that shit in. It's watercolor.
Yeah, purple concentrate mixed with the black. Yeah, cool. What does it do? Just makes my black look worse? Perfect. Let's put it in. Let's just tattoo a sheen here real quick. One time, like I gave a couple inks to Sivak to sample, and he talked about, man, when the concentrate, it's very sharp. He's like, this ink is sharp. He described it as sharp, and I know what he means. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like those greens from Eternal, those concentrate.
They're sharp. That's the fucking best way I've heard it.
It's like you can't even like smooth it. It's just sharp.
Yeah.
So those things, bro. Yeah, I know. I'm still a sucker for them too.
What else are you gonna use?
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like if you want to like hue your black, you're almost better off just not using the concentrate. Like, but the next one,
right,
that has a little opacity and still hitting that light, like
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong too. Because sometimes even like, you know what I'm talking about? Because I feel like they just feel cloudy.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
But I still fall for the trap.
It's a major trap.
Let me just concentrate this real quick. I don't know. Do you know anyone who successfully rocks concentrates? Like, I don't know. I want to talk to more people about that.
And the more and more I've done it, the less actual true concentrates that I use. Because that's what I used to do to get my watercolor effect was all like blues and whatever. And then now it's like I don't use them quite as often. I don't know why it changed, because it was such a revolutionary thing. Because you're like,
I can just get this same effect by not using the concentrate.
Just dip a little bit of dark blue, fucking it'll work. Yeah. It looks natural.
Yeah, like I don't know, man. Maybe I'm crazy. I put the concentrates in the black, and I was like, I could just make it black. Can't even tell the difference. And then when it really heals, and the person goes on one Caribbean vacation, are they really looking at the subtleties of the hue in your black? Like you're better off just going for pure fucking concentrate,
just
like
saturated
contrast.
Or not
it's
saturated.
Dark or not,
right?
Like the subtlety within that thing. It's like I don't know that matters after a fucking few trips down to the Caribbean.
No, yeah, exactly. There's I wonder if I can see why, like, I've seen realism artists who have turned to like traditional, who've gone from traditional to just like tribal. Like, part of me can see why there would be that progression.
Yeah.
I don't want that progression for myself, and I hope that it doesn't happen, but I can see why you're like, this is going to hold much better than the shit that I was doing.
After all they learned after a long amount of time, they're like,
just all this. You just use black and skin tone. You'll be fine.
Yeah. It's fucked up, dude. Yeah. It's almost like, it's hard.
Like, could you imagine Savak being like 10 years from now? Like, I only do tribal. Like, that's all I do.
Well, that's where guys like that get crazy, because it almost seems like they are doing tribal, but with color realism. Like, if you really zoom in on it.
Just fucking block it in. That's done.
Yeah, man. People used to call it painterly. I think they just understand the medium.
Yeah.
That's
how it was explained to me.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. It's wild.
Fuck yeah, man. I don't know. I think we should end it. For the world's long. It's almost 4 hours.
We got to hit those 3 minutes, man.
Okay, we should.
We'll hit the 4 hours and then we'll call it.
We should. Yeah. Okay. I'm with that. Should we just meditate until then? By the way, if you listen to this podcast up until 4 hours and you're genuinely engaged, I need your feedback.
Yes.
Can you agree to that?
Yes.
I think you should email me.
Let us know.
And let me know.
Didn't work.
Send me a message, please. DM me.
Because I feel like there's a few parts of this that I'm like, we hit some good stuff. And then there's like, what the fuck did we talk about for the last hour?
That's cool. We need that. Yeah. But I think that if you're still listening and you enjoy this, send me get in contact with me. Yeah.
Do you answer your DMs?
I do. I'm a DM guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. don't DM me, only email. Like it seems so much.
I don't
fluid.
understand the don't DM me, and I don't understand the books are closed.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't understand any of it. I've been doing this 10 years now, and none of that makes sense to me. That's like, hi, I have a big ego. Okay, bye. Yeah, that's how I see it.
I feel the same way. Now I understand not wanting to be booked out further than 3 months.
Yeah, but you don't need to close your books.
You just don't take any appointments.
Just say, hey, like, you don't need to like make that the thing.
Right.
Maybe answer the email and say, hey, I'm a little full now. You know, like there's a way to even do that.
Right.
Right. Books closed in your bio, ain't it?
No.
Like,
No,
just
I
say,
feel
hey,
the
I'm a
same
little
way.
overwhelmed right now, and I kind of stopped taking appointments or something. Can you hit me back in 3 months? Like, you know, maybe you do that.
That makes a little bit more sense.
Maybe.
But
I
yeah,
don't
for
know.
me, it's just more, do I want to take the project on? Yes. Cool. Let's go from here.
Yeah.
If it's not a project they don't want to do, I'm always like, no. And I immediately tell people no,
Yeah.
because I don't want somebody to sit
So
for
you
6
could
months.
keep your books open, and if you get 10 emails, maybe 2 of them are what you really even want to do, and then just
Right.
book those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're only tattooing what you want to tattoo.
And then just keep it real with those other people.
Yeah. Do we do it? What was that?
8,
8 seconds.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy
So
New
we're showing
Year.
nipples.
So anyway, man, really, thank you so much for coming
Definitely,
down.
man. This is a lot of fun.
How can the listeners that are still hanging on 20 hours later find you?
Still listening. I'm Tats and Snacks on Instagram.
Yep.
If you want a watercolor flower, I'm the guy.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Supposedly.
If you want to hang out with a Pisces, I mean, I wouldn't trust many other people with water.
Exactly.
the water
Right.
man.
That's where the watercolor
Hell
comes
yeah.
from. It's the Pisces.
So find this man. Good dude. Thanks again, man. I really appreciate it.
you, man.
We'll do
Yeah,
it again.
Definitely.
Thanks for listening, you fucking nutcases.
Let's be honest. There's 2 people listening right now. My mom and Mark.
It's Mark Wade's mom. I don't know, man. I think we'd be surprised. All right. Thanks
All right,
again.
later.
Later. Deuces. Peace.